Power going to that stream. All right. Good evening, folks. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Actually, I preempted that statement. I gotta go ahead and start us up on TikTok. So we'll be starting this show momentarily in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, starting out in 2025. 2025 has arrived. So here we are. Did not arrive peacefully. Did not arrive peacefully. Several folks have already lost their lives this year. And that is obviously going to be the primary topic of discussion is what took place in the Big Easy. What took place in New Orleans is going to be top on our list. Now, you see behind me, that is a picture also that's going to be relevant to what we're discussing today. That's Biden and Liz Cheney. Maybe some of you folks heard about that. Maybe not, because that's not as big as that news is not anywhere near as big as what went down in New Orleans. I don't want to put that on the screen. I don't, whole setup is just all fucked up. Anyway, uh crazy how my slides are just all over the place. I don't know. But anyway, I don't want to go too deep into Liz Cheney just yet. We're going to talk about what happened in the Big Easy, and that is the loss of right now 15 lives, and how Biden has spoke on this, how Trump has spoke on it. But what I want to ask you folks is this: Do you trust? Do you trust the FBI and the government and how they're handling this? Now, I took a few notes. First of all, they came forward in the beginning of this whole thing and stated it was not an event of terror. And I'm trying to see how I can word this without triggering the TikTok censors. Everything else should be fine, but I don't want to trigger the TikTok censors. YouTube is usually okay. But first, they came forward and stated this was not an act of terror that has obviously been flipped 180 degrees. They also stated that the suspect did not, I repeat, did not act alone. They originally said there were three or four other people that they observed helping him put IEDs, improvised explosive device, that heard him. They saw, they said that originally they saw multiple other people setting behind explosives. That was what they originally said. They later came back and said, no, that was him doing all of those things. And last but not least, Vegas, as you know, there was a cyber truck that went boom in Las Vegas. And, the whole Elon Musk cyber truck happened in front of the Trump Hotel. Once again, many officials stated that the two events were connected. Now they're saying just the opposite. Now, today is only the second. How the hell could they get so much wrong so quickly? This happened at 3 a.m. on January 1st. And they flipped on all of these things in that short period of time. So I'm asking you right now where we stand, do you trust what the feds or even folks on the ground in New Orleans, maybe Vegas, or even Houston, I think Colorado, there's a whole bunch of places in play in this. Do you trust what they're telling you? Because their information seems to be changing by the hour, literally by the hour. So we're going to talk about that. Additionally, continue on this January 1st attack has obviously dominated the news. 15 deaths, it was 10 at first, then it bloomed up to 15. 15 is counting the assailant as well. So the driver's in that 15. So 14 innocent people and one piece of shit driver did this. Now, I want to read this to you. There's no way in hell I should have to. Zach Built, appreciate that. Coming a friend of the program. Thank you, Zach, showing the program some love. I want to read this to you. I shouldn't have to read some shit like this. This should not be. But I'm going to read the quote, and you'll know where this came from, likely. When I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our own country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. Now, that is, of course, President Trump just a few hours after this event happened, stating that when I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our own country, that statement was constantly refuted by the Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. Now, obviously, he was stating something based on little to no information himself. I believe the details came out that they had tracked the vehicle that was used to run over all these. The vehicle that was involved in this had crossed the U.S. border. It had been into Mexico. You realize how many thousands of Americans go into Mexico every damn day to tour? Having a U.S. vehicle go into Mexico doesn't tell you a damn thing about whether somebody is here illegally or not. But yet, that was all apparently Trump needed to jump the gun and suggest that this whole event was likely caused by some criminal that didn't belong in the country. So that's a topic in itself for sure. But starting it out as always, Will says Trump ain't shit. Will the Muslim ban be before or after Trump greenlights Gaza into turning into a parking lot? Shit, they may happen at the same time, to be honest with you, Will. I don't disagree with any of that. We know Trump is no fan of Gaza or anything that wears a turban, in my humble opinion, unless they're really, patronizing one of his businesses. So I could easily see Trump doing everything you just said, which is green lighting the turning of Gaza to a parking lot and a Muslim ban, because he's done one, or better yet, he's tried to do one and spoke positively of doing the other. Obviously, he called for a Muslim ban, so he's already tried to do that once. And he's talked about Netanyahu of Israel needs to finish the job. So turning Gaza into a parking lot. He spoke favorably of both of those. So you're batting 1,000 on that. But I want to continue on real quick. Trump talked in regards to his, you can't call them tweets anymore. I guess this would be a truth or whatever way he got online and said this. But I want to ask you folks, do you personally believe what Trump is saying is correct, that immigrants are more violent than the Americans we have in this country? Because Trump says that quite often. They're sending us their folks coming from, they're emptying out their jails and insane asylums. It ain't the first time he has stated that the immigrants that are coming to this country are actually more violent than citizens in this country. Now, keep in mind, this event turned out to be somebody who was born and raised in America. So he really got this one wrong. He was trying to seize on the opportunity to show us that he was right about dangerous people coming in this country and them being more dangerous than Americans that are already here. But this one backfired on him. I don't think it's going to backfire with Maga. I don't think they really give a damn on it, but we'll talk about it. But he tried to seize the opportunity and show how bad immigrants can be and jumped the gun, spoke too soon. And this is actually an American that did this. Texas born, as Michael Jones would say in the comments. Born in Texas, born and raised in America. And he's talking about how dangerous immigrants are, more so than Americans in this country. I will tell you a couple other things he said also. Now, in regards to him stating that he has been saying that immigrants coming in are more dangerous than Americans here, and that comment has been constantly refuted by the Democrats and the fake news media, he actually confirmed that the Democrats and whatever represents the fake news media are more actually correct than not. Because once again, we got another major event, and it's done by an American. So if the Democrats are telling him he is wrong in suggesting that immigrants are more dangerous than Americans, well, here's another example to suggest that the Democrats might be right. So we'll certainly talk about that. But I do want to ask before we continue on to the next subject, does it appear, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you have a difference of opinion, but does it appear that Trump or many others may be looking for issues with immigrants? We heard about the Haitian migrant thing and other stuff. Does it seem like he might actually be looking for things that are negative to discuss in regards to immigrants, because he moved quick on this. Within a few hours, he's on television or he's on the internet blaming this on immigrants coming in the country. We know there's been a lot of other controversial subjects that he's moved a lot slower, such as the guy, I did the video, we did the live last on the guy in Colorado stating that this is Trump's America now, and he's chasing this reporter down, demanding that the Hispanic-looking reporter prove that he was born in America. Trump hasn't spoken on that at all, and that's been days. He got involved in this with obviously little to no information on the origin of the guy who did the New Orleans event. He got involved with obviously no information. He got involved in that pretty damn quick. But the Colorado guy has been identified. We know who he is. We know what happened. He's been charged and everything. Not one word from Trump, even though he blamed what he was doing on Trump. So is it possible that he may be looking for issues to swing at immigrants on? I do want to ask you folks that. Last but not least, we got 3 topics today. We don't normally have this many, but it's been a rough start to the year. And by the way, I guess I could say 4 because I'm kind of wondering what you folks' opinion is on the fact that a guy would park a cyber truck, obviously created by Elon Musk, in front of the Trump Hotel. Is that just a coincidence? All of that shit came together? So we'll talk about that. But last but not least, on the monitor behind me, you see Liz Cheney and President Biden. Now, I don't know if you folks are aware, because the news has been so packed in the last 24 hours with what went on in New Orleans and Vegas and Houston. But Liz Cheney today received the Presidential Citizens Medal. I don't know what the hell that is. It's not high as the Medal of Freedom that Trump gave Rush Limbaugh, but Biden gave Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Medal. And here's the kicker. That medal is for her work on the January 6th attacks. Wow. She got a medal for it. So what I want to ask you folks right off the bat, considering that Biden obviously holds her work in high regards, you think he's going to leave a pardon on the way out? We know Trump, we know Maga wants Liz Cheney's head on a pike, on a stake. So I'm going to ask you folks right out, do you think it's possible that Biden may leave a pardon behind on the way out? Less than 20 days ago. So that's what we're talking about today. Multitude of subjects. Just a really bad start to the new year, but we'll go ahead and make it happen anyway. I do appreciate you folks that are tuning in. Feel free to tap the screen, get the likes on up. Will says, I didn't read that. That's all. You know why Trump is front and center on this. A black face killed some lily whites. Yikes. What are you saying? Are you saying that if the guy driving the car in New Orleans was a white man and all the victims were black, Trump wouldn't speak on it? That's an interesting thought. I'd have to see it happen, but are you saying that if that individual driving that car in New Orleans was a white man and all the victims were black, Trump wouldn't say anything? I don't know if I buy that. I don't, man, that would be cruel. Man. Gen X says the fact that you are dancing on the graves of terrorist victims to push your Trump bashing echo chamber is pretty damn pathetic, Tim. Kind of disappointed. You know, Gen X, and thank you for the super chat. I don't mind the criticism. You know, we go back like cornflakes and milk, as they say. But let me just say this before I go to my caller in the box. Now, you're saying, rereading your comment, the fact that I am dancing, he's referring to yours truly, the fact that you are dancing on the graves of terrorist victims to push your Trump bashing echo chamber, and he says it's pretty pathetic and he's kind of disappointed. Gen X is a friend of the program. He watches the program, so I do appreciate the comment. Sorry to disappoint, but I do have to push back because I received a similar comment on the social media pages that I normally post on when I said the same thing. Now you're telling me that I'm dancing on the graves of terrorist victims to push my Trump back. Do you not see that that's exactly what Trump was doing? You're accusing me of dancing on the graves of these folks that lost their lives and suggesting that I'm doing it for whatever purpose to push a, as you said, Trump bashing agenda. What do you think he was doing? He was doing exactly what you're stating to push an anti-immigrant bashing agenda. So are you going to suggest that what he did is also kind of disappointing? Obviously, that's what he was doing. He was seizing on an opportunity to bash the border. And I mean, it wasn't even 10 hours. They weren't, you telling me you telling me I am dancing on their grace. Well, hell, at least they've been declared deceased. He was out within a few hours saying that. So just think about what you said and tell me how your criticism towards me, let's assume it's correct. Let's say you're right. How does your criticism toward me not apply to him as well? Let me know in the comments. Going straight to the box. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Stick the ruler. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Me asking that question, does that come, give me your honest opinion. You know, I don't black ban or censor. Do you see what I'm saying as dancing on the graves of these victims?
Yeah, I mean, I do, Tim. I mean, first of all, the statement that he gave, and I'm talking about Trump, the statement that he gave about who they were, and basically he just painted these guys to be immigrants, and immigrants had nothing to do with it. These guys were homegrown tea people. So I mean,
Right. So then I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked asked Gen X who posted the comment. So if you see what I'm saying is dancing on the graves, I'm going to assume you see the same as Trump doing it.
yeah, I really do. He's trying. I mean, he's not even running for president anymore, and he's still throwing these wild ass talking points and things that he wants Maga to believe before he even gets any evidence that this is what it is. I mean, you disrespecting the country by doing that. Not just the people that perished, but the country, because you're telling them something that ain't true.
Yeah. And here's what I don't get. I mean, since I got you on, and I don't mind, like I said, I don't mind the criticism. Now you're saying you also view it as dancing on the graves. All I'm doing is giving you what Trump said. So how am I doing the dancing? By just simply repeating what he said and questioning.
No, not you. Not you.
Oh,
I wasn't saying
okay,
you.
all right. Okay,
I was not saying you. What I was saying was dancing on that grave was what Trump said and how he tried to spin the narrative as if these guys weren't from here. And I heard he said one guy came through Eagle Pass just the day before. And
yeah.
I mean, the rhetoric off this guy, and this is serious.
Yeah.
This ain't nothing you play with. These are people's loved ones, and you out here just, I don't even know why you're doing it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you raised a good point the moment you came on, and that is you're not even running for president anymore. You don't have to do this. I mean, the folks have already voted for you to secure the border. You don't have to continue bashing the border. You got your chance in less than 20 days.
Well, not only that, he threw in Democrats and all
Yeah.
this other stuff that he was saying. So again, you show up to the White House, you tell Joe Biden it's a dirty game. Just so I did it just to win. You done won and you still doing it.
Yeah.
Now what's the reason? Now what's the excuse?
I think that, I don't, at this point, I think it's safe to say it's not an excuse. He kind of likes to do it. That's what it seems like. It's just something he likes to do. But so you, just to get clear, so you do disagree. Here's what Gen X in the comments, he stated in regards to me. He was telling me the fact that you are dancing on the graves of terrorist victims to push your Trump bashing echo chamber is pretty damn pathetic. And he says, Tim, I'm kind of disappointed. So you don't, so at the end of the day, you do see what Trump did is bad, but you don't see me as doing it.
No, not at all,
Okay.
Tim, you are right on the money. I mean, anybody that sees it in real time, and just like you said, things have been changing. But before he knew anything, he put out what he put out because he knew people are going to listen to him. So the narrative that he wanted to spin on it was just that, like, immigrants are bad. immigrants come over here and they commit horrible crimes. Look at this. These were done by immigrants.
Yeah.
And the Democrats let them do it. Like, that's his narrative, and that's what he was trying to push. Everybody heard it, especially the ones that listened to him, and they're trying to defend it. He's getting in here. Gen X is getting in here acting like you said it. No,
Yes,
you
that's what
Tim.
confused me. Yeah, that's what confused me. I'm like, you see me as using what Trump said as somehow trying to benefit me. I'm not trying to, dance on their graves. I'm simply asking, was Trump right to say this? And then, and by the way, how is, and this is what I'll say, I'll let you continue, but here's the other thing that leaves me baffled. All I did was read Trump's statement, and that somehow makes me a Trump basher. I don't get that.
Well, the thing of it is with MAGA, um, the MAGA accusations come from their actions. Their accusations towards outward. It goes towards other people. So again, they're trying to they're trying to be, angry at you or twist the narrative. But at the end of the day, Trump said it. We wouldn't be talking about it if he didn't say it.
It's 100%
You
certain.
don't want your guy in the spotlight. You don't want him looking in the bad light. Tell him to shut the F up.
Yeah. So let me ask you this then, because he did mention in his statement, he stated that when I said criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our own country, do you see any validity at all? What he's saying is that, the people that come in this country are actually more violent than the ones who are born here. Do you see any validity to that at all?
Well, when it comes down to statistics, no, I don't see any validity in that, in what Trump said at all. Day after day, whether it's the Oklahoma bombing, or whether it was these last two actions, regardless of the skin color, they were Americans.
Yeah.
They were born here. They the last two were in the service.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's coming.
These are what you would normally refer to as patriots.
Yes, and then also they're coming out saying that now I don't take me word for word because I didn't see it. I'm just hearing about it in other lives and on the news that they were staunch Trump supporters, both.
Really? And I don't know. The guy in New Orleans, he's sympathizing with I don't want to say the I group because I'm sure they got that one flagged, but IS, ISIS. You telling me that guy was a Trump supporter?
Hey, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying his post is saying. Now, whether he was doing that just to throw people off and to later do what he's doing now, because he was a Trump supporter. You would never think he would do that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm gonna be hesitant to repeat that. I don't want to end up like Trump and say some shit that I gotta retract. Yeah, that's hard to believe, though.
Exactly. So again, that's why I said I was seeing it in other lives, and then they had something on. I think it was Entertainment Tonight. Right after the news here in Tampa, and they were saying him and his girlfriend were going, I don't know if it was Philadelphia or they were going somewhere, and I believe the place that they were going, they were supposed to have a rally there. So again, that's what's being reported. I don't know, just like they said, is being switched up and changed who they are.
Well, I've been to a couple Trump rallies, and I got MAGA hats all over my house. If I suddenly committed some kind of crime, I guess I would be a Trump supporter too, because I got MAGA hats in the car and every damn where. People will be like, "Oh, he was a Trump supporter." So sometimes you don't know.
Well, the thing of it is, Tim, to me, this is just my vision. You're popular enough that no matter what town you probably go in, it's gonna be one or two people to say, "Hey, I know him." And
I don't know if I'm that popular.
I'm telling you, whether it's Chicago, I'm here in Tampa, and I don't know where you're at, but wherever you're at, Tim, I guarantee you, people know you, and when they see you.
Wow.
So my point I'm saying is, pretty soon, whether these guys are who they say they are, the truth is going to come out who they are and what was going on. Yeah. That's basically all I'm saying. So even with you in the MAGA hat, if somebody was to get on your ass about that MAGA hat, they would
There would
soon
be viewers.
find
I
out
get
that
your
they
point. There would be
this
viewers that would come out and
yeah.
be like, "Listen, this guy online." Because,
Yo, man,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
you
You
know.
know, it's
So at
weird
the
you
end
would
of the
say
day,
that because I don't view what I do online making me that popular. But I went on a cruise last February down to Mexico, and I'm in Mexico
mhm.
on a. The cruise stops at different ports. I'm in, I think, Cozumel, I think it was, or one of the Puerto. Anyway, some black dude walks up to me. He's like, "Excuse me, I don't want to buy. Are you the handsome liberal?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" I was in
Yeah,
Mexico.
yeah.
It was
And then
crazy.
already, Tim, you already tell us how tall you are and stuff like that, so it matches up.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
fucking.
this is the guy.
Okay, I need to
Yeah,
shut the
this
hell
is
up. I'm
the
gonna
guy.
fuck around and get myself shot.
No, man. It ain't that type of party, man. You know that. That's
All
why
right.
you can have that MAGA hat and you all right.
All
You
right,
good.
man.
You already know that.
I got to move it on, Stick. Very entertaining
Yeah.
conversation. Considering what has happened, definitely good to talk to you, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. No problem. Yo,
Absolutely.
have a good New Year.
I'm trying. Thank you. All right, moving on
Yes,
with
sir.
the program. And, I wouldn't mind hearing from someone else that also agrees with what Gen X said, that they see me bringing up Trump's comments as I, the host, dancing on the graves of the deceased for a measure of Trump bashing. I like to, if I got a caller in, I would certainly like to hear it because I would like to have that explained. I don't get that, but maybe you guys can help me see it in a different direction that I'm open my eyes up, as they would say. TDS is so real, says Florida Blondie. And when it comes to TDS, I always remain baffled how the dislike of Trump can be the only derangement syndrome. Is it not possible to have immigrant derangement syndrome? What about Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome, or Joe Biden derangement syndrome, or Nancy Pelosi? Is Trump the only one that can get this? Because as someone who's attended, a couple Trump rallies, I listened to a lot of his speeches. I see a lot of other folks that you don't like. Is this a unique condition where only Trump, it can only apply to Trump? I mean, I have to bring up, how long did Trump speak negatively of Hillary Clinton? Was that Hillary derangement syndrome, or are we refusing to diagnose that? Let me know in the comments. Will G, when will when we'll see the first wave of Eastern European refugees coming in after Trump unchains and lets Putin play hopscotch on the red line? So what do you say? You're saying that Trump's going to secure the border from brown immigrants and open up the floodgate to white Eastern European immigrants? I don't know if I could, I don't know about that. I'd have to, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I haven't seen. I understand he's talked about, why do you have to come here from shithole countries and things like that. I can't see at this point how you could refer to Mexico as a shithole and open up the door to Ukraine. Ukraine is rubble right now. If you see Mexico as a shithole, then the Ukraine should be the damn septic tank. I don't know, Will. I'd have to see that, but if he does that, the chance of racism are going to come out, and I can't challenge anybody. If all of a sudden he starts shutting the border off to brown immigrants and lets in a bunch of white ones from the Ukraine, what else can you call? Can you call that? We'll see. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But man, if he does that, you really giving me some challenging shit today. Let me go back to the box because I can't push back on that. If that happens, that would be really bad. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 20,000. We can make that happen. Power. What does that says? Forever C19. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you there. Appreciate that. I did see when you dropped that in there. When I see on the I can't, for some reason my eyesight is not good on these really small comments. But for the great Furman, good evening. Welcome to the program.
How you doing, sir? Happy New Year to
I
you, bro.
appreciate that. Now, I had a video, better yet, a screenshot on my screen a minute ago of Biden giving Liz Cheney what is it called, the Presidential Citizens Award. He's giving it to her for her work on January 6th. So apparently Biden really favors her challenging Trump. So I want to ask you, what are the chances you think that he's going to pardon her on the way out? Because we know Trump, we know MAGA, has Liz derangement syndrome. So we know that they want this woman. What are the chances that Biden might pardon her on the way out?
I think there's a good chance. When I first heard you say that, I guess I wouldn't see no harm in it. Maybe unlike the other people he didn't pardon, I just don't know what Trump's attack would be legally on her.
She
So
prepped a witness. I follow a lot of right wing media. Certainly, Bill O'Reilly's one challenge. Bill O'Reilly, formerly of Fox News, he's one yelling that they should go after her. He's stating that she improperly prepped a witness. In other words, she's running the investigation of Trump, but behind the scenes, she's actually coercing witnesses on what to say when they come forward. Now, he hasn't presented any evidence of this. This is an accusation. But they are saying that that is one of the things she did, which would be criminal. I mean, that's like the prosecutor working.
I agree.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I mean, with that information you just told me, yeah, he should partner.
Mm.
Because all I was looking for, if there's a little doubt of anything, then yeah, he should just partner. Because that dude's on a revenge tour. He all but told us.
But what if Liz Cheney actually did that? What if she actually did, illegally prep a witness in effort to just get rid of Trump? Would you not want her investigated and the truth to come out?
Yeah, I would, but we're past what truths need to come out at this point. You know what I mean? Like I said, you can't throw rocks out of a glass house. You know what I mean? You don't want your guy investigated. So
Yeah.
where we draw this line at? In comparison, I would say it's apples and oranges on the severity of the crimes that's being alleged. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it'd definitely be something petty, but he is America's pettiest president.
Yeah,
So,
I get your point, and I gotta somewhat agree with that. That you want the truth on Liz Cheney to come out, but we obviously have seen that. We don't know what the truth is on the charges that Trump faced, but because of all of the delay tactics and now he's won the presidency, we'll never know. The truth on Trump will never come out, even when it comes to the January 6th participants. It does look odd to complain about pardoning Liz when he's already promised to pardon them. I mean, was what Liz Cheney did worse than the January 6th participants?
yeah, I mean that's my thing. I mean that's what I say. The alleged crimes, the severity is apples and oranges. You know what I mean? So she prepped a witness or whatever. Well, the alleged crimes against Trump, who's going to be the leader of our free nation. I think even the crime she's allegedly being accused of, even if he had that, it holds more weight because of the position you're trying to hold.
Yeah, it does. It does come across like selective anger, where if a liberal does something, I don't want. Liz Cheney's not a liberal, but she's obviously working against Trump. But I was gonna say, if a liberal does something you don't like, you want him prosecuted. But if it's on the other side, it's a witch hunt, and it's not just Trump. I mean, obviously they don't believe the J6 participants did anything wrong either. So it does look like bias outrage of sorts.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I'm 47, and all my life that right side of the aisle been, law and order. You know what I mean? Like there's no, the line is very black and white. There's no gray there. Well, it used to be when it became to that side of the aisle, and it's just funny how far we've come.
It's interesting you say that because Trump is talking about bringing back the death penalty, lowering crime. He's constantly talking about how bad crime is, but you're saying that he has blurred the line where the right used to be known as the law and order party, but thanks you're saying during his era, you don't know as much anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not necessarily his era. I mean, it's, like I said, the best crooks, the best criminals, they have a little tact. You know what I mean? They know how to read the room and do whatever. His room is always brash. That's always their approach. So when you attack a room like that, like I said before on your show, the supporters are to blame too because y'all keep feeding the beast.
Well, they really think that Biden sucks and is destroying the whole damn country. So they're gonna support somebody that appears to be doing a better job in restoring America. That's why they're going with Trump. They think Biden's trying to destroy the country.
Okay, I mean, I get it. I can't argue with why people vote that way, but I've always asked, is like, why this guy? You know what I mean? Like that's my biggest thing.
The brashness.
Yeah.
And what's interesting? Well, I've said when you had like 9 guys running against Trump, like Vivek and Vivek and Ron DeSantis and all of them folks. I said that during that time. I'm like, you would get at least 80 to 90% of the policies you love out of those. Out of Ron DeSantis is gonna give you almost everything you want out of Trump. Maybe plus or minus 10% of the policies you might get from Trump. But like you said, it's the brashness because Ron DeSantis ain't gonna get up there and be sending out all these angry tweets on Christmas and Thanksgiving. I actually think there's a large contingent of the Republican Party that likes that attack stuff.
Yeah, or fear it. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean, or fear it.
Fear it.
I mean, you know, he cancels careers.
Yeah.
Maga.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if you're telling yourself you're doing it for the right reason because your constituency needs you there, at what cost? You know what I mean? It's a cost benefit analysis to me. You know, I get what all you saying, $2 gas and this and that. And I told you on this show of yours plenty of times, I pay $10 for gallon of gas because some things are just not weighed out equally.
So you sticking by that statement. You're sticking by that statement that
yes,
you would pay $10 a gallon to have Kamala Harris as opposed to Trump.
Yeah, and it's for the simple reason that what just happened. You know what I mean? Like, you know, last time I was on here, we was talking about his tweets of truths during the holidays. You know what I mean? And then, you know, this attack happens, he comes right out. And he's swinging for the people he's already going to swing.
You know, when I hear what you're talking about, because you're right, last time we talked, we were talking about his tweets on Thanksgiving and Christmas. I think I can totally understand, based on our conversation, why people think I have Trump derangement syndrome. Is because Trump, anytime you cover Trump, he's usually doing something controversial, if not outright negative. And if you cover it all, it does seem like you have Trump derangement syndrome. Unless you cover it all and say, yeah, I like him sending out awful messages about the Democrats on Christmas and Thanksgiving. But if you cover it from a standpoint of maybe you think it's wrong to do that on the holidays, I can certainly see why people would suggest I have Trump derangement syndrome, because he stays in the news and he's doing stuff like this. And, you know, I'm not going to get up there and say I think it's a good idea to blame immigrants before you have all the facts on what happened on New Orleans, or I think it's a great thing to call Democrats, you know, lunatics on Christmas Day and all. So there is no way to cover it without at least MAGA saying you got Trump derangement syndrome, because they like that stuff.
Well, and how can you have Trump derangement syndrome? But anytime there's a president, whether it's a tan suit or a guy tripped up the damn stage, it's going to be fucking news. So, I mean, like, what are you supposed to do and just be like, make up some shit like he went up in a tree and got a cat for some lady or something? I mean, what are you supposed to do, Tim? I mean, or anyone else that's in politics.
You're supposed to
sucks the oxygen out the room.
You're supposed to ignore any fallacies of Trump, and you're supposed to highlight those of liberals. That's what you're supposed to do. That way you don't have Trump derangement syndrome. That's the cure to it.
I hear that. So even these guys that, you know, at least one of them, the New Orleans guys, his ties to is or whatever. It's funny to me, even the religious right. I see a lot of people trading in one coat to join another one.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? It's like it's easy to them to believe in something that doesn't make sense. You understand what I'm saying?
I say that all the time as well, that is, that's a great way of avoiding the censors instead of calling them out what they are. But yeah, is, they are essentially the same thing as a lot of, evangelicals. They just are doing it in the name of Islam, and the evangelicals are doing a lot of it in the name of Christianity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, you know, when we talk to these deeply religious, rooted people and, you know, and how they just cling on to Trump, I mean, hey, it kind of matches. You know, it's not really.
I think the only difference is, and this is where the Trump side is going to push back, because Christians aren't, necessarily bombing and blowing up places like is currently doing. Their time for doing that was in the past. They used to do it too, but they do have a deeply devoted sense of religion, just like is does, and up to and including oppressing people to make it happen. So there is a lot of similarities between the is folks and the evangelical right.
Okay, so I would ask you this: when you said their time has come and went, is this a Christian country?
You know how I feel about that. I've said it on the program many times before. I think to
That wasn't
call it,
really for you. Yeah, I know exactly how you
yeah,
feel. I'm just putting a
for
question out
me,
there.
saying America is a Christian country is like saying I'm a dietitian and I'm 300 pounds. I really think that America calls itself a Christian country, but in reality, we are Christians in name only, so to speak. Just the whole history of how we were found. How can you have Christian? How can you be founded on Christianity and slavery or oppression or what's happening with the Native Americans or even women in this country? How could you be founded on those two things at the same time? So clearly, you're not
You can't.
following what's in the book. If you think all of this other shit is, you're not following what's in the book.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And I only brought that question up to say because we get all this pushback from the people on the right more to say that it's a Christian country. It's okay to have God steering our policies, this and that. So that's why I pushed back on you with saying their time has came and went. Because if those people believe that, we tear up a lot of shit in the world.
Well, yeah, worldwide, you might be right. We could be. I mean, that's might be why is don't like us. It's because we are, often imposing our religion on other countries. I mean, there's a reason why Christianity is so widespread around the globe, and it ain't because all these folks just started, bowing down to Jesus. It's like we went around the world forcing that religion on people. I bring this up all the time. None of the native people on most of the continents, whether it's Africa, whether it's Australia, whether it's a lot of the Pacific Islands, none of them folks believed in God or Jesus Christ until somebody came along and forced it on them. So I always say, if he's all knowing, all powerful, shouldn't he be in our heart? Other humans should not have to come to your land and force this person on you. If he really is what he's supposed to be, it should already be in that person's heart. It should already be among humanity. And that's really how most of us became Christian. Is there, our ancestors, wherever you're from, somebody showed up and started forcing it on them.
I agree. You know what I mean? That's I came up in the church same way as you. Sunday school, all that, and I. My family, we had conversations. I was like, well, if he gave me the power to choose, then my choice should be okay because that's quote unquote why he gave his life. You understand? So everybody should be able to feel what they do. But that being said, we can't govern under those rules.
No. Well, like I said, though, when you look at the way we do govern, we clearly are not, like for instance, America first. We're one of the wealthiest countries on the planet, and we're only gonna focus on ourselves. So it's literally like the wealthy people are like, we only gonna hand out things amongst ourselves. Damn the poor. That doesn't. I mean, I get it. A lot of people favor America first, but that doesn't sound very Christian-like. I mean, you're pretty much telling the rest of the world that's poorer than you, we only gonna take care of ourselves. We don't really give a damn about what's going on with you. That just don't sound very Christian.
And and to tie it all back together, you got one side of the aisle that's talking about make America great again and America first and this and that. I think I've told you before, okay, cool. Y'all want to withdraw the money from around the world? Then y'all must be okay for paying for free health care and college for kids.
No, you ain't gonna get
Free
that. You ain't gonna
Exactly.
get that.
So miss me with talking about the border so dangerous and this 0.003% of immigrants that do crime in America is the big fucking problem. I told you before, we got the most prisons and we got the most prisoners. Probably because we got the most chips in the sense that we got the best fucking criminals. Nobody crimes like America. Nobody does a lot of shit like us. But nobody definitely crimes and colonized like we do. So you can miss me with the border being an issue. I know I've told you this before. I can give two shits. Because what happened yesterday, that happens more frequently than the latter that we've talked about.
And that was indeed a red-blooded American. Shelly, appreciate the sub. All right, Fur. Fur the Great. They call you Fur. Fur back.
Brother, I know.
All right,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Appreciate it.
Next time.
Anytime. And moving on with the program, I see Timothy Lee in the comments on YouTube Horizontal said, this is the only time that y'all sound really stupid when you're talking about Christian or Christianity. Like I said, I don't mind the criticism. Feel free to elaborate. I don't get what you said. What part of it sounds stupid? Let me know. Are you suggesting that Christianity was not forced on people all around the world? Tell me what part of it sounds stupid. I mean, are you saying that the wealthiest nation, stating that we're not going to take care of others, we're going to focus only on ourselves. Does that sound? I'd like to know what part of it is stupid. If I sit, I might have to put on the spectacles before I go to my next caller. If I sit in the middle of the road, am I a car? Okay, so just because I read the Bible or say I'm Christian, that don't mean I'm Christian. I don't, now what you're saying doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that. You said if I sit in the middle of the road, am I a car? No. Okay, so just because I read the Bible or say I'm Christian, that don't mean I'm okay. Then I think you and I are agreeing. I just stated that America's a bunch of CINOs, CINO, Christian in name only. I think you're saying the same thing. If a bunch of Americans read the Bible or say they're Christian, it doesn't mean they're Christian. I don't think we sound stupid. I think we sound like you. You're kind of agreeing with us. Let me go back to the box real quick. I want to make sure I didn't miss any comments there. And real quick on your, I don't know what I'm hitting there. Appreciate you guys that aren't tapping the screen, by the way. Get us up to 25,000. We don't block, ban, or censor. This is an uncensored program as always. We're all about free speech. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak here. So it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. You can be critical of anyone in the damn comment section, up to and including yours truly. Totally believe in free speech. That's how we've ran it from day one. We always have been MAGA friendly, always will be MAGA friendly. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, I ask that you follow the program on TikTok, share the live if will, a subscription on YouTube, horizontal or vertical as well. I'm sure there are a lot of H-1B visas worthy. I'm sure there are a lot of H-1B visa worthy Eastern Europeans, especially females. Well, shit. What he said, a whole bunch of Melania Trumps. So Trump is going to secure the border from the brown immigrants, but let in a whole bunch of Eastern European goddesses. Yeah, it could happen. That actually could happen. I'm starting to see the light, Will. I can see that. I can see a hell of a lot of Americans allowing it. I like that. Appreciate that. Yeah, we try to run a free speech program. Let me go back to the box. Had a viewer holding on. I think I had him in there. Real quick in the comments. Don't know what I just hit there. Religions definition have blood. Religions definitely have blood on their hands. Yeah, I think all religions have blood on their hands. I think just about every religion teaches its subjects that if you do not do, or if you do not adhere to the rules of that religion, you're going to face all sorts of punishment. And it's usually violent punishment. I mean, we try to portray Christianity as being above a lot of the other religions, but look what's in there. You're turning into piles of salt, you're getting smited, whatever the hell that is. You're going to hell, you're burning. I mean, it's all very violent outcomes. And that's Christianity. I don't even know what's in the Quran and any of the other publications, but that is one of the things that is consistent with religion seems to be, is that if you don't follow the rules, the outcome is going to be violent, which is why I will say this: if you've been brought up religious, it's more difficult to challenge the religion or even become what they call atheists or non-denominational, because you're so fearful of the violence. That's how you keep the subjects in control. Me myself personally, I grew up in a church, used to direct the choir, used to want to be a pastor my damn self. And as I've gotten older, I've started challenging a lot of things that didn't make sense and stuff like that. But I gotta be honest, even from my own standpoint, the fear of the violence is what still makes you hesitant to stray, because you've been threatened your whole life. If you don't follow this, bad shit is going to happen to you. It's almost like you're a battered spouse. You don't even want to testify against your ex in court because I'm gonna have somebody get your ass. Somebody gonna touch you. I mean, you don't want to do anything against it because you've been told so much violence is going to happen if you do. Continuing on with Maverick in KC or in NC. I think that's what I'm reading. Good evening.
Hey.
Hey, this is a Maverick in North Carolina. Is that what I'm reading?
Yep.
Shout out to Tom. Shout out to Tom Cruise, one of my favorite movies. So, what am I getting wrong here? What brought you on?
Well, I think that you're mischaracterizing MAGA as Christians. Not a lot of MAGA is not Christians, and I don't think you're giving credit where credit is due. MAGA is waking up to the Christian psyop that happened through Israel.
So wait, let me ask you. Now we're speculating because there's no way to know here, but I'm just going to ask you. You give me whatever answer you want. What percentage, if you had to speculate, of MAGA is not Christian?
Like, so when you mean Christian, like, do we believe in God, or are we actively Christian? Like, so do I believe in God? Yes. Do I go to church? I would never go to church ever again. Never in my life.
Why not?
Because it's a psyop.
Damn.
It's a psyop that's been put onto this country by Israel. But you're not giving MAGA enough credit for the criticisms that we give them.
So how do you respond to somebody that might say...
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm very passionate. You have to be patient with us because we are new to this. We didn't know. We honestly didn't know.
When did you learn?
Most of us didn't know. Huh?
When did you learn?
I personally learned about 6 months ago. Well, it was in 2024, like spring. And I about had a nervous breakdown. I'm at odds with my family about it. They won't wake up. I was raised by a Pentecostal preacher. So when I learned who orchestrates everything, and when I learned who the deep state really is, I about had a damn nervous breakdown. When I learned that it's all a lie, it's all a lie.
The church
I believe in God. Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. And I haven't been to church since 2004. I quit going to church a long time ago. But to learn what the country that starts with an I has done to this country and how it infiltrates on this country, it's disgusting. It makes me sick. And most of MAGA is on board with that. But you have to be patient with us because we didn't know.
Does Trump know?
No. And I don't understand. Like, what the fuck does he not get, dude? What are you not seeing that we're seeing? We're over here, we're just as mad as y'all are about the Israeli cabinet.
I have not heard this from MAGA. You're different than the MAGA I normally get.
Because I'm awake.
And Trump is asleep.
I'm awake.
You're awake and Trump is asleep.
When it comes to the country that starts with an I, yes. Absolutely. And I think that Kushner has some influence. And I didn't think that in 2020. I was like, who gives a fuck about Kushner? Who cares? Whatever. It's just a son-in-law. No, he's obviously got some influence. His father is in there now.
Yeah, I see a lot of folks on my YouTube side actually agree with you. So in other words, when it comes to the I country, you're essentially saying that if you support Trump, you voted in the swamp, at least in terms of the I country.
So I think that I am still Trump. I'm still Trump A1 from day one. Don't get me wrong. I love Trump. Mm-hmm. But I think that during the campaign, we were believing that Trump was going to come in and truly drain the swamp. But I don't think that MAGA understood who the swamp was until recently. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand it, but my guess is it's going to be just like 2016, where you're going to find out. Just look at him trying to appoint Matt Gaetz as an example. I mean, some people say that Pete Hegseth is a bad appointee. I mean, you got Tulsi Gabbard speaking with a dictator. It looks like he's kind of doing 2016 all over again, making bad appointments.
Well, I'm excited about Kash Patel and RFK. The rest of them, I really don't give a shit about.
But do you see any bad appointments, like in 2016? People that he should not be appointing?
I think by appointing his daughter's father-in-law, which was Kushner's dad, and the other guy. What was the other guy that was related to him?
Well, Jared Kushner himself, too, when he was on the last administration.
Yeah, and like if you remember, they said that his family wasn't going to have any kind of influence in this administration.
Right.
Yeah.
I
don't regret my vote. Don't get it twisted. I don't regret. I would have never voted for Kamala Harris. That's not the deal. But I think that we expected more. We wanted it drained. You cannot drain the swamp when you are putting the country that starts with an I in the White House. You cannot.
Yeah. I think the thing is, Trump in the eyes of most Americans, has better policies. A lot more folks favor Trump's policies over the liberals and certainly over Kamala Harris. But the drain the swamp part, I don't think any MAGA is going to be satisfied with that. My guess is by the time it's all said and done, you're going to be pointing out a whole bunch of characters, just like in 2016 to 2020, that Trump should never have surrounded himself by. You like the policies, but his ability as a HR person, human resources, or as an employer are terrible. He can get what you may favor done, but in terms of picking a surrounding cast, he's terrible at it. And I think that that's going to happen again.
Possibly. I don't know. I hope it doesn't. But when he first started calling out these cabinet picks, I was pissed. Like, I was pissed and very vocal about it. I mean, I lost friends on this app over it. I can be critical of Trump, and he's wrong he's dead wrong. Period. The end for his support in that country. He needs to.
Yeah, and you're going to get more support for the I country out of Trump than you would have gotten out of the liberals, because the liberals were at least somewhat pro-Palestinian. Trump's going to be pro-I 100%.
Yeah, but I can't get on board with the Democrats and their constant chaos, the constant propaganda, the constant anti-Trump stance. It's constant.
I don't get that though,
and that's why
I don't get. Okay, you're saying the Democrats they're constant chaos and constant anti-Trump stance. What about anti-Pelosi, anti-Clinton, anti-Obama, But you're okay with all of that?
With the media, they have the media. Trump didn't have the media.
When
you have a constant psyop.
Trump lived on Twitter, and now he owns Truth. What do you mean he doesn't have the media? He's literally calling into Fox News on his own personal phone. Several members of the Fox News organization has either came from the Trump administration or came from Fox and went to the Trump administration. He owns that network.
He owns Fox.
Technically, when we talk about how the liberals, MSNBC is working for the liberals, Trump has a far stronger connection with Fox News than any.
He might have a seat at the head of the table, but he doesn't own it.
You get what I'm saying, though? That Trump has Fox News is far more in the tank of Trump than any left-wing media outlet is in the tank of any left-wing candidate.
Well, that's because why? That's because everything goes back to Israel. That's why. Everything.
Goes back to what?
They own the banks. They own everything.
Wow.
They own everything. They're involved in everything.
Is it possible with your opinion that the I country owns the banks and everything? Is it possible that one reason Trump seems to back them is that he likes money and maybe they're putting money in his pocket?
Well, according to Forbes, he came out $2 billion poorer. So, I don't know.
Well, Elon Musk gave him $450 million by himself. And by the way, he came out poorer because of the court cases. If you take away the court cases, Trump gained a lot of money. He lost the $2 billion is probably from lawyers and shit.
What, in 2020?
You said Trump.
This is 2020. This is not now. This is 2020.
Then why would he have come out $2 billion poorer? What would have happened?
That's what it says.
I think the only way Trump would have came out from being president $2 billion poorer is that Forbes wised up.
That Trump is influenced. I think he's influenced by that country. I think that he probably takes some money, whether or not I don't think he profits off of it, but I think that he's influenced off of it. But as far as him profiting off of it, I don't think so. But he's definitely influenced off of it.
Well, in regards to your statement
I hate that because without that country's influence and psyop, Trump could do great things, but not as long as they're involved.
Wow.
They need to go. They need to go.
Well, they are our only window to the Middle East, Maverick. That's the reason why we keep holding them. They are our window to the Middle East.
I know. They offer all of our surveillance, right? That's fucking bullshit. They offer surveillance and they get us in wars and we shed American blood and for their bullshit. It needs to stop. They are terrorists. That's what they are. They're terrorists.
Wow.
And they are the swamp. They are the deep state. That's who, you want to know who the deep state is? That's who it is.
Netanyahu.
That's who it is.
Netanyahu.
Absolutely. 100%.
Wow. And like I said, Trump is very friendly to him. So
you want to know how? They're like, oh, you got the speaker vote tomorrow, right? They're not going to let Thomas Massey in there. MAGA wants Thomas Massey. You know why? Thomas Massey is the only one without an AIPAC handler.
wow.
The only one in Congress. And guess what? When he went on Tucker Carlson and he said that, guess what happened 2 weeks later? His wife was dead.
Wait, repeat that? Repeat that?
Go look at the timeline. Go look at the timeline of Thomas Massey's interview with Tucker Carlson. Okay, when he said, I'm the only one in Congress that don't have an AIPAC handler. Okay, his wife was dead 2 weeks later. Swear to God.
All right. Wow. That's strong shit. All right. So at the end of the day, though, you favor Trump, but apparently there's a hell of a lot orbiting around him.
At the end of the day, I mean, Trump was on Truth Social today calling for the CIA to get involved. You got MAGA all over X saying, what the fuck are you talking about? MAGA ain't for the fucking CIA, dude.
He's also suddenly, he's for the CIA that goes against MAGA. He's now all of a sudden for H-1B visas per Elon Musk. MAGA's not for that. You guys might end up with buyer's remorse by the time we're done.
I don't know. I hope not. I mean, I love Trump, and I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna blame everybody but Trump till the very end, and that's fine.
Why would you blame everybody but Trump? Hold on.
Because I am MAGA, dude. I am MAGA. I've been A1 from day one with Trump, and I'm gonna ride with Trump. But my point
that's fine. But
I think that he's so. Like, I mean, Trump is the elite, right? But, you know, I think that he's just so out of touch with what's going on in the world because, you know, with like Israel and all of those places, he thinks that, well, because they said they're Christian.
Maverick, before I'm moving on, I just have to ask you, if he is so out of touch with the world, if he is basically working with the deep state who you think the I country is, why the hell did you vote him in?
Because we didn't have I would have voted for Trump regardless, but I did because I'm going to vote and I'm not voting for Kamala Harris.
I get the Kamala Harris part. I'm not saying you should vote for her. But what about Ron DeSantis and Vivek and all of them folks?
I mean, I think that they're possibly the future of MAGA. Possibly. It depends on Doge. It depends on how good Doge does. If Vivek is the future of MAGA.
Shit, if Doge does really good, then Elon Musk is probably the future of MAGA.
Elon can't be the president of the United States. He wasn't born yet.
Officially, right now, he cannot. Just like officially, a few years ago, you could have a pregnancy termination in every state. But I'm telling you, shit can change. I mean, the guy can lobby to every politician in Washington simultaneously. If for some way, let's just say for shits and giggles, he was able to, get them to at least propose a bill to change the law from you have to be born in America to you have to be a citizen for the last 10 or 15 years or whatever. He can lobby to every politician that would be responsible for voting on that. I don't feel confident saying that count Elon Musk out 100% in that case. I could easily see them voting.
Do you have an X account?
Huh?
Do you have an X account?
Yeah, but I don't use it. Yeah, I do, but I don't use it much.
You need to go on there and you need to see how much MAGA's pushing back on Israel and Elon Musk. We're not riding with this shit like you think we are. You really need to go inform yourself on that. You really do.
All right.
Because we're not riding with it like y'all think we are.
All right, Maverick. You definitely are that indeed. I got to move it on, but appreciate you coming through. Thank you. First time talking?
We've talked a few times here and there.
All right. Good to have you on again. Thank you.
All right, dude.
All right, moving on. What do you guys think? Maverick. And that was definitely a Maverick-worthy conversation. Will G says Christian white nationalism. That's what he was stating that she was. That's his opinion of what she was talking about. Whereas they were not necessarily favoring churches. I don't know. I don't know if I heard. I wish I could have saw that and asked her more about that and got more clarity on that. That's an interesting take. Trump is an attention and media. Oh, says Will G. I don't think anybody would deny that Trump is a attention and media hoe. Yeah, he likes attention like the Kardashians does. He is a media hoe. I'm not gonna now. Many folks favor him being in the media. You know, even myself. I don't like the way Trump uses the media, but I wish more politicians would use the media more just for the transparency purposes. I don't like getting on media just to bash people like his Thanksgiving Day message and his Christmas Day message. That ain't how you should use media. But I do like the fact that he'll go on Rogan and go on shows and talk to the people. I just don't like I'm going, because what he is doing, and I know MAGA would never admit this, but what he is essentially doing is equivalent to liberal derangement syndrome. You know, they all hate Trump. He does the same shit. Every message he sends out is damn near anti-liberal. That's liberal derangement syndrome. Just because you refuse to diagnose it or call it out, don't mean it's not there. Real quick in the comments, I do want to make sure I didn't miss that. Joseph Miller, listening to my last guest, was saying, here we go with the Yahtzee shit. It's all over Ohio also. You're talking about folks walking down the streets in with the 1940s flag of Germany. I've seen that. I have seen that. Well, why do you guys think that is? Do you think that? Now I've heard some people say that the resurgence of Trump has emboldened people to feel more comfortable with this shit. I can't speak on it just yet, but I will say this. You got what took place in New Orleans, and that's what we're talking about today. You got what took place in New Orleans, and within a few hours, Trump was on social media blaming the guy who took out 14 people and himself in New Orleans. Well, the cops took him out, but 14 innocent people lost their lives in New Orleans, and within a few hours, Trump is online indicating that that's what happens when immigrants come in this country. Yet, as my viewer was pointing out, you walk down the streets of Ohio or Nashville preaching nothing but hatred. Trump doesn't say shit about that. You think if you had Venezuelans walking down the street of any city in America saying anything ill of America, Trump would go days, weeks without saying it? He would be on that shit immediately. He would be on that the same night it happened. Folks walking down the streets talking like they're in 1930s Germany, and you don't hear nothing from Trump. That does speak volumes. I mean, you don't hear nothing from him at all. Joseph Miller says, I'm talking all these white folks hating Jewish folks. Ain't they white too? Yeah, but I'm trying to use a word other than the H word, because I don't want to trigger TikTok, but that H goes way back. I mean, the Germans were white and they didn't like them. And it goes, even going back to the time of the alleged time of Jesus. I mean, they've been hated. The J people have been hated, I don't know, shit, for hundreds of years. Yeah, they are considered, they are white people. I don't think it's the hatred of them because of skin color. It's the hatred of them because of their religion. That's what it is. I think it's the religion that is making people. If a J person became a Christian, I think that if they became Christian, you may not even be able to recognize them to some degree. I mean, do they really stand out? If you take off the yarmulke and all of that, I mean, do they really stand out that much? I think if they identified as Christian, it might be the religion. Religion has created as much disdain for folks as skin color. Religion is, I don't know which one is, religion is probably worse than the clashing of peoples because of skin color. I think religion is probably worse, historically at least. 14 arrested for taking over apartments, says Jason. Yeah, and that's what, listen, I'll go back to the box. I got a couple callers waiting, but just to read that comment from Trump again, he stated, when I said the criminals coming in are when I said, okay, here it is again. Let me clear my mind here. This is what Trump sent out a few hours after the incident in New Orleans. 14 people losing their lives. When I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our own country. That statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. Oddly enough, what his statement is fake news. He's criticizing the fake news media while being on media, tweeting out fake news, because this obviously had nothing to do with anybody coming in the country. He heard that the truck used in this incident had been seen crossing the U.S. border into Mexico, and that was all he needed to hear to equate that to being an illegal immigrant. As I said before, there are thousands of Americans that visit Mexico every day, drive into that country, come back home. All he needed to hear was that car had came across the border, and that was enough for him to go all the way into a tangent about undocumented or illegal aliens or whatever the hell you want to call it. Joby, good evening.
Hey.
Welcome to the program.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. So what do you think about Trump stating this, that, the immigrants coming in this country are far worse than what we have here? Do you see any validity to that?
I don't see any validity to anything he's ever said.
Damn. Hey, what are you telling me? You telling me everything he says is a lie?
Come on, man. 99.999%.
I don't know if it's that bad. Now, you sound like you got derangement syndrome is what my guests are going to say.
Yeah, I got it. Got it pretty bad, too.
So, I mean, you do agree that our borders need to be more secure, would you not?
Yes.
Okay.
And he doesn't because he had the chance to secure them and he shot it down
Well,
for his own political benefit.
yeah, he shot it down for his political benefits, but he shot it down knowing that he might get elected and he could do an even better job securing the border.
So meanwhile, how many more passed over the border during that time between he shot it down to today?
No shit, it don't matter. The largest deportation in history, he getting rid of everybody. It's gonna be on. It's gonna be on.
Yes, I better pack.
Let me ask you this, because there is I think somebody was trying to pass a law or something like this. We talked about it on a previous live where they were offering $1,000 per immigrant turned in. If you could make money, let's just say for shits and giggles, let's say you live in a right-wing area and they are indeed offering money per immigrant. If you turn someone in and it turns out they truly were a criminal, undocumented immigrant, we'll give you, 200, 500, 1,000. Would you do it if you could profit?
No. That would be bounty hunters. I guess a new version of that. But no, I would not. I would not do that.
Well, it's not really bounty hunters. I mean, we offer rewards for criminals all the time. Luigi Maggione, that was a $60,000 reward for him. I mean, all you're doing is making a phone call. You're not going and apprehending a guy.
But how are these people? Well, you make that phone call. As soon as you make that phone call, you're putting their lives in jeopardy right then and there because you don't know what kind of officer is going to show up.
Yeah, it won't be good. I'm sure of that.
But I've done some analyzation of what I think is going on.
Sure, what you got?
And it all stems from the fact that above 50% of adult Americans are at a fifth grade level and below when it comes as far as education. So
wait. What percentage of Americans you said is at a fifth grade level or below?
Over 50%. I think
Adults?
it's around 50.
Adults?
It's somewhere around 52%.
That can't be right.
You want to bet?
You said over 50% of full-grown American adults have less than a fifth grade education.
Fifth grade reading level and below.
Damn.
That's where we're at.
Where did you hear that?
I've heard it and then I looked it up and I confirmed it. But that kind of explains a lot to me. But I think what's happening now, because everyone's still confused about how he won. But what I've come to understand, man, is that I think he is white privilege personified.
But we can talk about whether it's his skin color, but there's no denying that Trump was born into privilege. I mean, even he brags about being able to receive $1 million loan from his dad that over 99% of Americans would have no access to. So you can't deny that Trump was born into privilege.
But I think the excuse is because what I've come to realize is that he can't verbally express enough racist actions or comments to be called a racist. He
What do you
can't
mean?
commit enough felonies to be called a criminal. He can't fail enough times in his businesses to be called a failure. He can't say enough unintelligent shit to be considered a fool.
Yet he is a billionaire and he's the president of the United States. You sure you're correct? You're really putting him down. He's really been successful all his life.
But all these things I've said that he's done, they can't call him out for what it is. I mean, the idolization of him, it overshadows any common sense of reality. I just don't get it. I mean, he's the Christian savior who I bet couldn't quote one line from the Bible.
Well, I don't know if he could quote a line from the Bible or not, but he did admit on television that he's never asked God for forgiveness and he's not a Christian. So that is kind of interesting that he is a Christian savior and he's selling Bibles while admitting he's not a Christian. That never did make sense to me.
No, he's the adulterer who cheats with many women. He's the thief who steals from his charities, as well as his followers with all these sneakers and shirts and shit. I mean, I think
but he is a patriot that cares about his country. That's what I'm hearing. So maybe you're getting some of this wrong. People say that Trump cares about the country. He's here to do what's best for us all.
Then why does he send out Christmas messages calling the right or the left lunatics if he's here for all of us? He's not here for all of us. He's here for people who have red hats on, and that's it.
Damn.
He can give a shit about the rest of us. He does. He couldn't care less. And he says it out loud. I mean, you hear. I mean, he should come out with a line of Christmas cards and Easter cards and shit. It would sell. You know, Merry Christmas, you lunatics. You know, shit like that.
Sound like what was that on Home Alone? Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Yeah, he probably could. He could certainly make probably some good money sending out insulting Christmas cards and things like that about the. I think they do sell stuff like that. I think they already do sell stuff that is insulting to the left.
I think what the average Trump supporter really relates to is what is his promise to make America white and Christian again. I think that's what the bottom line of what they want is, and the protection that white privilege represents. I mean,
so wait a minute, I can't just let you get away with that. If you're gonna say he's only catering to white folks, how do you explain?
I think that's what they truly admire about him. I'm not saying he cares him, but I think that's what they truly admire.
Right, but then I gotta defend the MAGA side of the aisle and ask, how do you explain that he got more Hispanic male votes than Kamala Harris did, and Hispanic women voted for him in large numbers as well? If he's only looking out for white people, what are you seeing that the Hispanics don't see?
When you break it down, is he looking out for them? Does he have Puerto Rican women and men and best? And he's fixing to round them up just based on what they look like.
So what are you saying, that they don't see something? I mean, because they voted for him.
52% is what I'm saying.
What do you mean 52%?
When going back to what I said before, they don't realize what they voted for. They're voting for memes and catchphrases. They don't realize they haven't looked into what he's really up to. He says he has nothing to do with Project 2025, yet he has 8 people who are involved in that right there in his cabinet. Yeah. I mean, they don't believe their own eyes and ears. He said he had nothing to do with that in any way, shape, or form, and now 8 people that are involved in it are in his cabinet. So which one is it? Does he know anything about it, or are 8 people involved in his cabinet?
Well, he could govern without implementing Project 2025. But the idea that he don't know nothing about it, I wouldn't buy that. That makes no sense. Is because they're running television ads and everything.
That's what I mean. They believe he doesn't, and it makes no sense.
No, I don't believe that MAGA thinks that Trump doesn't know anything about Project. I think they believe he may not implement Project 2025. But I mean, you got half the liberals running television ads and shit during the campaign talking about Project 2025. You're telling me nobody would have told him, or he would not have been motivated? Let me go look up what they're claiming I'm part of. You're telling me he just ignored all of that? I mean, it was hovering all over him.
He spoke at the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
With the big sign behind him. I mean, he spoke at it. There's no hiding it. And the sad thing is that when this goes horribly wrong, and I think it's going to, he is going to simply tell them whose fault it is, and they will believe him.
Well, what about my last? I just had a woman on. She's definitely true MAGA, and she said that they don't follow Trump like that. She's not, she said there's a hell of a lot of MAGA that are not just following blindly behind Trump, and they're not happy with a lot of his decisions. So when you say that he's going to just tell them something and they're going to believe it, she's already made it clear they don't like his connection to Netanyahu and the deep state and the elite. They're pushing back on Elon Musk and some of his picks.
I don't mean to say they'll believe it. He's gonna say it's this person's fault or that person's fault, and they're gonna believe that's the reason. He's going to say it's, anything that happened in the first year and a half of his presidency that goes wrong. He's going to say it was it was Biden's policies. He's going to point the finger at whoever he wants to, and they're not wise enough to do any research, and they're going to just say, yeah, it's not his fault. Because didn't Elon Musk already say that the economy is going to crash before it gets better? He's already prepared.
Yeah, they definitely. And not only Elon, but Trump has also indicated it might be challenging to bring down the price of groceries. So they certainly are changing their.
He wasn't saying that when he was running.
No, when he was running, he was making it sound like I'm gonna turn this whole country into roses and rainbows. But now that he's gotten the opportunity, he's starting to let you know maybe I kind of said some of that shit just to get in there.
But now that shouldn't they have realized that before they cast that vote? That he was not going to promise, that all these promises were fake.
Well, I'll give you the simple pushback is, regardless of what Trump said, the mindset was Kamala Harris as president sucks and we cannot let that happen. We're willing to entertain a few missteps from Trump. We cannot let her have control. So they were willing to, okay, yeah, he didn't do everything, but the opposite is Kamala Harris for president.
Some of the things I heard, especially from Black MAGA, threw me for a loop. I heard, now Sebastian Gorka, correct?
I've heard the name.
Yes, he's in Trump's cabinet now. He goes on news, on right-wing news sources, and he openly uses the word colored. He calls Kamala colored. He openly uses the word colored, people. And I'm hearing Black MAGA now, not all, some, saying, you know what? I am.
Colored?
Actually have no problem with it. No problem with it. They forgot about colored-only bathrooms in schools. They forgot about all of that, and now they seem to have no problem. I actually heard about 5 people on different platforms say there's nothing wrong with that, or I am colored. It blew my fucking mind, man. It really did. Shocked me.
Well, something. I am colored myself. I just don't want you calling me that shit. I mean, I do have a color, but I know the historical context of it. Now, for somebody to walk around and say, I don't mind you calling me that. But then again, I don't know what the hell do we want to be called? African American, Black? We don't have any ties to Africa. So what the hell do you want to be called?
Anything but colored or the N-word. I mean, come on now. Where are we going? Well, are we going back to what?
The 1950s.
Yeah, and that's when he wanted to make America great again. Every Black man knows exactly what he meant by that.
Well, not the ones that you heard saying that they go by color. Now, listen to this, though, Joby. Now, in the comments, Joseph Miller says, only racists and idiots vote Trump. That's strong language. Now, he's talking about my last caller, Maverick, was the latter. So he's saying she's an idiot. Maverick was the latter, and you giving her props. I'm disappointed, Tim. So he said it. Do you agree with him that only racists and idiots vote Trump?
I won't say that only racists and idiots vote for Trump, but I will say that he is supported by racists.
No idiots on the left.
Yeah, plenty of idiots.
No racists on the left.
Of course, but I'm saying most of the supporters of Trump, or most racist groups, the Proud Boys, etc., seem to be pro-Trump.
Well, I will say this. You got racists on both sides of the aisle, but yeah, if you are a racist in your group that you do not like are people of color, yeah, you tend to vote Republican. But I mean, like Farrakhan and all that stuff, I feel Farrakhan is a racist. I really do. I mean, some of the things, white devils and all the stuff he says, to me, that's racist talk. And he's not voting for Trump. He would, if he votes, I don't know if he votes at all, but it would be more likely for Kamala. So, I mean, there are some on the left, but I do believe that you're going to have a stronger prevalence of that on the right because the right is not really a diverse party. Trump won. He did much better with Hispanics and blacks than normal, but for the most part, you go to
Do you think that there were some black voters who did not, black men voters who did not vote for Kamala because she was a woman?
Yes, 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 plenty.
Yeah, I came across that too. There was a lot of black men simply because she was a woman.
Even more so, Hispanics really believe in the patriarchy, where it's God, man, woman, child. They really believe in that.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I just feel that we are in for a rough ride.
All right.
Now, I'm kind of up there in age, and I didn't want to put 4 more years of my time into this. It just
Did you feel confident that Kamala Harris was up to the job?
I believe that she was more than qualified for the job, and I believe that she would also not do nepotism, and she would bring in people who actually were qualified for positions, not with the same last name. I think that she would have reached out and done the right thing instead of looking for loyalists, which is all he's doing. I mean, look at the people he nominated that got shot down. Remember, Matt Gates. I mean, come on, man. No, the guy didn't do one court case as a lawyer, and he's in charge of what?
Well, yeah, I don't disagree, rather. Trump is seeking loyalists, not necessarily the most experienced, but people that are going to ride with him no matter what. So we'll see. Hopefully you're wrong, though. Hopefully.
But shouldn't that be terrifying to people on both sides that he's looking for people who only do what he says?
I'd say yes, but they do believe he has the right direction for America. So here we are. Joby, I got to move it on, but 4 more years, huh? Wow. That's what we're dealing with.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
JD Vance in the back pocket too.
JD Vance, you're not hearing any damn thing from JD Vance right now. It's all Elon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Elon might actually climb higher than people give him credit for. I really, because he got.
But how do you think it's going? How do you think it's going to go when that relationship goes south? And it's going to go south at some point.
It's a war because he got all that money.
Right. So when he turns on him, how's that going to go?
Elon may have to lead the country for his own safety. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Thanks, Chris.
Anytime. And I will say this. I do still think that MAGA favors Trump over Elon, but Elon probably has more love and adoration of MAGA than most other Republicans. I mean, even more so than the Ron DeSantis and Vivek. I'm talking about some of the highly respected Republicans that are under Trump. Vivek Ramaswamy and Ron DeSantis lost a lot by running against Trump. He's gained some of it back, but I think more folks on the right favor Elon over Ron DeSantis. I don't know anybody that, particularly MAGA, would give more credibility to than Elon. Now, obviously, Trump is at the top, but for a second place slot, I think Elon would probably be the second. Depending on how much Trump keeps speaking favorably of him. But one of the reasons, in my opinion, is that Elon has so much in common with President Trump in terms of they both come across as alpha males. They're both, I would say they're both incredibly wealthy, even though Elon Musk is probably, multiple hundreds of Trump. I mean, you could probably break Elon's salary down and make 1,000 Trumps out of it. But Trump is incredibly wealthy compared to the average American. So they both have a lot of wealth. They both are celebrities in their own right. They know how to use the media very effectively. Elon is exceptionally similar to Trump. So people who like Trump for what he's doing, calling out, not being afraid to name names, not being afraid to attack folks, not being afraid to, say how he feels, he's kind of a spitting image of Trump. So I don't see anybody that's among MAGA, at least in my opinion. You guys could correct me if you think differently, but I can't see any individual that's part of the MAGA crew that's higher ranking than Elon. JD Vance, no, because he doesn't have the oomph that Elon has, which is very similar to Trump. The biggest white European ancestry in the United States is Germany. Is that true? Out of all of the Out of all the Caucasian heritage in America, is Germany the most prevalent? I do know a lot of folks that have a lot of German. I don't know. Is it? Is it though? I had to look that one up. Caller is correct. White privilege personified. You talking about Trump? I don't know. Like I said, it could be white privilege as well. Because when Trump was, now I do believe it's wealth privilege. Because Trump grew up, he was born into wealth. But keep in mind, at the time Trump was born, you couldn't be that wealthy in America unless you were white. So there's no denying her skin color has to have something to do with it. I don't know when is Trump's year of birth, 1945 or something like. I mean, he goes way back. You couldn't be that wealthy. You couldn't be born a millionaire as a black person in the 1940s. Nobody was. No, I don't think there were any black millionaires in America in 1945. None, like zero. If there is one or two, it's got to be one or two obscure people that I can't think of. But I don't think there were any black millionaires in America in 1945 when Trump was born. Even at the time, he claimed he received $1 million loan from his dad, which would have probably been in the 60s, I guess, maybe 60s, early 70s. Even during that time, probably was barely a handful of black millionaires. I'm trying to think who would it have been? Maybe Sidney Poitier. I don't know if the tap dancing guy, Sammy Davis Jr. I don't know if James Brown. I don't know. I don't think it would have been many. Even when he received $1 million loan from his dad, there was not. He still had a hell of a time probably finding a black millionaire in this country. So him being white absolutely gave him a privilege, at least at that point. Also, to his success, as a real estate mogul, he did a lot of business in New York. My guess is an African American would not have been allowed to do the kind of business he did. The banks wouldn't have worked with you. You wouldn't have been able to buy certain property. I mean, he worked with the mob and with different unions and stuff to get some men and build stuff. I mean, if you were black, you probably would not have. I mean, there would have been so many doors closed to you that there's no denying, at least for a chunk of his life, he did have white privilege. I don't think there's any way to deny it, even if you look at it objectionably. I don't think there's no way to deny it. And I see somebody in the comments says redlining was a major issue. Yeah, you couldn't do what Trump did during the time period he did it as anybody other than a white, probably damn near a white male. I don't even know if too many white women. I guess Elizabeth Taylor or somebody, but it would have been almost impossible to do that unless you were a white male in America. I don't think that's up for debate. Less than 100 years ago, wounds are fresh, says JC. Yeah, because everybody ain't even dead yet. I want to make sure I didn't miss out on any comments before we move on to the next caller. Maybe John H. Johnson, your Johnson & Johnson products. Not back that far back, was he? I don't know. Even Johnson & Johnson, no, when you go back that far, I don't even know if he was a millionaire yet. But he was certainly well on his way. But yeah, the amount of millionaires that were of color in this country, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, very low, very low. And I'll tell you this before I go on to my next caller. One thing we don't often hear, I heard this from Steve Harvey, and I believe it. Steve Harvey from the, we got a million different jobs, but Family Feud, we'll just say the last one. But now you know how chastised rap music is. The negative messages, idolizing criminals, idolizing being disobedient to police, committing crimes, all this shit. Steve Harvey pointed this out. He said that rap music has created more black millionaires than anything else. Academics, athletics, you name it. There is nothing that has created more, basically put more wealth in the black community than hip hop. Interesting fun fact. I believe him. I didn't look it up to fact check, but I believe him because there are a hell of a lot of. I do believe that. Let me go back to the box, and obviously, Jay-Z is up there as one of the. Jay-Z and Dr. Dre, they both are billionaires. Continuing on with the program, though, one of my subscribers, Fuzzard. Good evening, welcome to the program. Mobile, Alabama, Charleston, South Carolina, Charleston, Rhode Island were where Africans were auctioned Where, yeah, I don't, he said, where did the Irish, I don't, that whole Irish slave trade thing, I have my questions on it because the idea that the Irish don't even honor their own history makes no sense to me. Now, I've had some people tell me, well, they don't want to keep bringing it up and causing division. That makes no sense. You don't take your own personal ancestry out of the picture because, well, it might cause division. If it happened, it happened. I've never heard a true explanation of this Irish slave thing. I only hear about the Irish slaves when African American slaves come up. If you're not talking about African American slaves, you won't hear a damn thing about the African slave trade. It's kind of like all lives matter. If you don't yell Black Lives Matter first, you'll never hear that. So that makes it suspect. Fuzzer, good evening.
Good to see you, buddy.
Hey.
So let's address it. So indentured servants and slavery are two vastly different things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Irish immigrants, indentured servants.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is there's a light at the end of the tunnel for an indentured servant. And
Right.
you're not going to be an indentured servant as a 1 month old. You're born into slavery. You could be 1 month old and you're a slave. So there's a huge difference.
And not only that, I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of the truth. You earned you got something in return for your services as an indentured servant. You're paying back a debt as an indentured servant.
Well, is the debt legitimate though? I mean,
Hey, there's a big difference between that and slavery.
yeah, it's a huge difference. It's a huge difference. I don't remember any indentured servants being killed and chased across the countryside.
Right.
I mean, it's a huge difference. It's not even remotely close.
I mean, there is no underground. Railroads and all that. You didn't have to have all that. So,
yeah.
But let's put that aside for a minute. Let's talk about our boy and the guy you love to defend sometimes. Our boy Donald Trump.
And Tino, appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much for supporting the program. Tino, thank you. So what about Trump? What am I getting wrong this time?
What are you getting wrong? Well, it's not so much you're getting wrong. You do get a lot wrong.
Give me some examples. I'm open to the criticism.
We're not even to the inauguration, right? He's already come through on he's already gone against 3 major points he's ran on and lied.
Give me those 3.
Number 1.
The visas, I know the HB1 visas are definitely going to be one of them, but keep going.
Oh, that's definitely one. So okay.
Yeah.
So, ending the war in Ukraine in the first 24 hours of being.
Well, he didn't. Wait. I gotta defend him. He didn't go against it. He just ain't succeeded yet. He hasn't said he doesn't want to end it.
He said he specifically, I can pull it up for you if you want. He even said specifically, even before I take office.
Yeah.
Those are his exact words.
I've played that.
So he's already failed that one. That's lie number 1.
Okay, now hold on. There's a difference between saying he failed something and saying he's going against it. That's what I thought I heard you say. He's already went against it.
No.
Okay.
He failed at it.
Yeah, he failed it. Yeah, he failed it. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Number 2, it sounds like he's gonna fail. And which he lied on. It's gonna be awful tough to bring down those grocery prices. That was Time Magazine. So is he backpedaling on that already? Because he was very confident during his campaign.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, he may fail on that. I mean, I'm not for sure. I think grocery prices may come down some under Trump. I don't know. I'm not going to count him out on that. But he is softening his language. You're right. When he was campaigning, he made it sound like this shit is in the bag. We're 100% going to get cheaper groceries. Now that he's won the office and it's up to him to deliver, maybe it's going to be hard to do. He is changing his tune on it. I'll give you that much.
And you called the third one, HB1.
The visas,
he hasn't even gotten to his inauguration. Those are the 3 talking points, the 3 biggest talking points that he was running on: immigration, wars, and border, immigration, wars, and economics. Those are the 3 big ones.
Now let me do what you always say I do. You say I defend Trump. I gotta defend him on some of this. Now, the HB1 visas or whatever they're called. I keep wanting to say H1N1, but that's a virus.
Yeah,
The HB1 visas. Now, Trump ran on securing the border and the largest deportation in history. Most of the immigrants that come into this country documented or undocumented, the overwhelming majority of them are not HB1 visa related. So he could still successfully give us the largest deportation in history and satisfy Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy with that as well. Because most of the folks coming in this country are not coming in as high tech HB1V. Well, some of them are. I guess you're talking about the farmers and all of them folks who are not high tech. I mean, but there's a large portion of people he could actually get rid of that are not they don't have HB1 visas and they're probably not going to qualify because some of them have committed crimes. So I think he can still deliver on the largest deportation in history. It's just that some people in this party want everybody gone, and that's where the problem is. But he can still send at least several 100,000 people out of this country, and if he parades that on TV the right way, it looks like he's doing his job.
I don't disagree. I think he very well could do it. The problem is these jobs aren't being taken. The jobs coming in from overseas, those jobs are valuable jobs to us, and they want them to take these ones. We don't want. We don't want these jobs. And I hate to say it this way. It sounds really bad, but those jobs, these ones that they're coming through the southern border, those aren't the jobs we're worried about. But those tech jobs that our guys paid a lot of money to go to school for, did 4, 6, 8 years of school without any help with financing from government. Those are the jobs that they're coming to take. And by the way, those guys have a step up. You know why? Because their government did pay for their education. They we don't do that. Other countries do that. And so that's crazy. And the other problem about it, because people say, oh, well, you're just cutting the people coming from the southern border. You're mistreating them. You're basically slavery again. No, they're they're working for low wages. These people that are coming from other countries, they're going to be lower wages.
Yeah.
And they're almost like indentured servants. When they get here, let's say Tesla,
they're in debt. They owe the employer for that visa. They're in debt. Yep.
Exactly. So when they get here, and let's say Tesla hires them, they have to stay with Tesla. And at any given, what do you got to tread on me, Cup? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What's wrong with the Gaston flag?
Yeah.
You don't like the Gaston flag?
You better go. You better go hang out with Snuggles more. Damn it.
All right, keep going.
So, anyways, so they're gonna come here, and if let's say Tesla hires them, they're in debt to Tesla until whenever they say we're done with you. If they say, hold on, Ford over there, they got something going on, I'm gonna go. No, you can't do that. You want to go to another company? Back to China or wherever.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think they're going to complain too much on them because even still, if they come here and they're indebted to Tesla or something like that, they're still making way more money than they would make in China. But it does suck because if you come and work for a company and the employer sucks, or maybe they're trying to sexually assault you or something like that, you don't have any option. You either got to, and the boss can tell you that. Either you shut the hell up and take this, or I'm gonna send you back where you came from. I mean, and that's what I asked earlier on one of my previous lives is if because I believe that the rhetoric coming from Trump is going to make immigrants like the perfect victims in this country. For instance, if you know you are here undocumented and Trump done already, because Trump is trying to pass laws that even the local police have to report any undocumented immigrant to ICE. You got to hand them over. If you come in contact with somebody that's not in this country legally, they're trying to pass laws that you got to hand them over to the feds. That would make undocumented immigrants the perfect victim. I could do anything to you because you don't want contact with the police. It's not like you're going to call 911 and report me because if they come out, they're going to take your ass away too. You could do all kinds of, it's going to make them the perfect victim.
Well, you have I don't quote me on the state. It's something like Missouri or someplace.
$1,000. $1,000. I heard of that is Missouri.
Yeah, put bounties on their head. Yeah, you go out and you find us one of these people, give us a call and you get $1,000 for each one of them. Don't tell me that doesn't violate a constitution. An amendment or two.
Well, I'm telling you right now, with Trump having so much control, if they need to pass an amendment, I think that he has, especially when it comes to securing the border, because you even got a lot of liberals that think Biden and Kamala Harris did a bad job on the border. You'll be amazed at how much they can probably get done in securing the border because so many people agree with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's as easy as you think. I don't know.
Depends on what it is.
Well, if it was such an issue, if everyone cared, that Langford bill, why didn't that pass? I mean, everyone agreed on
Here's
it.
what I mean. Okay. Now you mentioned the Europe the Missouri thing. Now $1,000 if you turn in an undocumented resident. Now obviously the right would be totally in favor of that. Get rid of these people. The independents probably so, but we're thinking that the liberals, as you say, a bounty on their head. You know how many liberals in Chicago and places like would love to have an extra $1,000 in their pocket? I think you'd be amazed at how many liberals would be in favor of that as well. You're literally paying them to agree with this.
I'm sure. Yeah, no, it's just like Moss saying, "Hey, if you vote this way,
Yeah.
you might get $1 million."
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure you can get people to do it. But then you're talking about unlawful search and seizure. You're talking about invading of homes. So many problems with that. You have like just everyday citizens. Like myself, a YT man, just running around trying to find any tan guy on the street saying, "Hey, I got one." I mean, come on.
Yeah. But if you start talking about giving people $1,000, I think people will look the other way. As long as you're not violating, just like the whole giving police immunity in sanctuary cities, the right was totally okay with that because you're not doing it to us. You're doing it you're doing it in liberal cities. I think even the liberals would totally look the other way. As long as you're doing it to Hispanics and you're not going to do it to me, I'm okay with it. I get $1,000 possibly out of it. I think you'll be amazed at how successful he could be with that.
Yeah, but maybe you're right, but the problem is the violations it's going to cause. I mean, you are literally taking away people's human rights. And you got to understand, even if they are undocumented on our property, on our land, they have constitutional rights.
I'm hearing you, but I'm giving you historical precedents such as stop and frisk in New York. They voted for that. The 94 crime bill, we often talk about Biden. When people see that there is some kind of light at the end of the tunnel, they'll give up some rights.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that's still not right.
It's not right, but I think it'll be okay if you give people if you offering people $1,000. It's not right, but it's okay. You'll have a hell of a lot of liberals, especially in some of the more impoverished areas where a lot of undocumented immigrants live. Some of them American citizens, $1,000. Hell yeah, I know 5 or 6 of them. Give me that money. I mean, it would be tons of people saying they would vote for that.
Man, I'm gonna come knock on your door, get $1,000 and say you're Haitian. Hey, this guy is Haitian. Let's get his ass out of here. He ate my cat.
Yeah, don't come fuck with me. I got a dog in the oven. You better not take me out. Let me eat first.
Exactly.
So what do you think, Trump? Before I let you go, what do you think about Biden giving Liz Cheney the Presidential Citizens Award for her work on January 6th?
I don't disagree with it. I really don't. It's an ultimate slap in Trump's face.
Yeah. It is.
That's kind of the intention behind it. So do I get a laugh out of it? Sure. I personally don't like Liz Cheney, but does she deserve her dues? And understand, Donald Trump, this is why she's going to get a pardon before he leaves too. Because Donald Trump has made it clear he is going to target her. And has made that abundantly clear. So, and I don't think she's gotten a pardon yet, but I believe she will.
And that was my second question. So you kind of answered that. It was, what are the chances, now that he's made it clear he favors her work on January 6th, what are the chances he's going to pardon before he leaves? So you're in the same camp as me. You believe it's highly likely he's going to leave a pardon behind for her.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I do too.
It's very similar to the one he gave Hunter, where it went back 10 years.
Damn.
Hey,
now that ain't right. Why would it
10
years?
Well, no, I'm not saying 10 years, but go back, anything that you were investigating or anything you want to say prior to January or up to January 6th and going forward. So, I'm not saying, the full 10 years. That's
if you give her a pardon from January 5th, 2021 up to now, I think that would cover it all. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I have a feeling.
I wonder, now you can't rescind the pardon, but can he rescind the award? Because he's petty enough to do that. Can he take back her presidential award?
Trump? I don't know. He's giving out some crazy ass Medal of Freedoms.
He gave one to Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's giving out some dumbass awards that would have been rescinded if that was a possibility.
Well, shit, I heard he's now handing out Doge Awards, the Department of whatever that is. I gotta go. But
all right, Tim. Always good seeing you, buddy.
Absolutely a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, moving on with the program. Did want to respond to a super chat. Anytime before 1965, it was a crime for black people to be educated, much less read. Well, that wasn't nationwide, was it? No, it couldn't be. No, that can't be right, Will, because my mom, my mom was born in 48. She was born in Memphis. She would have been in school before 1965. She would have been almost 17, she'd have been 17. That's not true everywhere in America, Will. You said anytime before 1965, it was a crime for black people to be educated, much less read. That's not true. It would have to be a year before 1965, or maybe in some of the far, deep South, heavily racist areas, but that wasn't something all over, not even all over the South. There's plenty of folks before 1965 definitely was. It would have that wasn't that way that late in the game. It would have been earlier than that. Walter, look up literacy laws in the South, North and South. There were definitely a concerted effort to prevent African Americans, black people, from becoming educated in this country. That is 100% true. But if you wanted to get a high school diploma up to 1965, I believe you could get that. I don't think it was not that late in the game. Maybe 1935 it was off limit, but 1965 you could, because my mom was in high school at that time. So I don't think you're getting a year right on that. Unless, like I said, we're talking about areas, maybe rural Mississippi somewhere. Yeah, maybe not, but if you lived in Memphis like my mom did, you could do that. That means that Martin Luther King was not educated. Well, you know what we say about learning trades and shit like that. You can be educated without being officially educated. I mean, we've had great speakers throughout history, and many of them did not go to any formal school. Sometimes you are a teacher in your own essence. Some people are born to lead. You don't always have to be educated. Sometimes you are the one that is the trailblazer. Trump supported Stormy Daniels for pussy. Dee it says Dee Saracen. Oh my God. Just coming in and not knowing much about you is a bit confusing. Don't make your don't make your channel so confusing. Are you for Kamala or not? If you hang around a while, I think you should be able to tell. I think my channel is not that confusing. Just to give you a quick explanation of the channel, I am for free speech. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly, but liberals are allowed to speak as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. So why the hell do we have a MAGA hat if the show is named Handsome Liberal? That's where he's probably talking about the confusion. Well, I do believe that conservatives, Republicans, and definitely MAGA do not always get a fair shake in the media. I do believe that, because I know since I started talking and associating with MAGA on different levels on social media, I started getting banned in certain areas. People started hating on me to some degree, and I lean left politically. But I do believe they don't get a fair shake in the media. So you'll always see the MAGA hat on the program, for the simple purpose of letting you know this program is MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor you because you got a difference of opinion. You're probably used to that happening. That doesn't happen here. It doesn't matter who you criticize or how far to the left or the right your opinion is. Damn it, you have a right to say it. We'll try to allow you to exercise that as long as we can, and the apps don't ban us. So we're for free speech. That's how it works. Travel Man says that's bullshit. But you definitely full of shit on a lot of levels, says King Finn. King! The man, like I said, I always enjoy the criticism, the compliment. I can take it all. King, I'm gonna bring you up. I need to know. Full of shit on many levels, says King. Good evening, King.
What's going on, man? My bad.
And
You're full of shit on a lot of levels.
Explain.
full of shit on a lot of levels.
Speaking of being full of shit, wait. Speaking of being full of shit, it sounds like you're taking a shit. Are you in the bathroom?
Nah, I'm cooking some chicken right now. You know, I got to get my colored people chicken.
All right. I love you some chicken.
You full of shit because you perpetuate the narrative for these people and you let them say this the craziest shit in the world, which I understand, again, is part of the free speech thing. Yeah. I understand you let everybody talk, but some of these people, man, you know, I understand.
What have you heard on here?
Some of these people, man.
What have you heard on this program over the days that you believe I should not allow to be said on my airways?
Man, hell, let's start with the shit I just heard today, the colored people. I ain't no damn colored person. Ain't that a bitch? A white person calling me a colored person when they turn red when they mad, green when they sick, and purple and blue and all types of other damn colors, but you got the nerve to call me colored. Ain't that bitch? That's some crazy shit. That is crazy to me, but I ain't even on that right now.
So do you see someone referring to you as colored as them being bigoted or intolerant? If somebody call you a colored person, how do you take that?
I take that as ignorance. It's not bigoted or intolerant because I'm from Michigan, so I know where the real MAGA militia is. Okay, I done been chased down the street by
Michigan.
The three. Yeah, I'm from Michigan, dog. I'm from Flint. I used to lived in Flint, Clio, Saginaw, Frankenmuth, where all the real triple.
Michigan. Governor Whitman ain't doing nothing about that. Michigan.
This is before Big Gretch, dog. And it's still going on. Hell, you said they tried to kidnap her? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They plotted and kidnapped.
They did do that. That's funny. They did. They surrounded the Capitol. They surrounded the government building.
You go down in the Grand Ledge. You go down in the where's in Charlotte? Down by Lansing. You go down a lot of these places, you know, the backyard towns you roll into that look like a sundown town. They're not playing with you. They're not playing with you down there, man. Go to Bristol, Michigan.
I've been all over Michigan. I've been all over Michigan all the way to the top. I never saw Michigan like that. Huh?
Yeah, you ain't looking correctly. Because I done been up north. I done been up to Upper Peninsula too. And I can promise you, once you cross that bridge, brother, you in a different place. Okay? It sprinkles of the chocolate factory up there, baby. But they ain't staying out past dark. Okay.
Upper Peninsula gets down like that. And I see Tino in the comments said, yes, Tim, Michigan has got them won. So I don't know. Wow. Michigan. I've never heard that.
Because everybody think as soon as you say Michigan, you just talking, Michigan is Detroit. No, that's not the only place in Michigan.
Right.
There are hundreds of other cities and towns. And to label Michigan as just Detroit as just Michigan, don't get me wrong. I love my city. I love Flint. I love Detroit. I love my state. But that is not the only damn place that's not the only place in Michigan.
And I see
Buck. Other places your ass can get hung and drugged.
I see Buck Rocket saying cap, so he disagrees with you. But I always thought it was southern states. A northern state like Michigan. Wow.
Oh man, come on, dog. You just laughed about it yourself. They tried to snatch up Gretchen.
They did try to. Yeah, they did go at Gretchen Whitmer. Yeah.
And who you think that was? Because it damn sure wasn't black people.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I see Draco.
The whole nine.
Yeah, and Draco says Tim got them liberal glasses on, can't see the truth. So I guess he's saying I should speak different. I don't know. I've never heard that Michigan had sundown towns and shit though. Never heard that.
Man, it don't look like it, but you know to keep your ass inside once them lights go out. Okay? I've been chased down the road.
I've been all over Michigan. In fact, one of my worst profiling stops happened in Michigan, up near Holland, Michigan, too. One of my worst cases of police I haven't been profiled by cops a lot, maybe 4 or 5 times, but the worst case I had of it was in Michigan. So, I never.
Okemos.
Huh?
Okemos, outside East Lansing. People ain't playing with you, dog.
Okay. So what do you think about our actual topic, though? President Trump originally stating that, well, he tried to suggest that the individual that took all those lives in Atlanta, in New Orleans, he tried to suggest that person had came in this country illegally. Now
he don't know.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. So why the hell would he do that?
Because he's a damn dummy. You know why. Come on, don't play with me, man. You know why. To feed the red meat to the base. All he's trying to do is do the same thing he did. And listen, let's just keep it a buck, okay? 14 people, Lord knows, I do not wish that on nobody. 14 people passing is a lot. Is a staggering and small number to the amount of people, amount of blood that's on his hands. Okay,
blood that's on Trump's hands.
Hell yeah.
For what?
I don't care what you say. COVID is on him, bro. COVID is on him. That dummy said drink bleach. That dummy said you can inject yourself with light. That dummy lied about it.
He said
his response,
disinfectant.
Operation, man, come on, dog. Let's just go here. Keep the shit a buck, okay? He had a playbook when Obama left. He threw that shit out. That was the first problem. Okay, you don't throw a playbook out for a norovirus plan. If anything happens, this is what you do. He had the plan. He threw that shit out. Okay, then he lied about it. Then he took the shit. Then he took what was the horse medicine. Then he took that shit. He made sure him and his people lived, while the rest of us was locked down in the damn house for a year, getting damn masks, can't find toilet paper, just like he doing with what is that, Cuba right now? Them people ain't got no lights. Is that Cuba or is that Puerto Rico? After Maria, them people ain't got no lights over there, man.
I don't think we care about Cuba, so it would have to be Puerto Rico.
I know it had to be Puerto Rico. Them people ain't got no lights over there, man. They had no infrastructure. He was supposed to go over there and help them people. When he went over to go throw toilet paper and fucking paper towel, he should have been over there trying to fix their damn country, trying to fix their.
I'm hearing that the man, but I'm hearing that the man won.
A territory of the United States.
But I'm hearing that the man won by a landslide. Even one Hispanic vote has a mandate. So what say you? If he did as bad as you're saying, how the hell did he win by so much?
Because people finna fuck around and find out, just like everybody else is. People finna fuck around and find out all the Latinos that took your dumb ass in the booth and voted for Trump just because he's a man instead of voting for Kamala because she's a woman. You finna fuck around and find out. All the dumb white tea people who went in there and said, oh, it's Trump. He's going to do what he wants to, just like your caller earlier, Maverick. Oh, I'm going to follow Trump before anything. I'm going to believe him. That's why we believe MAGA's a cult, because you can't understand what's in front of your own damn eyes. You know this dude is bad. You know this dude is wrong. You know he done did the shit he did, the grapes, the essays, and all of that shit. You know he did that shit, but you going to follow him over the damn cliff like a lemming. Come on, man. Be for real with yourself. If Joe Biden did half of the shit that he did, we would throw Joe Biden up under the jail.
Yeah, I don't disagree that the liberals are not as forgiving. I mean, because they did. What was the guy from Michigan? Not Michigan, Minnesota, rather, the senator, and he had. I mean, just well, it was Al Franken. Al Franken. He didn't come close to doing anything like that. They got rid of him.
Man. And they whitewashed him so quick, his ass got up out of there. You ain't heard from Al Franken ever again.
Yeah.
And the best part about that is Al Franken was actually a good dude. But he did some messed up shit back in the day.
Yeah, but compared to what we're now forgiving, what Al Franken did was nothing. I mean, what he did was minuscule compared to what folks are getting away with now.
Hey, right. If I can't forgive what he did, I'm not finna forgive. Like that.
Your signal's going in.
I used to love Bill Cosby. I watched this. Hold on.
Your signal's going in and out. I'll give you a minute to fix that. Real quick. I
used to love Bill Cosby. Watch the show all the time. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, if I can't forgive what Bill Cosby did, and I used to watch Bill Cosby all the time, what the hell I'm gonna forget this clown for?
Well, because he's gonna make America great, King.
Where? I keep going, y'all. Everybody keeps saying that we're gonna make America great. I'm just trying to remember. In my day and age, I don't remember America being so damn great.
What about? Okay,
don't get me wrong, but.
Then let's chop it up. What about securing the border? You think Biden did a good job on the border?
Hell no. Ain't nobody did a good job on the border. The border has been a problem for decades.
Okay.
We've always let people in. What does the statue on Ellis Island say? What does the statue on Ellis Island say?
You bring us your tired, your worry, you're poor. But Trump is promising the largest deportation in history. Would that not be a good thing considering how many undocumented folks are in this country?
No, it would not. No. You want to pick cotton? You want to pick strawberries and tomatoes?
But do we need them? Wait, hold on.
What about bananas?
How you picking shit? As one of my guests once said, I'm not even picking the cotton that's in a bottle of aspirin when I need an aspirin. I'm not taking the cotton out. I take the aspirin out around the cotton because I don't want to pick cotton. But I do want to ask this though.
Exactly.
Could you not still have a very big deportation without getting rid of some of the farmers? I mean, you still could do what Trump is promising without getting rid of everybody.
No, see, you could. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with somebody who doesn't have an idea, all he has is a concept. He doesn't have a plan. All he has is a concept of the bullshit that he's talking about. Then you're not going with a plan. You're going with a concept. And you leaving it for somebody else who could have the complete wrong idea about what you're trying to do. And I mean, don't get me wrong, because the shit sounds stupid in the first place. Okay, dude, you handing it up to somebody else. So what he's basically saying is, my concept is I'm gonna have the greatest deportation ever in American history, and I'm gonna pass it off to somebody else to do. Right?
But the idea is, okay, you're saying all this about Trump, but do you feel like Kamala Harris was ready to go on day one? You think she was capable of the job?
I think she was more than capable of the job. Was she ready to do it? Yeah, she was ready to do it. Could she have done every single thing that she said she wanted to do? Probably not, because she would have been blocked by the Republicans.
What about the whole claiming that the border was okay? The time she was doing it, they asked that
she was wrong. Right. She was wrong. You can't keep beating that dead horse, Tim. She was wrong. Was she okay with? Was she all right? Was she okay with saying Biden's cognitive ability was awesome? No, she wasn't right. But when the last time you looked up to your boss and said, "Yeah, I'm finna tell everything on your ass," and kept your job?
I get the point about you're not going to snitch on your boss, but there are consequences to doing that. That's what her consequence is. She lost the election.
No, her consequence. The reason she lost the election is because a bunch of masochistic assholes decided to vote for a dummy before a damn actual politician.
You really believe Trump? You really believe Trump is successful as he's been throughout life as a dummy?
Yes.
Nah.
I believe he is an illegitimate businessman who has actually no business acumen. He has no actual real business savvy. The only thing that I can credit Trump for is for saying you're fired. Because other than that, I don't really see nothing, man. Every business that he done brought up is failed.
I'll tell you one thing. Him threatening to raise tariffs has gotten both Mexico and Trudeau of Canada publicly say they're going to start doing more on their borders. Is that not something Trump should get credit for? Him threatening to take us out of NATO has gotten those countries to increase their defense. Are you sure you don't think he deserves credit for any of that?
No, I don't. Because the only thing he successfully did is piss two countries off who sandwich us. You made these two countries mad. That guy up there, what's his name? Doug. It wasn't the prime minister. It was Doug. Not Doug. I think it was Doug Jones, the energy secretary of Canada. So yeah, we're gonna cut y'all power off. Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, we're gonna cut y'all power off. Y'all want to play with these tariffs and shit? We're gonna cut y'all power off. What did Mexico say? Oh, we ain't taking them people back. But guess what? You finna pay more money for your shit.
I don't know.
Doing this tariff shit ain't helping.
I don't know, King. I don't know. Like Nicole said in the comments, Nicole says he will never give him credit for anything. I don't know. You don't see. So you don't think Trump has done anything good for America at all?
No. The only thing Trump has successfully did is help to add divisiveness to the country. That's it.
No, I don't.
He's made it okay for everybody to live their freedom, their quote unquote, in air quotes, freedom lives. People to be okay with pew-pewing people, for it to be okay for people to act a damn fool in the streets, for it to be okay for everybody to be free with what they say and what they do. America is built on, supposedly built on quote unquote freedom. It's funny that it's supposed to be built on freedom, but it was actually black people with black slaves who built this country. And we still ain't got nothing back.
All right. Man, I don't know, King. I think you're a bit hard on the guy. I think there's a few things he's accomplished. I mean, it's nothing at all.
I ain't never seen it.
All right.
I ain't never seen it. It's a dime store trinket, Bumpy.
All right, King. You drive a hard bargain. Thanks for coming through.
Have a good night.
You too. Damn. All right. And look, I got tore a new one by him. And by the way, he's not the only one that feels that way. I got in the comments, what did somebody say? Trump is completely stupid, Tim, says Joe. Really? I don't think he's completely stupid. He's not doing what you want, but he's obviously, let me just say this. How many MAGA hats are there out there? If you could sell as many MAGA hats with your damn name on the back of them, like you would be considered one of the best businessmen in the country. I mean, I think Trump has been smart in a whole lot of areas. I mean, he got NATO member nations to increase their defense budgets. You don't give him any credit for that. I don't know. You guys are a bit hard, I think. I really believe you guys are a bit harder than that. Timothy Lee says, Tim would snitch on black people for money. Really? You think I'm making that much fucking money doing this? I got a day job, damn it. Snitch on black people for money. All right, all right. You know, it's crazy because you know you're in the middle, so to speak, when folks say things like what he said, you know, you'll snitch on folks for money and all of this, you're trading on your own race, and be referred to as having Trump derangement syndrome in the same fucking program. I had people in this same forum. All you do is bash Trump. You got Trump derangement syndrome, and he is talking about, you know, you're siding with Trump, you're playing stupid for in the same program. It's in the. I mean, this ain't a different show. In the same show, I've had that. So that's what it's like when you are somewhat in the middle politically. Both sides think you're a piece of shit. I like it. I like hearing your opinions. I get it. You know, like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I can take your criticism. My skin is thicker than an alligator who hasn't used lotion. So understand, I can take it. But it is interesting. You see that folks on both sides of the aisle think that I'm heavily rooting for the other side. Fair enough. Let me go back to the box. You are definitely full of it tonight, says Alter Ego. How so? I want to know how so. Just like you are hard on the Democrats. Yeah, Timothy Lee said I'm hard on Democrats. Yeah, and the right thinks I'm hard on. I was told in the same live tonight that all I do is bash Trump. Here you are, maybe an hour later. I'm hard on the Democrats in the same broadcast. Warp Speed was good, and his own supporters shit on him for it. And that's a good point, Tino. That should be one of Trump's biggest accomplishments ever is Warp Speed, because the medical community attributes the vaccine for saving millions of lives, not only here but abroad, worldwide. Millions of lives have been saved because Trump signed in the legislation Warp Speed. But because of how he released it, he can't take credit for it. His own supporters, as you rightfully point out, would trash him. But that should be by far Trump's biggest accomplishment is Operation Warp Speed. And he can't take credit for it. Let me go back to the box. Maybe somebody can tell me how I am indeed full of shit. We'll go straight to Dencal, one of my subs. Good evening, Dencal. Last caller was bitter at Whitey. Dencal, good evening.
What's up, man?
And I don't know. Apparently, I need some Pepto-Bismol. Apparently, I'm full of shit tonight. What am I getting wrong?
Man, why you gotta pick me for this question, man? Look, man, you one of my favorite TikTokers, man. I don't want to get on here and bash you, man.
No, listen.
I understand the program and why you do what you do, so I ain't here to bash you or nothing.
All right,
but
all right.
You know, but I will say that you do give a lot of deference to Trump and whatever he does, and I know you got to do it because you want to gain dialogue. You want to have, you know.
I want to get Trump credit where I think he deserves credit for. Sometimes I don't think everything about Trump is bad.
But you be like riding it hard, man. But you don't ride it hard for the other side. You don't never have live to just say, what did Biden do for America? And just have a discussion about, you know, the PACT Act and how that saved lives and how the infrastructure is gaining hundreds of thousand jobs, and how the CHIP Act is bringing chips to this country.
I don't think most of you know something. That's an interesting point. I don't have a live on some of that stuff because I don't even think most Democrats know Biden's signature
That's why you
accomplishments.
need to have dialogue, because they don't know. Just because
But isn't
Democrats
that
work.
bad that a guy on TikTok has got to defend Biden because he's doing a piss poor job of doing it himself?
I mean, I'm saying if you're gonna be a TikToker and you having a free speech, you can't just come on here and have difference towards. Oh, I think you're treating Trump too harshly. But then when somebody says, okay, well, what about the good stuff that Biden did? There's nothing. There's no continuous dialogue. There's nothing. They're like, oh yeah, he did infrastructure. Okay, next. Okay, well he did that next. Well, yeah, he did do. He did save hundreds of thousands of people who had suffered from burn pits. Soldiers that came home from war. Yeah, he did. He did change their lives and got them back pay and services. But we never have a conversation about this stuff that lasts more than 2 minutes. But we can sit here and talk about Trump and how he deserves credit for talking to Kim Jong-un. Or he deserves credit for he stepped across the line in North Korea. I mean, I give him credit because he would speak about what we should do. Just like he spoke not even 2 minutes after finding out about those situations last night. He jumped right on there and blamed immigration. And not a soul in there had anything to do with immigration. These are American-born folks that somehow got radicalized in the United States of America. They were born here. Nothing said immigration. He got right on there and started talking about the immigrants are the problem.
And I chastised that. That's the topic of tonight's show. Is that?
Okay, I didn't hear that part. I didn't join at the beginning. So.
That's why I got told. That's why I was telling one of my viewers who was saying the same thing you're saying. I'm like, you didn't hear, because that's literally the number one. In fact, here's what was said, because that's like the way we started the show. He said, when I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have here in our own country, that statement was constantly refuted by the Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. And I even got the bullet points asking folks, how does it look that Trump is chastising the fake news in a statement that in itself is fake news? That's how we started the program off. And people were saying, all you're doing is bashing Trump.
That was just one of the things, and since I joined here, I haven't heard that part. But
okay,
I digress if that was something you started.
Also, you mentioned I don't say nothing about. Also, you mentioned I don't say nothing about Biden. We've been talking about him giving Liz Cheney the presidential, what is it, the Presidential Citizen Award, which is what's on the screen behind me.
Okay, you talked about it for 10 minutes. I give you credit for that. I've been talking to you for a couple years. I hear you. You brought it up.
I think we talk about Biden more than you realize.
I'm gonna give you credit for that one. You did mention it in your opening. So
I think I talk about both sides, but for folks who are, if you favor the left, you're going to hear those criticisms to the left a lot louder than you might to the right, because you agree with the ones, just like Trump supporters. Here you are talking about I give Trump all kinds of credit for everything under the sun. Meanwhile, my MAGA viewers think I got Trump derangement syndrome. So people can kind of hear what they want to hear or what they favor versus what they want.
No, I hear everything, but I understand how your show is constructed. So your show is, MAGA is favored, but Democrats, or liberals have, to say. So you live up to the show's, to the show's motto. So I ain't tripping on that. I'm just giving my opinion about the issues that you decide to really, like me and you, like we have conversations, but they don't last as long as some of the MAGA people because me and you agree on a lot of the same shit. So it's not going to be a lot of pushback for me because what I say, like, is kind of fact-based. And when I say the stuff, you can't argue with the stuff.
I think we chat. I think, most of my conversations are about 10 minutes in length. I think you and I usually cover at least that. Sometimes I guess MAGA might go a little longer than that, but you and I, we cover the 10-minute spread for sure.
Okay, maybe I should put a timer on it just so I could see.
You got, how about this? How long we been talking now?
About 5 minutes.
All right, there you go. There's your timer right there on the screen behind me. 5.
Okay, just one quick thing.
All right.
I think the guy earlier, I think he didn't mean 1965. He meant 1865. That was the year of integration. I believe that's what he.
That sounds a lot better because my mom would have. She could she didn't graduate from high school, but she could have in 19. She like I said, she was born in 48, so she would have been in high school around that time, and you definitely could get an education.
My parents, like my parents, my parents went to high school, got good grades, all that. Like I know that, and my mother was born in 1938.
Okay.
So I know, she was going. It was a problem because she was very smart at math, and she was the only black student that was at that high level of math, to the point that the principal of the school used to have to teach my mother math specifically because there were no other kids of color that were at that level. And so she had to get literally, taught just by the principal. So I know, they were integrated in school long before 1965.
Yeah. The problem was you could get an education, but you couldn't do a damn thing with it of any significance. I mean, you're not going to get hired. You're not going to go into management. I mean, you really couldn't do much with that education.
Right. Yeah, my dad was very smart in school, too. He ended up going into the military. And my mom ended up in education, in teaching. But those were, even today, those aren't lucrative careers.
No, they're not.
Even though they were at the top of their class in high school, it didn't matter when it come, when you got out of high school or whatever. College, it might have been available on a community college level, maybe.
Yeah.
Up in the northern states, but you wasn't going to no Ivy League school. You wasn't earning.
Oh, hell no. Yeah. You weren't going to the Wharton School of Finance, in other words.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Whether you was qualified to or not, you was not even in consideration.
Yeah, because Trump, my guess is, I don't know what years he went there, but I bet his whole class was white. And probably not one black person was in his graduating class.
And he was probably a legacy there too.
Yeah.
Just like I
with
think
his dad,
I think one of his sons went there also. It was all legacy. It don't got nothing to do with your academic prowess or none of that stuff. A lot of them people just get in because their parents was there and they gave them money, and now they got a library named after them, or
like a Felicity Huffman tried to do with her kid or some shit like that.
Right. Yeah. And then they said, I didn't realize that was illegal. He just told you got your kids acting like they play volleyball or soccer or something, and they have no.
That right there is literally the definition of privilege. That right, if your kid is only in this school because they your kid and you could buy up, pretty much donate money for there is no better definition of privilege than that. That's definitely privilege.
Right, and they taking pictures and stuff, sending it in to the school because they gotta have a folder on you. So they send it. The kids is probably like,
how did she get caught? How did they even get caught doing that? How did they end up getting caught?
The guy who was doing it for him got busted, and evidently he had been doing it for other people. Right. They were just the ones that got caught.
Okay, yeah, that's crazy. That is fucked. I mean, that's the way the country was founded. I mean, most graduating classes, probably for at least the first century in this country, had a lot to do with it. It's in Ivy League colleges. I mean, some parent had name recognition or wealth or some type of prowess, and that's how the kid got in there.
Right, and how many times do we hear people talking about Trump and his people talking about merit, how people should get in school because of merit. The vast majority,
a DEI hire. He was a DE. He basically was a DEI student.
Right, and a lot of them that going to college right now are legacy students. Yeah. They talking about let's get rid of affirmative action when the majority of the students getting into the school is because of legacy, not because of merit.
Yeah. It's kind of a do as I say, not as I do type mindset. You know, as long as we do it, it's okay. But when what did one of the rappers say? It's cool when I do it, but it's a problem when they do fucking. That's pretty much what it is. As long as I'm doing it, it's okay. But if you guys do it, you know, like I mentioned, we talk about Kamala Harris being a DEI hire, and I always bring up like that's the way the country was founded. You knew the next person to fill this position was going to be a white man. It doesn't matter how trained a Hispanic woman or a black man is, they're not going to get this job. You knew the next high school principal or the chief of police or the mayor, or you know the next person to get this job is going to be a white man. There's nobody else going to get this but another white dude.
And that's why they always try saying, like, I don't vote on somebody just because they white. I voted for Barack Obama. Like, like everybody they done voted for before that, they never even had to think.
Yeah.
But now this one time, they voted that way, so now they try to excuse their entire voting past and saying, see, I told you so. No, you didn't tell me so.
But I'll tell you something. There are a lot of, and I see you cover, Zach, you says 5 minutes. What does that mean? I see there's a lot of folks that voted for Trump that say they also voted for Obama. And I never can understand it, but there's a lot of MAGA that say they voted for Obama.
That's an easy way to say, see, I'm not a racist. That's all it is.
Do you believe it though?
It's an out. It's a, you know what I'm saying? It's a door to say, look, see, the same way they say it. Look, I got a black friend. Most of them, they always caveat that they say, I voted for Obama the first time, but then now they get back in their group by saying, but after that, he's too divisive.
It's hard to, because Obama ran against John McCain, a war hero and all of that, his first time. It's hard to imagine somebody who represents MAGA today would have voted for Obama over John McCain back then. That doesn't.
Well, they didn't know. They didn't know they was MAGA back then. They hadn't been captured by the MAGA movement back then.
I get all of that, but I'm talking about the principles that MAGA do adhere to. They lean right generally. Why would you pick Obama, who's talking about spreading the wealth around and giving people socialized health care, over John McCain?
But John McCain wasn't. He wasn't like
he wasn't far right.
He wasn't Tea Party, like we got to take our country back. They didn't like him either.
Yeah, he was. Wait a minute. Because when Obama came along, the Tea Party was at their strongest. That's when they were around.
But that John McCain never had he never had them though. He was a part. He was like a what do they call them? The not the originals, but what do they call the liberal? I mean, the Republicans that have been around all all the time from back in the day. They called them the I forgot, but they had a name for them.
I thought that would have been the Tea Party.
Cheney, like Cheney and them. What did they call them?
I have no clue what you're talking about there.
Like more like traditional.
Oh, you mean like an establishment?
The establishment. Yeah. The establishment. Yeah. He was more. McCain was more like the establishment.
Yeah, that's
he wasn't
true.
radical.
That's true.
He wasn't talking to all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
I know I gotta go, so I just want to get on two quick things. I wanted to say for the Hispanic people that are running around who don't understand what's going on, take it from me. Somebody, a black person that's been around and seen the effects of when you start putting this kind of stuff into legislation. It's not the legislation; it's the enforcement. Ooh. It's the people behind. It's the people behind it. And I'm gonna tell you, if you don't understand, look at the 95 crime bill and what it said. And black people agree with the 95 crime bill
until they started enforcing it. When they started
enforcing it, we was like, wait a minute.
Yep.
Too late. So they just need to think about that. And another thing is coming. I read a story about it, but they're talking about the computer prices coming up. And actually, I read a couple articles about it, about how computers are about to shoot way up, which means technology is about to shoot way up when they start talking about these tariffs. And I found out for sure because I went to Best Buy to buy a gift, and I was buying a computer, and the guy said, if you're going to go ahead and get your computer, go ahead and get it now before the tariffs hit. So they know. what's
Wow.
about to happen
I've
with
been
these
considering
tariffs.
getting another laptop. I'm gonna take that advice to
Yeah,
heart. Then I
look,
may go and give me
yeah,
a
I'm getting
laptop
ready.
tomorrow.
I bought one for my mother, but I'm gonna go ahead and buy me another one right now because when they start these tariff stuff and they start messing with China and and because the Chips Act, it hasn't fully like they're still building those plants and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So until we can be self sufficient with those chips, we still got to depend on South Korea and China. And so we know what's about to happen with China. They're trying to decouple from China, and China gonna make it as hard as possible on us. So that's just one of the things I just wanted to put out there that
All
people
right.
gonna fuck around and find out.
I believe that. I believe that the enforcement is going to be a nightmare, and that's where they are going to wake up. I do believe that. It was a great example using the crime bill of Biden, or even stop and frisk in New York. They voted for, and when you see, it sounds great. They sell it really well, but then when you see how it's implemented and all the innocent victims they get caught up in it, and the draconian measures, like
And
shit.
the individual police officers who interpret the law differently than
Yep.
what the law actually says, but you gotta you gotta go through his wrath before you find out, even if it's in court, if you make it, that's not what the law say. But they implementing that all throughout neighborhoods and cities and stuff that we don't ever even see.
Wow. We'll see. It'll make for interesting content. I got to move on, Denkel, as you stated. Thank you for coming in.
All right, take care.
All right, moving on. He's right about that. That the African American community got tired of the whole crack, epidemic, and they voted for the crime bill of the night. And all of a sudden, the jails just became filled with black people. Even to this day, you hear people talking about, well, that shows blacks commit all the crime because they're the ones that are in jail. Yeah, because they kind of voted for measures that were against their own best interests, had their own neighborhoods over policed, and then when they were caught committing a crime, they got these draconian sentences that have. I mean, a whole lot of people are still paying the price for the crime bill because we already know once you go behind bars, the system is tailored to keep you under their thumb. They don't want you to get your life back together. So once you've been in the system, our society is tailored so that you stay in the system. It's very difficult to get your life back on par after having a felony. You're going to be under mountains of restitution. You're going to be under years of probation and all kinds of restrictions. It's designed to keep you that way. And I agree with what my last caller was saying. The black community, if they had a redo, they probably wouldn't vote in favor of the crime bill. And he's probably right, assuming we're going forward, that if the Hispanic community had a redo, let's say in 2040 or something like, they probably would not vote for Trump. I believe that. Somebody asked in the comments, how do you defend yourself if somebody calls you a racist? I saw that. The answer is simple. The same way you would do if somebody called you a socialist or a Marxist or a communist. The same shit. You realize if it's true or not, it is what it is. But if it's not, you gotta let that shit roll off of you. Name calling we're in the era of name calling. I mean, a lot of folks on the right are being called racist. A lot of folks on the left being called socialists. Take it as you may. Quit crying about tariffs. I don't know, Patrick. I think if that happens, everybody gonna be crying about tariffs. I actually believe that. Now, Alter Ego, I saw you in the comments when he was saying that a salesperson told him you need to get a computer or whatever if you're going to do it before the tariffs hit. And you said, yeah, a salesman would never say that, right? Yeah, I get your point that a salesman might just tell you some shit to get you to buy it. Like they were telling you that Obama was going to take away guns and you need to buy a firearm right now. You need to buy an AK or better yet an AR when ARs tripled in price. So and Obama didn't do a damn thing about buying a carbine. He didn't put any limitations on buying AR-15s, yet people were paying 3 times the price for them during his administration. So if what the salesman is saying is believable, people gonna believe it. I personally believe what he just stated, that you could see a significant increase in the price of high-tech electronics. I believe that. I actually believe that is possible. So based on what he said, I'm going to probably go out and get a laptop in the next few days. Yep, everyone is racist. I got news for you. Politics is racist, says Styles. Okay, I don't know. Like I said, everybody is socialist too. I don't know. I don't go around calling everybody all kinds of names like that. But we live in an environment where our leaders do that now, and we like it. So it is what it is. Yeah, I lived Obama. He made me lots of easy money. Yeah, if you had people that were dumb enough to think that he was going to turn America into socialist Greece and raise taxes to 70%. I mean, this is some of the shit they were saying. Now all of a sudden they're saying draconian things about Trump, and the right see that as wrong. Like, you don't realize they were saying the same thing about Obama like that. Taxes never came remotely close to reaching 70% under Obama. But that's what they were saying he was going to do. He was going to turn America into socialist Greece, because at the time Venezuela was still a functioning country. Greece was failing financially. So they were saying if you elect Obama, he's going to turn us into socialist Greece. America never came close to being a socialist country between 2018 and 2016. That was ridiculous. Continuing on, though. I don't know what I just hit there, but tap the screen, by the way. I haven't solicited that in a while. By the way, folks, this is what we do. We are a free speech program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Be critical of anybody in the comment section. You can damn sure be critical of the host. That's how we do it here. If you enjoy free speech, open dialogue, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, you're in the right place. I'll ask that you follow the program on TikTok. Share the live if you will. I don't get that often, but go ahead and share the live if you will. Sometimes it helps. Follow the program. Subscription on YouTube, horizontal, vertical, if you will. So looking in the comments, and he was arrested. I don't know. Don't blame me. I voted for John Guaido. Who the hell? Juan Guaido. Who the hell is that? Tim, did you stock up on canned corn and cereal when Biden was elected? I don't recall anybody saying you needed to do that. Stock up on canned corn and cereal when Biden? No, I think I get your point. You're saying that groceries shot up, so you probably should have stocked up on canned. Somewhat of a point. The price of cereal did go up astronomically under Trump, but cereal and canned corn are not staples. You don't have to buy that shit. You can't avoid that. So, and you're not gonna save a bunch of money by stocking up on cereal. I mean, how many boxes of cereal are you going through during the entire 4 years of Biden's term? I mean, let's say for instance you eat a box of cereal once a week. I don't know how much if you buy 52 boxes a year. And Biden's in office for 4 years, so you're talking 208 boxes of cereal. Let's say you save $3 per box. That's $600 you saved over 4 years. That ain't enough to justify stocking all that shit in your house. No, I didn't. No, I'm not gonna stock up on cereal. It's not. You don't save enough to do something like that. Guaido, whatever his name is, Guido is Venezuelan's president. Oh, we don't recognize him though. We don't recognize the president of Venezuela. They had a coup, or better yet, maybe Venezuela is the product of a love fest. I don't know. One of my other subscribers, Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Welcome to the program. Groceries are not going down since Charles Vine. Well, Trump promised they would, so we'll see. Travelman, you think the price of groceries are going to go down?
Come on, man.
Were
you on a gummy? You must have had a gummy or something before you came on tonight, huh? Come on, man. You know the president doesn't control that. Just like the price of gas, he doesn't control that. And not only that, once the prices get to where they're at, they'll never go back to where they were. It's corporate greed, man.
Well, so in other words, he lied to the American people, is what you're saying.
Come on, okay. Mexico gonna pay for the wall.
He didn't. Wait,
he lied to the American.
Let me take the route that Denkel always chastises me for. I'm gonna defend Trump. When he said Mexico's going to pay for the wall, he didn't mean pay in cash. He meant he was going to correct the trade imbalance where it would be more profitable for America. And he was going to use that money to pay for the wall. That money would be coming from Mexico, but it wasn't. They were not going to just write him a check.
Well, he graduated from college. He graduated from Wharton. So why didn't he say that? He said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. So therefore, get down into the granular. Explain. If that's what this is the problem. This is the problem. People are always explaining what he said.
Here's how I'm gonna counter that. I think that Mexico's going to pay for the wall and defund the police are very similar. Whereas people knew that the phrase did not mean what it meant literally, but they used it to be for their own political, to be advantageous politically. The right knew Democrats are not talking about complete damn anarchy with no police department. They were talking about you don't need the money to go to buying Iraq war surplus or shit. You need to actually maybe use funding to teach them de-escalation skills or to have mental health counselors on the force. That's what they meant by defund the police. But the right made it sound like they're just talking about getting rid of all police. Just like the left, I believe they knew Trump was not talking about Mexico writing a check to pay for the wall. But once again, just like the right did to the left did it back to the right and made it sound like they're expecting the president of Mexico to just get on, pull out a checkbook and write a check. That's not what they were talking about.
Okay, so let me ask you this then.
Sure.
You had, and they always bring up defund the police, right?
Yeah.
How many major?
None.
Not talking about.
None that I know of. None that I know of.
Talking about Cory Bush. I'm not talking. You maybe had one or two congressmen said it. You have pretty much nobody in the Senate.
Right.
They increased funding under Biden. Right. That's the reality. Trump said, not once, not twice, it was a staple of his campaign. Mexico is going to pay for the wall. I am going to bring down prices. That became a staple in his campaign. He even said it during the interviews. All this stuff that he lied, I'm going to end the Ukraine war even before I get in office.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Look, I don't disagree with that. I do believe that Trump said a lot of things that are going to be lies, or he's going to fail and not succeed at. But he was doing it to get elected. Apparently, it worked. Like I could end the Ukraine-Russia war in 24 hours before being in the Oval Office. He did say that. That's not going to happen. That is absolutely not going to happen. But I don't think the right or voters that voted for Trump are going to hold him accountable for that.
Well, they should.
They think Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were just that destructive to America that they're willing to overlook a few missteps of Trump.
Because that's what they were constantly told for 4 years.
And that's a problem on the Biden side. That's what I was telling Denkow a little while ago. Yeah, the messaging was because Denkow was saying, well, why don't you have a program where you tout all the successes of the Biden administration? And I'm like, most Americans that even voted for Biden do not have a list of things that he succeeded at, which is his messaging is that bad that people who want him to get reelected can't even tell you a bunch of things that he did good.
Yeah, that's the messaging part of it, But the bottom line is, these are things that this is what he said, and his people and people on the right, they're constantly trying. Oh wait, that's not really what he meant. Excuse me. He's the president of the United States. When he speaks, people listen to what he says. So when he says all this crazy stuff, most people are taking this stuff literally.
In regards to people taking it literally and listening to what he said, what about this whole claim that the individual that ran over all the people in New Orleans is an illegal immigrant? Do you believe people believe that?
Initially, yeah, when he first came out and said it.
Yeah.
And when he first came out and said it, because they did, and not only that, I can guarantee you, they gonna continue to say that.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. They gonna continue to say it.
What about this whole notion? Now, in addition to him saying it, he did say that when I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our own country, that statement was so he's suggesting that the folks that are migrating to this country are more violent and dangerous than the people that live here. Do you agree with that?
And that has been shot down how many times?
I don't think it's ever been proven legit.
They come out with you mean that the people coming in are more violent has never been proven legit?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever proved that immigrants coming in this country are more violent than the people we have here already.
100% correct. But they keep saying it. You can go talk to anybody, any MAGA person, and they would tell you the same thing what he just said because they just keep repeating it over and over and over.
Yeah.
That's what they say on Fox News, Newsmax, AON. That's what they say on talk radio. They just repeat that same stuff over and over. Meanwhile, the real stuff is coming out where the numbers come out or the studies that's done, and they say, no, that's not true. It goes in one ear, doesn't register, goes through that gray matter, and it goes out the other side. They don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Have we had any, I guess I hate to say something that sounds so grammatically incorrect, but have we ever had any mass unaliver that was in this country illegally? Somebody who took a bunch of lives at once?
I don't think so.
I haven't heard of any of, and I know the right would be mentioning it constantly. I don't know of anybody that's done that.
You would get a constant drumbeat of it, because that's what they do. So, and they talk in the two things that happened this weekend. Those are Americans that did it.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. But they don't want to talk about that. So they gonna keep spreading. And come January 20th, he gonna roll in there, and everybody's thinking all this great stuff is gonna happen, and it's not. You look at what the Congress just did the last 2 years. They gonna do the same thing.
Well, he promised the largest deportation in history. You don't think he's going to deliver on that?
How can he?
You don't think he can deliver on
what?
You really don't. You really don't think he? I don't know. I actually think he's going to deliver on that. I don't know to what level, but you don't think at all.
I didn't say at all.
Okay.
What's going to be the ramification?
What do you mean?
Who's going to pick the vegetables? Who's going to clean the hotel rooms? Okay. Who's going to do the landscaping? Who's going to work in Tyson's chicken plant to cut up the chickens? Okay. Nah, I'm just asking the question.
I think you could get rid of a hell of a lot of people and still have a lot of workers available. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. I think you could.
Will they be legal or illegal? But they'll still be illegal.
Well, you can get, because so many folks came in under Biden, in my opinion, just the folks that came in over the last 4 years, if you got rid of just them alone, it would be the largest deportation in history. I don't know how many thousands or millions came in under Biden, but there was a lot of them. But there was already a lot of people here before Biden got in office. If you just get rid of half of the ones that came in the country since Biden been president, that would probably be the largest deportation in history.
He probably would not deport more people than Obama did.
Yeah. But he'll make a lot more noise on it. He'll sell it. He'll make a lot more noise about it.
He'll make a lot of noise. Obama deported 3 million people, something like that.
I don't know, but it's the highest out of any president in our lifetime, I think.
Exactly. And it's also the way that they're going to go about doing it. I really do believe this, because now you're talking about arrogance. Listen to this guy talk, how arrogant he is. Holman or whatever his name is. Listen to how arrogant he is.
Yeah.
So they're talking about snatching up people, okay? And okay, we're gonna send you were born here, so we're gonna deport your father, and we're gonna deport your butt too. And they getting into the birthright citizenship. That's a bunch of BS. You cannot change that through executive order or none of that. That's in the Constitution.
Well, I think I'm telling you, when it comes to lawyers, don't ever underestimate what kind of tricks they can pull. And with him having the Supreme Court, okay, it's in the Constitution, I get it. But let's say, for instance, they come up with some kind of a roundabout excuse, like trying to say that there's some kind of national security issue or something like that. If it goes to the Supreme Court to have to interpret whether Trump has broke the law or not, do you feel confident they would be unbiased?
But taking away taking away the birthright citizenship, how is that a national security? Are you talking about kids?
Because it's linked to their parents still. Unless you're gonna say that you can have a child here and it's a citizen, but the parents can be kicked out.
Oh man. You know what? Y'all come up with all kinds of stuff.
I'm just telling you, this is what lawyers do, man.
That goes back you know, like one of you guys was saying earlier, man. You know, now you get birthright citizenship was put in, for the slaves. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's why the birthright. Everybody know that's why the birthright citizenship was put in there, right? And it's hard to make a change to the Constitution, and it's hard to get around the Constitution. Now,
But wait, hold on. Let me ask you this, though.
Supposed to be. Hold on a minute. If these guys on the Supreme Court are supposed to be constitutionalists, then they would go by the how the Constitution was written and what the intent was when it was written.
Yeah, I'm not even going. Listen. I'm not even going to begin to pretend like the Constitution. Anybody, left or right, will happily break the Constitution if it's done so in the way they deem favorable. So I don't buy that Trump side of the aisle is so gung ho on the Constitution that they would not change it. If you can change the Constitution in a manner that they favor, they would change it in a heartbeat, and I think the liberals would as well. But in regards to birthright citizenship, I think we got the right on board. They would be okay with a check because you're talking about you need the 60-seat majority or whatever to make a constitutional amendment or whatever. You got all of the right. I actually believe, certainly with Elon Musk out there willing to throw money around and shit like that, and a hell of a lot of independents and people on the left right now that are not happy with what's going on at the border. I'm not confident they couldn't get that 60, man. I think they might. I'm not saying for sure, but I think it is worthy enough to make the attempt. If they needed to get 60, what is it, 60 seats to make that change, or 2/3 majority or whatever, I'm not 100% sure they couldn't get it.
It's not just that. Then you got to get 2/3 of the state. You got to get 30 of the states.
That would be challenging.
So what you're talking about? This is something that's going to take years to do.
Yeah.
You know, you look how long it took. They still work. I think they're still working on the ERA. I might be wrong, but they've been working on that for about 30 years.
It ain't. Yeah, I get your point. It ain't something you can just easily do. It ain't. Yeah.
So and this thing, man, is just crazy. But that's what they're talking more than what they're actually going to be able to do. So
well, I don't doubt that, but I mean that's gonna happen on either side. My guess is the folks on the left would have also made some promises that if they had got elected, they weren't going to come true, like the $25,000 housing credit. And I'm not for sure she would have been able to do that. So sometimes they do make promises, but I think Trump made a lot of promises that he probably ain't gonna be able to meet.
But see, and you just did what they always do also.
What?
Right. We're talking about Trump. We're not talking about Kamala. We're talking about what he said, because he the one that got elected. We're not, but we're gonna bring in. Well, she probably couldn't did the 25,000. That's a moot point. It's irrelevant.
Well, if you're gonna,
what he said.
Yeah, but if you're gonna hold Trump accountable and make it sound like he's the bad guy for making a promise he can't keep, I am going to point out that it ain't like you would have escaped that by voting for a liberal.
Well, you know what? When they get into office, and then we can talk about it. But other than that, we're talking a hypothetical right now.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you that.
All right. Hey, before I go though, quick thing, because I was listening earlier when you had the brother on from Michigan, and he was talking about.
Hold on, real quick before you do that. The spam is pointless. Brockton, I took care of the spam issue on YouTube Vertical. The person typing the same thing that has been taken care of. So I thank you for pointing that out. Go ahead. What were you saying though?
I was looking at this thing here that just came up too. He has already said he can't deliver on some promises he made. Why he didn't say that before he was elected?
Well,
he's transparent.
Because he wouldn't have got elected.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The guy from Michigan, he is 100% correct. The Midwest is the most racist part of the country.
Really?
100%.
Compared to, you think even more so than Alabama and Mississippi?
You know what you're dealing with down there. If the racism up north was just as bad as it was down south. Okay?
I don't agree with that.
They ran Martin Luther King out of Chicago the first time he went up there.
I don't
right?
agree. I don't. I mean, I look at the okay. 'Cause I'm born and raised in Chicago.
I'm born.
My grandmother fled Hattiesburg, Mississippi, back in the '40s, I think it was, when everybody was fleeing that area down there to come up south. My other grandmother fled Memphis, Tennessee. All that oppression. They both moved to Chicago. I've never heard them suggest that Chicago was just as racist as what they fled in the South.
Okay, I'm from East St. Louis, and
Okay.
my great grandfather did the same thing. He had to leave Mississippi. I poured into up in Chicago, outside of Chicago, Lake Forest. What's the name of that suburb up there where Walter Payton them used to stay at? Michael Jordan, all those guys. Lake
Uh,
Forest or something like that.
Hoffman Estates or something out there. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So we pull in there. I'm coming from California. See a lady walking down the street. Say, hey, can you? Is there any apartments that you could around here where we can go look for apartment?
Hmm.
And she looked at us. She said, well, we don't live up here. We just work up here. This was in 1984, 85, right?
Okay.
Yeah, 1984. 1985, if you were black and you went to Cicero, you had a problem.
Yeah, that was bad. Cicero. Yeah, I know the
You
history
had
of
a problem.
Cicero. But compared to, but you're not talking about lynchings. I mean, Chicago has its history, but it's not remotely close to what was in the Deep
Well,
South.
well, you do have you got the lynchings down there. I get it.
Mass
The South
graves
got
and
the South got
you got
the South
mass
is
graves
better
and
on that.
shit down. You got mass graves and shit down south. It ain't nowhere near like that in Chicago.
Yeah, but you still had the racism was still there
Yeah.
though.
I don't. I, yeah,
It
race.
was just more. It was more. You okay? You could not go live in the neighborhood that you wanted to live in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm
You had
not.
to
I'm not
shut
going to
down the
pretend
town.
like
You had towns. You had towns that you had to be at. You couldn't be in there at nighttime.
I'm just simply saying if you were an African American in the country of America, you were safer in Chicago than you were I say dirty South, in the deep South. You were safer than you were in the South. I mean, like you said, there's racism and things like that. Certainly was happening in Chicago, but in terms of loss of life just for simply being black, not from the police, but just from citizens, you name it, that was far more prevalent in the South than in places like Chicago and Detroit and stuff.
Well, you probably weren't gonna get lynched, but you could have other things happen up
Yeah.
there.
Oh yeah.
You still had Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Jim Crow wasn't just in the South. Jim Crow was everywhere. You know. So and the reason Jim Crow, when you guys were talking earlier about the education thing, the reason that the Jim Crow with the schools and education and everything, and black folks couldn't get a job. So that's when they started creating their own businesses. And that's why within the overall U.S. economy, a black economy was established.
Yeah, but even in terms of just the whole history of the North, where they were against slavery and things like, you did have more African American, I mean, they get white sympathizers for leaving black people alone in the North than you did in the South.
I don't know. I wouldn't say leaving them alone. You was fine long as you didn't try to move into a white neighborhood.
I was the second person. My family was the second white black family on the block. We in the '70s grew up on the south side of Chicago. Like not too. I don't know if you know a lot about the suburbs on the south side, but right by Riverdale, 128th and Halsted, right off of that. And yeah, we
Mm-hmm.
were the. I grew up, going to elementary school. In fact, if I look at my school, right before I went there, all of the previous classes were white. We was like the second black family on the block. So. I
You
guess
said
you're
that.
right about the neighborhoods. Because I remember my
That
dad telling me he used to work for Illinois Bell, and he had came out of he's a Marine, had came home from Vietnam, and had a decent job, was able to buy a house with the GI Bill once blacks could finally use that, and
exactly.
yeah, and I remember him keeping a hard hat in the front window of his car. We had one of those two-door Lincoln Mark IVs, I think it was, with the
Mark 3, Mark 4, Mark 4.
he used to have like the rounded tire
Yeah,
shape on the trunk.
yeah,
Yeah, and it had
yeah.
the words Lincoln on it. Yeah, I remember it as a kid, and he used to tell me because I used to have somebody keep the hard hat in the window, and he used to tell me it was so that they know I got a job because he had a nice
Mm-hmm.
car, and they would, the police would pull you over, and he said I would keep the hard hat in the window so the police knew he had a job. So it was still happening, but I don't know. The South to me, I don't know if my dad could have even gotten a job. like that in the South.
I'm not saying it wasn't bad in the South. I'm just saying though, based on I grew up in the Midwest just like you did during the '60s and the '70s. You know, it was pretty racist. You know, like I said, I grew up in East St. Louis. Everything around East St. Louis was all white towns, and you had sundowner towns around there. When we got chased out of places and called the N word, the whole 9 yards. Now they didn't have the lynchings, but it was more covert. Okay, is what it was than it was down south.
Yeah.
Down south, you had white kids and black kids that played together. You know, and then when they got older, they were separated. You see what I'm saying? And so you didn't have that up in the north.
Chicago is extremely segregated. Like
Extreme,
they don't live together. But they starting to do it. But they didn't. When I came up, you didn't live. You lived in your neighborhood. They didn't live together at all.
Same thing in Milwaukee. You know.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So, but even still today,
you don't see Trump is trying to take us back to that era, do you?
We can't go back to that era.
Or you can go back to any damn thing.
But in order to do that, then we have to become subservient and obedient and docile, and that ain't gonna happen. Okay, so but that goes back to the "Make America Great Again" thing, because I grew up during the '60s and the '70s. You did too. Yeah. And before that, it was way worse than that. We're around the same age, so we're the first generation to actually benefit from the civil rights movement.
Yep, I say that all the time. First in my family tree.
And we're the first ones that can actually talk financial stuff to our kids. See, so no, we're not going back to that, but they can. That's what's the "Make America Great Again"? What are you talking about? You know,
I think "Make America Great." I'm not saying "Make America Great Again" is a racist slogan. I think they don't even consider the black experience in it. I think they're talking about stuff like, bringing religion back or two-family households back and things like that. I don't think they're even taking in consideration the plight of African Americans when that statement is being said. Now, some of them are maybe talking about it from a racist standpoint, but overall, I think the phrase "Make America Great" is talking about a time in America that many may have favored a bunch of different aspects, and they're not even thinking about what African Americans were going through during that time.
Hey, but you know what, though? But think about this also. The "Make America Great Again" thing was also after we had demolished Europe and dropped a nuclear bomb on Japan.
Yeah.
So everything that was being done, we were putting into place. So we were dominating. Our businesses were dominating everything, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? I mean, you got the Marshall Plan. The U.S. pretty much rebuilt Europe.
Well, yeah, and they've been paying us for that ever since. But yeah.
Yeah, so you can look at it from that point of view. But then during that time, we were also second-class citizens. We couldn't vote. And so I did 20 years in the military.
Oh.
So I'm 100%. So I did 3 years in the Marine Corps, 17 years in the Navy. My uncle did 2 tours in Vietnam. My brother went to the Navy. My great uncle served.
Your patriotism, man. Your whole family. Damn.
I got 2 nephews just got out the Marine Corps. My 3 grandsons went to the Air Force. Okay.
Wow.
So we're 100%. We're pro-military.
You are your family is the definition of patriot. I know we use the term patriot, tends to be synonymous with the right, but the real actual word of patriot, your family, you guys are filled with patriotism. That's how that word should be used. But I know the right tends to think the left can't be patriots, and all. The way they're using the word is butchering it. I mean, what your family is doing, that is the definition of patriotism.
And check this out before I go. When I joined the Marine Corps in 1976, which was a year after Vietnam, when I went to camp, when I got out of boot camp, and I went to San Diego to Camp Pendleton, right before I got to Camp Pendleton, the KKK had a meeting in the barracks.
On the base?
On the base in the barracks. Yes. 1976. And some of the brothers found out about it. They broke it up, and they had the thing or whatever. And the brothers got discipline, and the white guys got transferred out of our area over to other areas.
Wow.
Yeah. So, hey, here's what it is. We got these people that's coming in now. People are feeling emboldened. But they got to realize.
I'm hearing that, and I have heard people suggest that Trump has made folks. I haven't seen it yet, but I've seen enough shit on the news. But I'm not going to necessarily say it's because of Trump. But folks are saying that Trump's speech has made folks feel comfortable coming out in the open with how they feel about others.
Well, yeah, that is true. Kind of make you wonder what is this speech going to be on January 20th? It can't be worse than the one he did.
Yeah, the one he did in his first inauguration speech was doom and gloom. It ain't going to be positive. I don't know what he's going to say, but we know Trump, if you give him a mic long enough, some negativity is going to come out.
He can't help it.
Yeah.
He can't help it.
All right, you disappointed me for the evening, man.
And he also, I think the last time he appointed, 2 black judges out of the 230 that he appointed.
You make it sound like Trump is a racist, man.
No, I'm just pointing out what he did.
Yeah.
And now look, same thing this time around. He got one guy in the cabinet.
You don't get it. Yeah, you don't get a lot of diversity out of Trump. I don't think that's up for debate. You don't get a lot of diversity out of Trump. There's no way to. I mean, we saw what happened last time he was in office. I don't expect it to get much better this time.
He's a legacy. He's a legacy kid.
Yeah.
Trump grew up when affirmative action was white. That's when he grew up.
Yeah. No denying. I mean, so did Biden, but I know how you say we don't bring that up.
Biden did too.
Yeah.
Biden grew
They
up
both
when affirmative
did.
action was white. Yeah.
They both did.
He sure did. All right, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your service. God damn, that's a lot of service in that family.
That's what we do.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
And I worked 15 years for customs.
Wow.
So that's 35 years of my life dedicated to this country.
And I'm assuming you think the country's treating you right?
Oh, I've had a good life.
Okay.
I've been blessed. I've been blessed. Now, that doesn't mean I haven't been pulled over.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I haven't been profiled. Okay. Yes, I have.
I had to challenge you. Man.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm 66 years old, so of course I've been through that.
Yeah. No kidding.
But hey, it is what it is. I don't use that though. That inspires me. That makes me go. I have to teach my kids.
Maybe that's what they mean by "Make America Great Again." Is that having families filled with patriotism like your own?
Yeah. Okay.
If I can see the look on your face, I already know you.
How many? If that was the case, we wouldn't be having a recruiting problem right now.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
How many of Trump families served in the military? How many Johnson families served in the military? Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
That used to be something we favored more, but now having leaders that have served in the military don't seem to be much of an issue anymore. The whole thing about, like you said, recruitment, everything, all of the, just the desire or incentive to serve is just at an all-time low in this country.
Well, when unemployment is low like it is, recruiting is always hard. It's harder.
Because people can find something else to do.
Yeah, when the country's in a recession, recruiting goes up. It's always been like that. Mm-hmm. So they want to blame it on, kids don't want to go because they don't want to do DEI and all of that. Look here, man. We had some kind of diversity training my entire 20 years I was in the military. We had some kind of diversity training. And when I was on aircraft carriers, it was all men. Women wasn't allowed on combatants at the time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we still went to diversity training. I've had guys tell me, man, I never saw a black person until I came here.
Damn.
So, hey, that's the way it was.
Yeah.
That's why you had, they had different names for it. We called it sensitivity training. We had our own derogatory names for it, So, but that's we've always had that.
Teaching you how to interact with each other, 'cause like you said,
Teaching you how to interact with each other. You had that. You had gay people in the military. I didn't know any trans people, but you definitely had gay people. My best friend in the Marine Corps was gay.
Openly?
Everybody knew it.
Huh.
This was 1976 to 79.
What is it? Don't ask, don't tell. How did he get away with that? I'm surprised. I thought
He didn't mess with nobody, man. Nobody messed with him. He didn't mess with anybody.
I thought
But
they
we
would
knew
put you out
we
for
knew he
that.
was gay.
I thought they would put you out for that.
They put you out if you were doing something or or if somebody turned you in. But our whole damn battalion knew he was gay. You know, so.
Man, I could talk to you for quite a while. You got a man. I never knew that. I never knew
And
that.
one last thing though, I was on the USS Nimitz. It was 6,100 guys on there. So just say if you got 10% of the crew or 5% of the crew is gay.
That's a lot of gay dudes.
That's a lot of gay dudes.
That's a lot of gay dudes.
Okay, a lot of gay dudes. Then nobody messed with them. They sat at the same lunch table. They interacted with each other and stuff. That was it. Now, if they did something and got caught, boom, they were gone.
Oh, so in other words, they didn't know. They didn't officially know. You guys knew, but they didn't officially know that people were gay.
What do you mean?
I mean, like the superiors didn't officially know. It was like an untalked about story.
Well, they knew, but if you weren't doing anything, you just doing your job.
I mean, like you couldn't carry around a picture of you and your lover, like a man.
No.
You know, like a man could put his picture of him and his wife on his hat or something like that. You couldn't do that.
No, everybody they were technically you could say they were in the closet.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
You can say that.
All right, okay. Travelman.
All right,
Good talk, real good talk. Thank you. All right, moving on. Wow, that was interesting. I didn't, learn a few things there. I always appreciate the Free Speech Forum for that simple reason. Before I go to the next caller, though, guess who joins the most? Says Charles Vaughn. In what respect? Are you saying gay people or are you saying African Americans? Now, as what he talked about, if the job market is slow, recruitment is up. I'm assuming that when the job market is slow, it hurts people of color probably worse than anybody. I mean, you know, what do they say all the time? If the country gets a cold, the African American community gets a flu. So my guess is you probably get a hell of a lot more African Americans joining. I could be wrong. I'm just simply saying that's what it sounds like. Alter Ego says if your family has been harming minds for 500 years, my son should know that. Herb, you know, before I continue on, I'm not a fan of anybody, and I know this is the way this country was founded. I'm not a fan of anybody trying to omit, deliberately whitewash or change history because it's nasty, because it's awful, because of what actually happened. History's history. I think that it is, to quote Hillary Clinton, it is deplorable that this country for decades, for generations, tried to alter the history of how we were founded, what went on, just because it didn't look right, or because it might make certain families look bad or feel bad. We have no problem pointing out the Holocaust or pointing out bad things that happened in Europe, Mussolini or Stalin, but we want to portray the Confederacy in this country as a positive group of young men. You know, Trump has promised to rename military bases back after them. I really hate that we've done that in this country because folks always talk about you're always playing victim, you're always bringing up racism. It's hard to get past this shit when so many people are constantly trying to bend and twist the facts and make it sound like it's something else. You know, the Confederate South is all about pride and heritage. I mean, that's like saying that, you know, NAMBLA is all about building playgrounds for kids. You know what the hell they doing. We already know, regardless of how you want to size up the Confederacy, if they had won the war, people of color would have been oppressed for who knows how much longer. It would have went on for, they didn't have the best interest. I don't care what the hell people want to say the war was the reason it was. Now, it was for slavery. There's plenty of documentation that says that, but they want to even try to change history and suggest the Civil War was not about slavery. I mean, I really hate that we've done that in this country. That's why a lot of the racism and the intolerance and all that shit continues on. A lot of folks that you say playing victim, why do people of color keep talking about? Because the truth has never came out. People keep trying to lie about the truth. Just come out and admit what happened. Come out and admit what might be still happening. That's the biggest issue. Is the cards were never put on the table, so the truth is coming out in spigots. Right now, Tyler Perry has a movie on Netflix that talks about some African American women that served in the military and actually were quite successful delivering mail, which was a much needed morale improver during World War II. None of them got credit. I would suggest that most of the African American servicemen that were in the military during World War II, most of them got their credit for that after they were dead. It's shit like that. Just come out and be honest about the stuff. That is what has delayed the healing process in this country for so damn long. And you still have people that are telling lies and misrepresenting the truth. I mean, I get people every day talking about the Civil War was not about slavery and the Confederate flag is about pride and heritage and all that. This stuff still happens. That stuff still happens. Until that changes, we're never going to get past this shit. Until that changes. I mean, what's next? The Klan is only about changing sheets? I mean, until you come out and admit what's actually taking place, this stuff is never, ever going to heal. Looking in the comments, and that's just a problem in America. I don't think some people want to actually tell the truth because they think it'll make maybe their race or maybe their ancestry look bad. What? Can you imagine a Muslim child's mom showing up to a school council meeting saying, I don't want the school to talk about September 11th because it makes my child feel bad? Can you imagine what they would? They might beat her ass for that. They certainly going to laugh her out of the meeting. I don't want you teaching about September 11th because it makes my kid feel uncomfortable. It happened. It happened. I mean, you can't change history by trying to eliminate the fact that this shit happened. Jay, is this Will?
This is not.
Oh, I thought it was
First time on the program. Love the show, though.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What brought you on?
Just, weird topics and stuff like that. Liberal, but also to, business owner myself, and I understand what tariffs are going to do to the country. I think it's interesting people think it's not going to affect us.
I don't get that. Why would people think? Well, you know what I think it is? I think folks believe that, and I'm kind of in this camp. I think that Trump's tariff threats are really going to be a bluff that causes the other side to react, and they will never be imposed. But if he end up imposing those tariffs, I can't imagine anybody who tends to think this is not going to raise the price of goods and services. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried about the reason why the Cuban crisis happened because of Canada and also Mexico was offered by the Russians to missiles in the country.
Wait, say that again?
The Mexicans were offered by the Russians before Cuba to add missiles into their country.
Yeah,
but they said no. So what happens if that happens again?
You're talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Yeah. So before the Cubans got the missiles, the Russians asked the Mexican government if they could add missiles in their country.
I don't know if Russia is in position to do that right now, though. I mean,
it's not Russia, but if the Chinese could do it.
Yeah, the Chinese could do it. But I think the Ukraine, with our assistance, has revealed Russia to be a paper tiger. I think Vladimir Putin knows if he got into a military spat with the United States right now, he's at a weakened position because we've revealed that and not only that, but how many soldiers have they lost to the Ukraine? How much military equipment have they lost? Their military is not in position right now to make any serious threats against the United States at all.
The last number I heard was, I think, like 30 to 40,000 casualties, which is a crazy number.
Yeah, and not only that, but the country is not a big fan of what's going on right now. So the morale is low. I mean, they've had to bring in North Korean soldiers, so they're not in position. But China's a different story, as you pointed out.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. So what do you think about now? We started the program off talking about President Trump indicating that folks coming in this country are more violent than the ones we actually have here. He was trying to suggest that the person that took all of those lives, the 14 innocent lives in New Orleans, was an immigrant. Now, that's obviously been proven false. You're not going to hear any correction from Trump at all. We know how that works. But what I want to ask is, do you see any validity at all in his claims that the immigrants coming in this country are more violent than the Americans that are already here?
So just based off the math we know of and the stats, it's obviously wrong. And obviously you have all our mass shootings. I mean, that just shows by itself that Americans are worse. And also, how bad does it look for the president to say, yeah, it's not the immigrants, it's the Americans of the country I'm in charge of.
Well, he doesn't have to say anything at all. I mean, you don't have to portray Americans as being violent. It's a conversation you don't even have to go down that alley at all. The fact that he is comparing the violence of immigrants to Americans is probably just a conversation he should never have had.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. That's his way. He has to keep talking, has to rile the base up. So that's all he really has.
Well, are you sure though? I mean, he got, obviously the Hispanic vote was significantly more than what you would normally expect for a Republican Party. So I don't know if I would refer to the Hispanics as his base, yet he won more Hispanic male votes than Kamala Harris got. And I don't think that those guys are MAGA or his base. There are people who believe he has the best policies, maybe.
I think with that part, as bad as it sounds, I almost feel like that's because she's a woman versus being a man. Because how does she lose 1.5 million votes out of California versus Biden?
Well, I do believe it's a couple things. Obviously, her being a woman didn't help her. I don't even think her being black helped her, but certainly her being a woman hurt her significantly. But in addition to that, some folks do believe the policies of the Biden administration were not effective for this country. People don't like what they're paying for groceries and the price of goods and services in this country, and they blame Biden for it.
Which is unfair. It's the supply chain crippled us, and that's just something that we never recovered from. And in general, when it comes to people, we're very short-minded. We just see what was before and now and not seeing where we got to this point.
Yeah. Well, you got to give Trump credit for the messaging. It's the messaging of Biden.
Messaging, 100%.
Yeah, the messaging, I think by far the worst. I think there's two reasons that I believe Kamala lost and Trump won. Number one being Biden took too long to step down. Biden should have never ran for re-election. It would have gave Kamala Harris or whoever got the spot much longer. Kamala Harris had 107 days, and she's going up against a guy who's probably been campaigning for 8 or 9 solid years. So that hurt her badly. But then, of course, as we're talking about the messaging, Trump is constantly out there telling you all of the good things he's did. In some cases, not even being truthful. But he's telling folks he's done all of this stuff over and over again, and they're believing it. And Biden is essentially saying nothing, to the point where even Biden supporters, as I told one of my viewers earlier, could barely even quote off 2 or 3 things Biden has done good for the country.
No, you're right. Yeah, he has terrible messaging. I mean, the entire Democratic Party has some of the worst messaging possible.
Yeah.
Like, every single person as a strategist should be fired and should not be allowed to touch this campaign.
Damn. So do you think that Kamala could have beat Trump, though?
I don't think so. Even if she had the full
year
time, to whatever it's supposed to be, I still don't think I can see her winning. I don't know who would even be able to beat him. Like, the bench is pretty empty. Like, I love Buttigieg from South Bend. Would never work.
Well, if they don't want to put a woman in there, they're not going to want to put a gay guy in there either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know who on the bench would even could beat him.
What about Michelle Obama ran against Trump?
I think Michelle would have won.
Yeah, I do too. I think that
they know about.
I don't know about. I think
that they know about.
I don't know about. I think that you could surround yourself with a decent staff, and I mean, you got some managers. If you put the right team leaders or the right middle management in place, you might not actually have to do a whole lot. I don't think Biden's doing a whole lot, for example. I mean, you put the right folks in, and they call you for mostly yes or no conversations. You do a few press conferences. I think you might be able to wing a hell of a lot of it.
I think for some presidents like Biden, yes. I think for her, she would want to actually govern and actually do good because she actually cares versus other people. I feel like Biden was just not mentally there.
Yeah.
Which I think we'll find out more and more. The longer he's out of office, people are going to say, yeah, he.
I think once Biden is out of office, you ain't going to see him no more. I mean, that's going to be.
You won't see him, but you'll hear about him, how bad he was mentally.
Oh, you mean some liberals will start telling the truth?
Yeah, like the staffers and stuff. Yeah. They'll be like, yeah, he couldn't remember this, or he forgot this, whatever random thing.
I actually said the same thing was going to happen if Trump lost. If Trump lost, I think you would have had a hell of a lot of folks on the right because they know their careers are in danger if they speak out against Trump now. If he was powerless, I think you would have people writing books and saying all kinds of shit.
Oh, yeah, they would have buried him. If he lost them again back to back, they would have buried him and they would have never let him ever talk again. Well, they would say he's the reason why we're in destruction, and they would blame him for everything. Because Republicans and Democrats, but Republicans for sure, they will turn your back on you if they know that they'll lose power because of you.
Well, I don't know. I think the Democrats, I mean, I brought up Al Franken earlier in the show, and we've seen how quickly they got rid of Al Franken. Yeah, they got rid of Andrew Cuomo in New York. I mean, the Democrats will eat their own pretty quick, too.
That's what I said, yeah, both parties will. If you are a cancer to them, they'll cut you out.
So what do you think? You think Trump can actually be an effective leader this time? I mean, obviously there will be some chaos. He's going to continue to take to the internet and say awful shit about people. But at the end of the day, because people always say, well, ignore what he's saying, pay attention to his policies. Do you think he could take America down a successful path?
I'm curious on what he's going to do, since he doesn't need his base anymore because he already won. So what does he do besides golf? Like, will he actually govern or will he just golf? And I think if he does the rhetoric he's been talking about with the deportations, I think we'll have a recession. If we do the tariffs, for sure, we will go into the depression. Just based off the computer conversation, look the numbers up. If you were trying to buy a MacBook Pro at $1,600 with the tariff of the 25 plus the 10, or is it, I guess, it's 20 plus 10, it would be around $2,000.
Damn.
So it's
I don't think that's going to happen. I think that the likes of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and some of them will, certainly Elon. I think Elon, you know, one of the things I've often said about Trump is he surrounds himself with yes men to the point where even if he make a mistake, because everybody's so damn scared to speak out, he's going to make the mistake because everybody around him is a yes man. This administration, you got Elon. Elon is not a yes man. I don't think Elon is a yes man for Trump. So I do believe that tariffs and some of that stuff, like you see what Elon is talking about the HB1 visas. I think Elon Musk may be what saves America from becoming a far right country in some of those areas you're talking about, because I do believe Elon Musk can get Trump to listen.
I think the problem with Elon, he should be very careful and not fly too close to the sun, because Trump can destroy him. I mean,
no, you can't destroy a man.
Hold on. The two big things Elon has is SpaceX and Tesla. So with SpaceX, Trump, the biggest money maker they have are government contracts. Trump can cancel those.
Yeah,
the next thing is Starlink.
You know much. You know how much business Elon Musk can move to a foreign country. He could destroy us economically. I mean, that guy got so much power with that kind of money. I don't know if Trump can destroy. He might be the first guy He may be the first guy Trump has encountered on his own team that he cannot so easily destroy.
He probably only has, though, $6 billion in liquid cash.
Who?
The rest of that's all tied up in Tesla stocks, which you can also destroy with Trump saying, we're going to ban EVs because of the damage it can do to our grid because we can't support them. That's something he can get past.
He got the whole damn space program under him. Because he pretty much is NASA now with Starlink. It kind of outsourced NASA to him. He got so much shit. If Trump starts destroying that stuff, he's destroying America now because he's pretty much embedded Elon into the fabric of America. So for you to get to Elon, you're destroying America in the process.
Does he care more about himself or the country?
Ooh.
If I had to bet on it, I would say it's on Trump than the country.
So you think Trump would be willing to destroy this country to get at one of his adversaries?
100%.
Damn. I don't have an argument for that. I've seen some of the things he's done. I can't totally disagree with you. All right. Wow. That's frightening, though.
I was going to say, because let's say with Starlink, for example, another reason why he makes money from SpaceX, and you can say and argue the Kessler syndrome is a reason why not to allow them to do that.
But say that again.
The Kessler syndrome. So Kessler is the theory of if one satellite blows up in space, it would be a cascading failure where we can't go back to space for 30 to 60 years.
Why the hell would that be?
Because there's no atmosphere up there. So it's almost like a bullet that's never stopping and it hits more satellites. So
you said if one satellite blows up in space, the debris is going to go around damaging all the other stuff.
Yep.
Why would a satellite blow up?
Once it's blowing up, and it's just anything in space that hits it. You can argue that their satellites aren't moving all the time because they always move because they see something in the sky, and if they say the program isn't good enough, and they will crash to another satellite because there's thousands of stars.
Yeah, but satellites are so damn tiny compared to space. Even if there is debris flying around everywhere, what are the odds it's going to hit you?
Well, it's because they shatter and fragment. It's
I get it, but when you look at the vastness of space, even if there are, it's infinitely huge.
No, you're not wrong, but it's the Starlinks. Each satellite is following each other, so it will go through debris in front of it.
Okay, that's above my pay grade. I can't speak on that.
Just think about if you're a stop sign and a car behind you slides in ice and hits you. One behind them hits them.
Yeah, but you don't have any kind of thrusters or anything to change the trajectory of it. It just has to keep going. They don't have any fuel on board or anything to change that.
They can, but not a lot.
You don't need to do much.
But the thing is like I said, it's scattered so much where you can. That's the theory behind it, is that we could lose access to space for decades because of it.
I'd have to look that up. I have not heard that. That if one blows up, the other one is going to go, I guess, into the debris or something and then destroy it or something like that. Because you don't need but a little bit of fuel to alter your trajectory, but just by 1 degree. Because as the distance going, that's going to be a big difference of where you're going. So I don't seem like they would be able to stop that. That seems like that's something you should be able to predict.
Yep, look it up. That's Kessler. That happened with the ISS. We had to move it out of its orbit because the Russians blew up that one satellite. And
just ruined that orbit from eternity.
Not eternity, but for some couple of years.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
All right, you gave me some homework. I got to move it on. You said what is it called, a Tesla?
Kessler.
I'm curious. I'm interested to know about that.
Yep, I wanted to shout out your hometown of Chicago, 35th and Dan Ryan.
Right by Comiskey, or what is it? What is the ballpark called now? It's not called Comiskey,
not anymore. That name is terrible.
Yeah,
it's
a family. That was the family that owned it.
Yeah, I don't know. Big Sox fan. I'm a masochist, of course. But thank you for having me on.
All right, appreciate it. Anytime, come on back through. All right, moving on with the program. I don't know. He said Comiskey Park was a terrible name. That's the ballpark the White Sox used to play in. And that was the name of it for, I don't know, the first few decades. I liked when they had those type of names as opposed to now they just sell it out to any advertiser. Now you got Minute Maid Field, then the next year it's called Sunkiss, and then it's called Pepsi Stadium. I don't know. I like the fact that you build a stadium, still like the name should just stay the same. It's weird. You build a stadium and The stadium's been there for 20 years and it's had 6 different names. It just seems weird. But I mean, there's so much advertising in sports nowadays that it's like everywhere. You know, it used to be a few, nameplates on the home, on the outfield wall or something like that, and maybe on the scoreboard. But now it's on the uniforms. It's literally everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's a name of some advertiser. And yet they still charge you a fortune to get in the motherfucker. I don't get, like, how much money do you need? But then you hear the guy that the Mets just signed. How much is he getting now? Like 700 and some $1 million for the next. I mean, it's insane what they make. Anyway, looking in the comments, Kamala lost, bro. Yes, she did. She did lose. They say gravity is the soul of wit. Hence, staying grounded. Hence, why dummies are bird brains. That's I don't know where you're going with that one, Confucius. Anyhow, excuse me. Looking in the comment section here, what did I see there before I move it on with the program? At 17,000 miles per hour. So that's what the satellites are orbiting. That you're telling me. But see, this is what I'm saying. If you got a look, okay, you have what they call it, thrust vectoring, because in space there is no atmosphere, so it's not like you're going to have any flight controls, but you generally have thrust vectoring. If you're going at 17,000 miles per hour in orbit, just a little bit of rocket boost, just a tiny bit of altering to your course is going to probably make you totally miss all of the debris ahead, depending on how far apart these things are spaced. I mean, I assume that satellites are probably going to be. I mean, you only got a handful of them around the globe. You only need 5 or 6 satellites, I think, to cover the entire Earth. So they're not super close together. So if it's going that fast in orbit, just a little bit of thrust, just to alter the trajectory of it, and it seemed like it would go right around all of that debris. I'm not a rocket science, so I'm not gonna pretend like I am, but it just seems like it would. Charles Comiskey, that's who, yeah, the White Sox park. I think all of the parks were kind of like that, weren't they? They were kind of named after the family that owned them. What do you folks think about that? I mentioned that earlier in the program that Trump is going to go and rename the military bases that used to be named after Confederate generals and Confederate heroes that, lately the popular culture has moved away from that stuff. I mean, I'm wondering, what is he going to bring back next? The Cleveland Indians and the Washington Redskins? I mean, it sounds like he's turning the names back to all of this stuff we kind of went past. What do you guys? Do you favor him doing that? And if so, why would he do that? Why would you want to go back and name U.S. military bases at the Confederate soldiers? I don't know why he's doing it, other than maybe to appease a certain part of the base. But this is what I was talking about earlier when I say it's hard to heal when you still have shit like that. Why would you know that the truth about these people has not come out, or has been, because you see these, you see when they're taking down these Confederate statues, and people talk about, the liberals are taking down statues and things like that, and they're erasing history, I think is what they often say. I often bring up, if you go to any Confederate statue, there's generally a little plaque at the base of it. You read that plaque, it's all positive shit. That dude wasn't fighting for positivity. I mean, it's like literally putting up a statue of Eichmann or, some member of the Third Reich and bragging about how they worked with Hitler to create the Volkswagen. That ain't what these people, I mean, the stuff that's at the base of those plaques, that stuff ain't being honest. That stuff is not telling the truth. These people were fighting for the right to continue oppressing people. We know what would have happened if they had won. They had nothing good in store for people of color. So I don't know what would be the purpose of going back and trying to rename that. Obviously creating division, because once he renames these bases after the Confederate heroes, in air quotes, for the rest of the future, there will be a continued effort to rename them back away from those names. I mean, he's just going to basically reopen a wound that people are going to begin trying to work on again. Just like rolling back Roe v. Wade. Now that we've done that, that is going to be a topic in every national election going forward until they can get their ability to do that again. That is going to come up every election. There are going to be some women voting based on the ability based on the right that they used to have. They're going to be every election that's going to come up. If he renames those bases, every election somebody's going to be running saying that they'll change that stuff back. And I see in the comments, we need our history back, says Tommy Brown Jr. You don't lose history by changing the name of a base. I always bring up Joe Paterno. I think he was the coach of Penn State, or he was the assistant coach of Penn State, the football team, and he got caught up in a pedo scandal where they were abusing children. Now, he had a statue because of all of his success for that team. He was a very, successful coach. They won a whole lot of games. They had a statue of him out in front of Penn State. Once it came out that he was, hiding the fact that children were being sexually abused, they took his statue down. That doesn't erase the history of the guy. That doesn't erase the history of the victim. Taking statues down does not erase history. A statue is not history. It's a tribute to history or a way to honor history. History doesn't go away. All of us, I don't think hardly anybody watching the damn program any of you folks watching. I got a few hundred of you folks tuned in. I don't think any of us have a statue erected that talks about us or to honor us. Does that mean your grandkids are going to forget who the hell you were because you don't have a statue? A statue has nothing to do with history. Nothing at all to do with history. Now, when you pass on, if your family want to create something as a tribute or an honor to you, that's all it is. They may create something small, maybe it's a necklace or something in your honor. They created a whole big ass statue to the soul. But that doesn't take away whether it stands or not, doesn't take away history. After we defeated Germany, after we defeated Iraq, there were statues of Adolf, statues of Saddam Hussein. Now that what is his name? Rahman or whatever the hell that guy's name over in Syria. Statues of him. All of that stuff went down once those folks were deposed. When they were outlawed, they were deposed once they were killed or whatever. That don't mean the history of them folks don't exist still. Obviously, the history of Adolf and the history of Saddam Hussein will live on long before you and I, long after you and I are gone. You don't need a statue. It has nothing to do with history. It's a tribute to history. So Assad, yeah, that's the guy. Assad Rahman or whatever his name is. I don't know. But yeah, the whole notion that taking down the statue erases history is bullshit. It's a tribute to history. General Lee did what General Lee did. You don't need a statue to talk about that. I mean, remember Norman Schwarzkopf during the Iraq War or Colin Powell? They don't have statues. Does the history disappear? No, you still know who they are. They're still in the history books. Tim, what did changing a base name accomplish? Unity is what it accomplishes. It accomplishes unity. It shows that we're no longer going to honor people that were fighting for racism. That's what they were fighting for. They were fighting to preserve white supremacy. If the Confederates had won, the South was going to remain an area where whites were supreme over blacks. They were fighting for that. In fact, even after they lost, they continued doing it anyway because they were not policed. When the Confederates lost in the South, for a short period of time, Abraham Lincoln left Union soldiers in place in the South. And those Union soldiers protected the rights and freedoms of people of color. For a short period of time, while those soldiers were there, you started having black politicians in the South, black congressmen and stuff. Blacks started owning businesses. For a short period of time, right after the Civil War, while those Union soldiers were in place, protecting freedoms and things like that, you started seeing improvements in the black community. After Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the next president removed him. And the Confederate South went right back to oppressing black people. You didn't have another black congressman, I think, for about 100 years. I mean, they wouldn't literally. Perfect example of this in modern time is Afghanistan. We came in, the Taliban was oppressing women, treating them like shit. We came in, dominated Afghanistan, took over the country, occupied the country, and while our troops were there, women started gaining rights. They could suddenly drive, they could go to school, they could open businesses. As long as those troops were there, just like the Union soldiers, women were starting to progress. When we left Afghanistan, just like the Confederates, they went right back to their oppressive ways. At this time, women can't do shit over there. They went right back to the Confederate South after the Union troops left. They did the same thing. So what did it accomplish by changing those names of those? Just a morale booster to show we're no longer going to continue celebrating and honoring people that were fighting about racism, fighting in favor of oppression. I mean, there's streets and everything, schools and parks, all that stuff is named after them people down in the South. You know what they were fighting for. They did not have the best interests of people of color at heart. We know they didn't. I don't think it's even up for debate. So if we take our history away, we will repeat it. Tommy Brown Jr., we've been taking away our damn history since we became a nation. Since we became a nation, we've been lying about history in this country. How about if we take away the lies, the omissions, the whitewashing? Perhaps we could be absolved of being doomed to repeat it. But we've been lying about history from day one. All of a sudden, now we want to change a Confederate statue, or now you can't take away history. How many movies you need to see about how many African Americans did not get any accolades for, shooting Germans or protecting whites? So no credit at all. I mean, you got large chunks of African Americans that served in the military. You talking about taking away history? Talking about, you realize how many aspects of our inventions, all kinds of shit that was taken away. You really think the history of this country has been taught accurately? You're going to bring up in 2024 how wrong it is to take away history? You're real late to the party. I mean, you're so late to the party, the DJ is at home sleeping. I mean, we've been taking away history since we became a nation. Taking away history. Are you serious? There are mass graves all over the damn country that don't even have markers. Whole people's lives have been taken away. But now you want to rename a school and now you want to bring up history has been taken away? Really? How about the history of African people selling Africans? That's a great point. Whether we're talking about blacks selling other blacks into slavery, whether we're talking about the Irish slaves or black slave owners in this country, any of that stuff, I always bring this up till about at least the 1970s. I'm talking about from the beginning of this nation being founded, from 1776 to probably the 1970s, the first 200 years. All of the history books were written, produced, and authored by white people. You didn't have any black people writing history books in schools and shit. Like, if you want to talk about aspects like that, blacks selling blacks, blacks owning slaves, Irish, why the hell wasn't it in the history books? That's the point I'm making, is that the white America has fucked up the teaching of history so damn bad that we're in 2024 arguing about whether shit happened or not because they omitted. So if the Irish slaves exist, why the hell it wasn't in the history books? You know it wasn't the African Americans that omitted it. Or you're talking about black slave owners or black selling blacks. Why wasn't any of that in the history books? Why were they teaching history so damn inaccurately? In regards to blacks owning slaves and blacks selling blacks into slavery, I got one theory. Now, I might be completely wrong on this, but my theory is this. If you're going around telling folks that people of color are incapable of being managed in managerial positions, incapable of leading, then you can't tell them that they got slaves and they're running their own farm successfully and that they're selling, slaves. You can't tell them any of that because you would be admitting that I know some African Americans that are actually successful slave traders, that are successful businessmen. You can't tell the truth if you've convinced the public that African Americans are incapable of being successful businessmen, or incapable of leadership, or incapable of running an outfit. That's what we were told. You can't do it. That's why you didn't have African Americans in position of leadership anywhere, whether it's the military, whether it's in society, whether it's in civil government. They didn't, because they're not smart enough. They're not smart enough to be leaders. So you can't tell the truth. Well, shit, there's a slave owner out in South Carolina that's running a farm. He got 15, 20 Negroes, and he's running it. You can't tell the truth about it. So the idea that you're going to bring up in 2024, why are we hiding history? I wish you had been around in 1824 and said that. But it was a lot more history being hidden. I mean, all of the folks that died, that didn't get medals, that didn't get promotions, that didn't get any damn recognition at all. I wish you had been around maybe a couple centuries ago. You could have actually did something better than have somebody name a school after somebody. People who really deserve shit. History has been omitted. Looking in the comments, keep crying. How's that work? Yellow says, well, we can't go back in time. If you're going to rename a school back after a Confederate, then you are going back in time. You're going back in time to give somebody credit for something that they're not getting right now. You can't do that for African Americans. I mean, that's what you're basically saying. You can't go back in time. That's what he's about to do. He's going to go back and name schools, or better yet, name military bases is what he's doing. He's going to go back and name military bases after folks who paid their debts to society in the 1800s. He is going back in time. That's exactly what he's doing. If you start going back, can you imagine doing that for African Americans? They would start naming military bases after African Americans that fought in the 1800s. Folks would go apeshit about that. He is going back in time. No one's scared if y'all think we not smart. Just bring them tapes out. What tapes are you talking about there, Veronica? What dollar in your wallet doesn't have an ex-slave owner on it? Yeah. What wasn't Obama talking about $20 bill being named after Harriet Tubman? And then Trump came along and said the printing press or something like that was not ready to do it. He was his first term. Trump was they had a whole plan of, there was a proposal to name the $20 bill was going to stop carrying Jackson, and it was going to carry Harriet Tubman's face. And Trump stopped that. Trump's administration, the first administration, he stopped that. And you never heard from it again. And I don't think you're going to hear from it again, at least for the next 4 years. But they were going to name the $20 bill after Harriet Tubman. What about Grandpa standing in front of low-hanging fruit? Charles, I don't get what you're talking about there. What do you mean? Grandpa standing in front of low-hanging fruit. Mr. G, good evening, Mr. G. What am I getting wrong, as I always say? Good evening, man.
Good evening, good evening.
Hey.
You ain't wrong, but Trump ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? America's dumb as fuck.
Why do you hate Trump so much? Why do you say he ain't shit?
I have no qualms about Trump or not. I ain't hating on him. There's nothing to hate about him. He ain't shit.
But you gotta define, why do you say he ain't shit? Give me your explanation for that.
All right. Well, you know what I'm saying. You know what I've been saying for the last couple of days, man. Yeah. He's a horrible businessman. He ain't shit, man. He's just not.
Wait, but when you say he ain't, I don't even want to play the tune, but when you say he ain't. I mean, you say he's a horrible businessman. He's worth billions.
I don't give a fuck, man. He's worth millions. He's hoarding all that money. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, all right. Okay, look.
I'm listening.
I'm just so frustrated about that shit, man. Like, yo, people don't understand how not shit this motherfucker is. I'm telling you, man. He inherited his money. People like the caller before. I'm not sure the guy that said he's white privilege personified.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, white privilege personified. Yo, that is exactly what it is.
I think even somebody who vehemently denies the existence of white privilege in 2024 would have a hard time denying that Trump, when he came up in the 1940s and 50s, did not have white privilege. I mean, it's impossible to deny it back then.
Definitely. I mean, I'm saying, like, he inherited his father's wealth, right? And then he spent it all, right? And then he got loans. He hoarded all of that loan. He got tax abatements. He's got tax subsidies. He hoarded all of that. He sued the banks when he got in trouble, right? For losing all that money, and then he got to keep all that money for whatever freaking reason. He doesn't owe anything. Like, come on, like.
But to me, you sound like you making him out to be a pretty smart man. I mean, he's finding loopholes and playing the hell out of the system. But hey, if it's legal, you know, as I said, it ain't tricking if you got it. He's finding all kinds of loopholes that work for him.
It's not smart when it was basically made for you.
Yeah.
It was made for you. It was curtailed for you. It wasn't made for you or me. It was made for Trump and people like him. You know. So
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that Trump. I mean, he even benefited. He even used loopholes that even some of the wealthy would not have tried. I mean, he goes places that some folks might feel is immoral to go. I mean, you know, a lot of things. Like even as a president, I think that, and I said this before. I thought if Trump had a loss, I said they were going to pass some anti-Trump laws that could, so that the next person could not, no other president could do some of that stuff in the future. Because I do believe Trump got into a system that was based off the honor system, and he started doing things that people never would have expected a president to do, like talking about pardoning himself and running even if he's in jail. I don't think the founding fathers ever imagined a president running for office if they are incarcerated or pardoning themselves for a crime. I think that he was pushing the system in ways that nobody ever expected, and they would probably, I had said if he lost, they would probably close it off so nobody else could do that stuff.
AKA he ain't shit.
Oh my God.
Hey, to circle back, with Dan Cal and all that stuff with the literacy laws, right? I'm gonna circle back on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a young boy. You know.
Yeah, you said 1968 or 1960. You said in the 60s, 65, I think.
Yeah. It ended right when 65, right?
That wasn't nationwide.
1860.
Oh, 1865. 1865 is different. Yeah, 1865, maybe,
but
yeah.
It kind of carried over until 65 because the literacy laws kind of carried over with the literacy with voting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I get your point. They were during the Martin Luther King era. There were some areas where you could not vote unless you could prove you could read. They were some literacy laws as late as that era. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, it was still intimidated. It was still bad. It was still crazy. I got a silent generation dad, and I got a boomer mom. So, and then my dad has like 5 degrees. He was like mid 40s. Right, he was born mid 40s.
Wow,
mom,
that's impressive.
So yeah, he has 5 degrees. So I already know. You know what I'm saying? He was well educated well after 1865, between 1965 and all that stuff. But I'm just saying, like, it's still kind of like you're educated, right? You got degrees and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So people would think right now to this day, you're what, 6'8"?
6'6". 6'6".
People would probably think right now you're educated, but you would probably, white people would think that you play football. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I get asked that every damn time too.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You didn't crack a book or nothing like that. You just played football through your education.
But I won't necessarily say that that's just a racial thing. I mean, if you're my size as a white person, somebody's going to probably ask you about sports as well, just because you're so much bigger than the average person. I mean, if you're a 6'6", 300-pound white dude, people are going to be asking you, did you play ball?
Right. That's the first thing they ask me. It's like, what nice car you have? Oh, what, you play basketball? What you play? I'm 6 feet, so you got inches on me, and no diddy. You know what I'm saying? But but yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm a big guy. You know what I'm saying? They look at me automatically. Sports, football, basketball. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a regular guy. I'm a regular Joe. I served in the military. You know what I'm saying? 11 years, Navy. 2 carries.
You know something? I think that might be a more common question asking African American adult about the military. So far more of us that did that.
Right. And then to go back on time and all that stuff, where black people were servile in the military and all that stuff. That's going back in time where racists would think that all we do is serve and supply. We can't get any more great jobs and all that stuff. Sonar technician, engineering is crazy. So Trump is not shit on that aspect too. He's not shit on nothing for real.
All right, don't say it anymore. I get it. So, no chance that you voted for Trump at all, huh?
Fuck no.
was his first administration though? I mean, did you compare it to the 4 years of Biden? Did you do that bad when he was in office the first time?
Yeah. Yes. He didn't even know what he was doing in the first couple of months. He made bad appointments. He did all this bullshit with the Mexicans and all that stuff. Like, what the first questions I asked you earlier, like, when are we gonna start seeing these Eastern Europeans online?
I hope that's wrong. That if he closes the southern border off so that brown immigrants can't come, and then he starts taking in a slew of Eastern Europeans, that will look very racist. I hope you're wrong about that. That would look really bad.
I think I'm right on this one. I think he saw a room of black widows. You know what I'm saying? And he wants the HB1 visa.
That would be crazy, because that would definitely help upset or offset the theory of replacement. I mean, replacement theory. If you could stop brown immigrants and start making more white immigrants come in, it would be a good thing for people who believe in the replacement theory. But it's racist as hell to do it.
Project 2025 already. Project 2025 to make, because you already know, if you even Google everything, when white people will stop being a majority, it says 2050, right? So they're trying to stop that. They're trying to curb that right now.
He can only do so much in 4 years, though. I think to some degree the left is giving him, unless somehow he gets, the next 2 or 3 presidencies, or better yet, the right gets the next 2 or 3 presidencies. But Trump can only do so much for over the next 4 years. I mean, because he always talks about people never give him a chance from day one. They're not going to give him a chance from day 2 either. He's not going to just be able to do this stuff without pushback. He doesn't have a strong hand on Congress. He can only lose like 1 or 2 votes each time it comes around. He can only do so much in 4 years.
We'll see. We'll see, because I think he's going to stay in. He's an asshat, I swear. He's a jackass. He ain't shit. He's going to stay in there, right? Right. He's going to stay in there, right? Because...
Wait, you think he's going to do more than 4 years?
Yes, because he still has these cases on his neck. So he's going to stay on there.
How?
Yes. They all right. So they may have put the cases under the table.
Yeah.
But as soon as he gets out, right, they're gonna jar him up again.
I mean, the man gonna be like, I mean, he'll be in his 80s at that point.
Yeah, I don't. They didn't do that shit to Cosby.
Bill Cosby, yeah, but I do believe, just like with Hillary Clinton and Hunter Biden and all of them, once you're not in the way, people don't go after you anymore. I think once Trump is out of office and he can't run again, them cases ain't gonna be that important no more.
He did some dastardly shit. They ain't gonna let that shit go.
Well, Fonnie Willis is history, so we'll have to see who takes her case over. Jack Smith is history. We'll have to see if that case continues at all, which I don't think any of the federal cases are going to continue.
Turned it over to DOJ.
Yeah, and now that DOJ is going to be turned over to Trump. The cases, the federal cases against Trump are going bye-bye.
They're not going to go bye-bye. They're going to try to, but they're not going to go bye-bye.
When Trump becomes the head of the DOJ, they're going to basically announce that shit was a witch hunt, and they've decided to no longer pursue any charges and probably throw away all the damn paperwork. Unless Jack Smith don't put a bunch of that shit on microfiche in his crib or something like that. Well, no, PDF now. I'm telling my age, but if unless he puts that stuff at his house somewhere, the paperwork for all of that stuff he did, that stuff's going to be put in an incinerator. That case never happened.
Right. It's possible, but it's not, because for him to do all of that, he has to bring up everything from the beginning. Right, he has to get.
He's not gonna do all this against a man that's 80-some years old and no longer running for president. I don't think Washington is gonna have a stomach for it. Yeah, there'll be some Americans that are pissed off, but even the Americans that hate Trump because he is no longer competition, even many of them will wane off. Just like a lot of MAGA that hates Hillary Clinton. Once she was no longer competition, they don't care. I mean, yeah, they don't like her. They wouldn't mind seeing her get prosecuted, but she was no longer a major issue once she wasn't competition anymore.
She didn't do anything. She didn't do nothing.
They think she did, though.
They think that she did, but obviously they tried to pull it up and they ain't come up with nothing. They have everything on Trump, and they're trying to get it. So I mean, it's that.
You're not gonna get. You're not getting Trump. I'm telling you, you're not getting Trump. You're not gonna get Trump. It's over with.
He'll go to his grave, but we all know he ain't shit, man. He ain't shit.
All right, Will.
He ain't shit. Hey, and also about the slave trade, I would want to advise everybody to go to something called the Sub-Saharan slave trade. That was well before the European slave trade. That's where they're getting the blacks selling blacks thing. Sub-Saharan slave trade, well before.
Here's what I don't get. When we talk about September 11th, never forget what happened on September 11th. People don't bring up bombings in Libya. When we're talking about the slave trade in America, I don't know why the hell slave trades that happen in other parts of the world come up. I mean, when they bring up Black Lives Matter, we don't talk about riots in Tiananmen Square. I don't know why it's like you can't talk about the American slave trade without people throwing in shit that has nothing to do with the United States or anything that we've dealt with. They got to throw this other stuff in to neutralize it. We don't zoom out on any other topic. We focus on that one topic. I mean, there's been terrorist attacks all over this planet for the entire, history of humanity. So on September 11th, should we bring up the bombing in Lebanon or something? I mean, you stick to the damn subject. But for some reason, the African-American slave trade just invites people to talk about a whole bunch of other shit that's irrelevant to the topic. I never could understand that.
It's their cop-out. They're freaking children. They ain't shit, too. They ain't shit too, because they're children. You know, they think they special, and they think that black people are just subservient, and they should just shut up and everything like that. Even if they voted quote unquote for Obama because they're not racist, it's exactly why they're racist, because they thought that if they voted for Obama, everything would just be silent.
Really?
Everything.
You think voting for one dude is going to erase history?
That's exactly what Mitch McConnell said.
That's
Mitch McConnell said
the guy who wait, Mitch McConnell, the guy who said on the congressional floor or on the House floor that he wanted to make him a one-term president. That dude.
Correct. He said, "Yo, it should be our reparations because we got Barack Obama as our first black president."
That almost sounds bigoted in itself. That sounds terrible to say some shit like that. I mean,
it should be our.
I mean,
exactly. They're children. They're freaking children. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that makes no sense. All right, Will.
Oh, and did you look up Liberia?
No, Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia. That's where they tried to send us over there, because they couldn't stand us living amongst white people.
This was the Back to Africa movement?
Yeah.
I know about the movement, but I didn't know what country. Liberia, huh? Why? Why that country?
This is way back when I forgot what president it was.
Why would Liberia?
It was way back. They tried to send us back. They tried to send us back, and Liberia.
I mean, the thing about it is, like my ancestry, I did a DNA test because I used to always wonder, like, where the hell I'm from, because I know a lot of white people, and they often talk about being from Germany or being from Ireland. And that's one of the problems of being African American, because we were chopped up and sold like puppies. We don't know our own, a lot of us don't know our ancestry, because people was, it's 2024, slavery ain't affecting you at all anymore. Well, I want to know my ancestry. You're celebrating St. Patrick's Day or Bastille Day or whatever, or Oktoberfest. I want to know my ancestry. I don't know any of that. So I've never, I did mine, and it came out with Ghana and a little bit of Nigeria. And I didn't get Liberia at all in that shit. What the hell they want to send us Liberia for?
No. I mean, not like that. It's when they made a free state in Africa to send freed and enslaved black people.
That shit would be that shit was gonna be like a modern day Haiti, where it's gonna be a country that nobody was gonna do business with. It was gonna be incredibly impoverished. That country would be just like Haiti if we had went there.
Yeah,
because that's what Haiti is a former slave state that nobody gave it. Once they hey, they want to be free, they can be free, but we ain't gonna do no business with them. Fuck them. I mean, that's what Haiti is. Haiti is the poorest country in the northern hemisphere. I mean, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, because
same thing in Burkina Faso, where they killed a progressive guy that wanted to take his people to enrich his people and all that stuff. They killed him. They killed. I think he was a prince or a king. I forgot who he was, but prime minister or something like that. But they killed him because he wanted to be like a Gaddafi.
Wow.
Type.
Yeah, that's what I was telling some of my viewers. It's amazing at how little you hear in terms of history in this country. We focus only on history that is about America. We don't talk about a lot of world history. A lot of Americans are ignorant on world history, and then the history they tell us about America is not even taught accurately. We don't teach history based on accuracy. We teach history based on American exceptionalism. We're going to teach you history in a way that portrays America as the best country on earth, whether what we're telling you is right or wrong. I mean, that's how history in this country is. It's about American exceptionalism. It's not about accuracy.
Right, because they, like I said, they're children. They ain't shit. Trump ain't shit. Maga ain't shit.
All right, I got to go. All right, Will.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Always. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
Much love. All right, moving on with the program. Our ancestors all went through a lot of hell for us to live and be just like this today, free and talking and living of a hell of a lazier lifestyle than they had. True, I don't disagree with that. Florida Blondie. My only gripe is lying about history. I don't deny that. I mean, now I'm not going to try to pretend like all of us, because you said our ancestors all went through a lot of hell for us. I'm not going to pretend like the hell they went through is all equal. The playing field is not equal at all. I would much rather have not been a black man in the 1920s than a white man. I mean, so and white people didn't have it easy in this country. I mean, there was a Great Depression and all that, but I would much rather be somebody that had hope than somebody with a system guaranteed that they weren't going to do much. So it's not on the same playing field with that. But as opposed to talking about the fact that all of our ancestors went through a lot, my only gripe is that we deliberately, intentionally taught history inaccurately. And then we continue to shame Americans when they made an effort to tell people the truth. We still do that. We still go against people that are trying to tell people what may have actually happened and bring out that we still don't want that to happen. That's where my gripe is. Just tell the fucking truth. You want to get past this stuff and heal, quit trying to hide the truth. I think I mean, little kids nowadays know that whole Christopher Columbus and sitting down with the pilgrims. They know that stuff is based on bullshit. Kids that fourth, fifth graders now know that a large portion of things they're being taught in schools was based on bullshit. And folks are still trying to propel the bullshit. That's why you got some states trying to play musical chairs with what books can be taught. They want to keep doing it. They're trying to take books away and things like that that may allow people to find out a little bit more, think a little bit more about history from an accurate perspective. So they're combating that, trying to still continue teaching history from a point of American exceptionalism as opposed to accuracy. They're still trying to do it. They need to get up off of that shit. That's what's creating division. That's what's making people, as you say, folks say, well, you guys are always playing victim. It's that shit. Why don't you want the man to know history? Just let it be out. And Charles Vaughn, you got a good point about the internet. The internet, I guess the only way to continue teaching history inaccurately is to then begin censoring access to the internet as well. Because when we were coming up, you had what your teacher taught you in school. You had an encyclopedia if you had access to one, if you could afford an encyclopedia, which were pretty expensive back in the day. And then, of course, you had the library where you could go take out books. That was it. If you wanted to find out something, let's say you thought the school was lying to you about something, maybe you could figure it out in an encyclopedia or maybe get access to it from a library. But it's pretty easy to go there and take the books away from there too, so you don't have access to the knowledge. The internet is different because America can't control the internet. You can learn a lot of shit from foreign countries. Like for instance, what's going on in Gaza. If you believed America, they're just going to tell you the same shit Israel's telling you. That ain't accurate. That shit ain't accurate at all. But now, because of the internet, you can hear the other side tell you what's going on. Some of them may even be able to give you a actual photographic view of what's going on. That's the difference. And we have people in this country that's trying to prevent that from happening. They're trying to actually dumb down the populace and limit um, what they can learn, what they can and can't. Just like putting Bibles in schools is what I've been preaching out against, talking about. That's dumbing down of America, in my opinion. Yeah, it's also going to probably interfere with your right to learn other religions too. Probably. I mean, it's just I don't know why the country keeps doing that. I do believe we could get past all this stuff if they would just tell the truth. The educational system doesn't want kids to learn. Says, yeah, I agree with that. I actually do agree with that. That does seem to be apparent is that they do not want kids to know certain aspects of history, certain aspects of life, like how to maintain finances, for instance. Everybody agrees that they should be teaching kids more about maintaining finances in schools. Maybe it would make them avoid getting high interest credit cards and shit like that. Well, that goes against what the credit card makers want. So they're going to lobby to make sure that class does not ever happen. That's what's happening in this country, is that folks who are not teaching based on accuracy. They're teaching based on their own, agendas, their own what's more advantageous to them. And it's fucking up the country in the process. Before I move on, Nigerians can come here and bypass American blacks simply by hard work. There is some validity to that. And I don't want to say they can come here and bypass African Americans by hard work, because if African Americans work hard, they can reach and achieve the same level. But I will say this: when modern day Africans migrate to this country, oftentimes they don't want to affiliate with African Americans here. So if somebody migrates from Somalia, or they migrate from Nigeria, a lot of them don't want to fuck with the blacks that have been here for several generations. I think it's because a lot of them view us as tainted. I mean, we have, for the most part, conformed to English culture. The way we dress, the way we talk, the way we eat, our mannerisms. We've conformed after several generations to basically what the white guy is. I mean, even like now, you wear your hair braided, or you wear your pants around your ass, or rap music. All of that shit is ostracized. Do what we think is the right way. Put on a suit, speak English correctly. I mean, wear your hair. All of that. That's what has been told to the African American in this country for generations. So when they come over here, it's like, well, shit, I don't want them to do. These motherfuckers is tainted. These people they don't been twisted. They don't have any affiliation to the homeland anymore. 7, 8, 10 generations down, they don't have any affiliation to us anymore. They, for the most part, like them, they just a different color. A lot of them, capitalism and things like that. We don't focus on the family anymore, the family unit. We're all focused on making money. I mean, we have that in us now. You got blacks, just like whites, idolize the almighty dollar more than they do family, friendships, the quality of life, and health. And when they come over here, a lot of them it doesn't resonate with them as well. So I get part of your point that a Nigerian or somebody can come over here and pass up African Americans. The mindset is different. Also, too, when they come over here, they don't have the same head trips, I would say, because they don't have the history of what we have when it comes to racism and bigotry and the police and all of that stuff. So they come over here and they feel like they can move about freely because their parents haven't given them the talk or none of that stuff. They haven't been brought up to be cautious of certain people. They just got here. So it's just a whole different lifestyle. Whereas when we've been brought up to not only brought up to believe, but we've seen it. We've seen it. Our parents are telling us that. I mean, we can talk about how things are in 2024, but we all got moms and grandmoms and great grandmas. There's no denying that shit was happening to them, and they passed those stories down to us. You think it's not going to affect you at all? The Nigerian or somebody that comes here, they don't have that story, so it's a lot. It's a lot of differences there. If they just got here, it should be harder for them because it's not. Well, there's often programs in place too. Like, for instance, if you come here as a Nigerian or as a foreigner, like some people say Indian and things like that, a lot of their countries have a stronger emphasis on going to school. So when they come here, they're more educated, or they come here and they go to our schools and they focus harder on education because their country, their culture teaches a stronger emphasis on education. Like when I came up and I went to college, I remember my grandmother telling me, my kids better not ask me to pay for their college. Well, my grandmother grew up in America where going to college wasn't going to really benefit her that much anyway. She could get a degree, but nobody's going to hire her. So as a result, most of the prior generations of African Americans in this country didn't place a strong emphasis on education. What's the purpose? They're not going to allow you to use it. So the Nigerians in their culture, they're not dealing with that. If you're living in Nigeria, your kid goes and gets an education, you're going to be able to use this to do whatever the education takes them. The grandmother could have done that. Whereas our grandmothers, you're gonna end up being a maid. You're gonna end up working in a factory. You're gonna be a cook. That's all you really can be. So they didn't have the same emphasis in telling their children to get educated because for them it never meant anything. The folks coming to this country, they never had that type of handicap. So it's in them to favor education. And then oftentimes many of them come from countries that already have socialized education systems that don't put them deep into debt for getting an education. There's a whole lot of benefits that lead to some of them coming here and doing better than African Americans. Our system has a lot to do with that. Our system has a lot to do with that. They haven't been brainwashed to be forever victims. You know, in regards to blacks being brainwashed to be victims, I'll tell you this. If I could show you as many videos of LGBT or trans abusing people, if I could show you as many videos as immigrants beating people or killing them, as I can show you of cops doing exactly that to people, I don't think you call it brainwashing. I don't know why it is though. If I could show you 100 videos of cops mistreating people, well, they're not all bad. They just want to go home to their families. 99% of cops are good. You just kind of got to comply. You'll be okay. I can show you, no matter how many videos I show, that same mindset will be there that, they're not all bad. I can show you 2 videos of immigrants hurting people, and it would be no problem demonizing a whole pack of them. 2 videos of African Americans going into some kind of supermarket stealing shit off the shelves. It would be no problem demonizing a whole pack of them. Transgender, maybe 1 or 2 of them harming a child, and it would be no problem demonizing a whole pack of them. But I can show you hundreds of videos of police all over the internet, which does not exist, about immigrants, transgender. Now, there's a lot of black people on the internet victimizing people, but there's not a lot of transgender or the other group online doing this. And yet it's very easy to demonize them. Yet there is a heap of videos of police online mistreating people. You just had some folks in New York the other day beating the hell out of a man that was handcuffed and he died within 24 hours. Beating the hell out. Well, 99% of them are good though. Can you imagine if you had 6 immigrants caught on camera beating the hell out of a handcuffed American? The right would go apeshit about that. But because it's a cop, they circle the wagon and start defending the cop. So when you say brainwashed, I think it's selective reasoning behind that. President James Monroe was a prominent supporter of the African Colonization Society. I think I've heard of that. And the establishment of Liberia. I hadn't heard of that. A country that resettled free slaves and Africans captured on slave ships. To me, like I said, the Back to Africa movement would have been a disaster because you would have had people in this country, the powers that be in this country, giving them their worst wishes. You've heard of people, giving you their best wishes. They would have been giving them their worst wishes. And it would have been impossible for any country to do business or trade with them. Like I said, Haiti is a perfect example. They made things hard for Haiti. Haiti is an island of, freed and or escaped slaves. America in the West has not been Haiti friendly at all. We've been horrible to that country. And I think they would have did the same thing to Liberia. They would not have been friendly to that country. And it would have been a impoverished wasteland, just like Haiti is, with a bunch of factions constantly fighting to be in charge and all of that. Nobody really helping them out. It would have been just like that. Just out of hatred for the people. Real quick, can you blame, I didn't see that. I want to make sure I missed it. Crazy Creighton, slavery, is it a terrible thing if you don't think it is? Just turn yourself to be in a... Jesus. I won't know what to do with that. Liberia is a functional country, dude. Yes, but it's a functional country without the West having a grudge against it. If they started taking in our slaves and hurting the slave trade in the United States, we would then have a grudge against that country, like Haiti. So yeah, they're a functioning country now because it didn't happen. We didn't go over there. In 1822, freed slaves and women from the United States founded Liberia. I gotta look this up. I'm actually interested on this. First settlement, once again, like I said, it wasn't taught in schools. The first settlement was called where are you learning this from? Christopolis, but was renamed Monrovia in 1824 in honor of President Monroe. I want to know more. I'm not gonna. It won't be covered here because I know a lot of my viewers ain't interested in learning this shit. But I just like to. I like to learn things that may. Listen, it's just history. It's not gonna have a lot of value in the future. But I would like to just know more about it. I'd like to know more about it. Huh, interesting. I'm sure there's YouTube videos and all kinds of shit in tribute to it, but I don't think it would be favorable to be taught in schools. Back to Africa movement would have been what the Argentinian government did to when the population. Wait a minute. Back to Africa movement would have been what the Argentina government did. Oh, to whiten the population. Argentina is they let a lot of the folks flee in Germany. A lot of the leadership in Germany that had all kinds of war. There was obviously Interpol warrants for all of the folks that were leading under Hitler. They wanted to bring them all to justice. Argentina is one of the countries that took a lot of those folks in. Took a lot of them folks in. In fact, there's still a big neo-Nazi movement in Argentina. It's still there. That's just because years go by, hearts and minds don't always change. They don't always change. Just like in this country, we got civil rights in the 1960s. It takes a while before people accept something. Just because a few politicians get together and say we need to do it this way now, it takes a while. Like say, for instance, Biden has gotten there, or let's say Kamala Harris got elected and started making America more favorable and equal for transgender folks. That ain't gonna change the hearts and minds in this country for a long time. Let's say she passed some kind of law that allowed transgender to use the bathroom of their choice or to play on the sports team of their choice. Just because the law says they could do it, it probably would not be safe or acceptable for them to do that for probably another generation or two. It takes a while. It takes a while. And folks don't be realizing that some of this stuff we're talking about, why it might seem like a long time ago, it's only a few generations. I mean, it's some of the stuff is not that old. The trans-Saharan slave trade was a network of routes that transported African captives from sub-Saharan Africa to markets in the north. That trade was also known as the Arab slave trade. I know a lot of people died along that trek. I know a lot of folks that, well, the transatlantic trade, a lot of folks died as well. So yeah, I know a lot of folks died along that trek going through the South Sahara. And then, of course, the treatment is obviously brutal. So my firstborn son was stolen. What does that say? My firstborn son was stolen and switched at birth for another lady's stillborn. Hence the new segment, I am the woman who did all the work with Fox. I don't understand what you're talking about. Armageddon. That sounds awful, but I don't understand what you're talking about. They say my baby didn't have DNA. I don't understand that. The Arabs, okay, the Arabs traded black Africans, Turks, Iranians, Europeans, and America. The world is a savage place. Huh? I mean, we talk about what happened in this country, but a lot of folks push back and say, well, it's happening worldwide. Yeah, it was. I mean, the world is a savage place. I mean, just selling human beings, man, this just sounds horrible. I can't imagine any era. I don't care how far back you go, that humans did not know it was wrong to do this to other human beings, no matter where in the world was happening. He says the Arabs traded black Africans, Turks, Iranians, Europeans, and Berbers. Estimates suggest that 6 to 10 million black slaves were moved from sub-Saharan Africa to the Arab world. That's also how you move. I'm not a big religious person, but That's whoever intended Earth to function the way it does. That's how you fuck up God's plan or whoever the deity was, by moving, because white people were designed for colder climates, blacks were designed for warmer climates. There's different genetics and biology makeups of us, which is why I used to make jokes when I lived in Australia about the huge prevalence of skin cancer for whites, and I used to tell them this is what you get for going somewhere you don't fucking belong. I mean, this climate is not designed for you. And that is what has happened, like what you're talking about, moving black slaves all over these places. That's why you got a lot of dark people in areas where they probably, didn't belong, because people were moving people around for greed and financial purposes and other personal gain. But yeah, crazy shit. Now, can we say blackie because you guys are saying whitey? Talk about double standards. I don't know a lot of people that say whitey though, Florida Blondie. If you want to go around saying, in my opinion, if you want to go around saying the N word, feel free to do it. I mean, there's a lot of black people that call each other the N word as well. As a white woman, feel free to go around doing it. Now, understand, I'm a huge proponent of free speech. I'm in favor of free speech. But damn it if that shit don't come with consequences. So understand, you go around calling a bunch of black people blackie and the N word. There could be a possibility, not a lot, but a little possibility of some consequences for doing it. But if it makes you happy, as the singer once said, go ahead and do it. But could be a slight possibility of consequences if you go around calling a bunch of black people the N-word. Terms and services, yeah. Things might happen. White people in the comments calling themselves white. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, they were saying whitey in these comments. Go back and look. Like I said, I don't. Listen. You want to call them, if you want to say blackie in the comments, go for it. The only thing I would take you out for is saying the N word, and that's because the actual social media accounts will take it down. TikTok, YouTube, they'll catch you and flag you for saying that. Otherwise, I'll let you say any damn thing you want. I believe in free speech. I mean, now keep in mind though, for some of you folks that do not have a cat as your profile picture, you got a whole bunch of racist shit after your name. Somebody screenshot that shit. I don't know. Remember, what's on the internet stays on the internet forever. Take your time. Think about what the hell you sending out. You end up like Matt Gaetz on the cusp of getting one of the highest positions in Washington, and all this old shit come back up and stop you from getting the job. Shout out to Matt Gaetz, who will probably not be seen again in politics. So think about what you're typing sometimes. Matt Gaetz probably wish he had some older pussy that day. As a younger generation white man, Mr. Wondering, shout out to Mr. Wonderful. Kind of makes me think of Kevin O'Leary on Shark Tank. Mr. Wondering says, as a younger generation white man, I've never really seen racism other than the hick type who no one wanted to be around anyway. Most racism I've seen from minority younger whites could care less about race. I think, I'll tell you this. I'll give you my own story. I was a middle child, and I definitely, as a middle child, felt like my mom in particular was treating my younger brother and older brother better than me. Christmases, they got more gifts and shit like that, or, I could come up with a whole host of things. But when I talk to my younger brother or my older brother, they don't always see it because they weren't looking for it. They were happy, if they got, $50 more worth of shit for Christmas than I did. They just looking at their gifts and playing. They're not looking, damn, you didn't get as much. They're not looking at it that way. When you're on top, you're not looking at the person down below. So when you say, and I'm not doubting you, but I'm telling you from this standpoint, when you say as a younger generation white man, I've never really seen racism, you're not looking for it. It doesn't affect you. You may walk into a Walmart, buy your shit, walk back to your car, and drive home. But if you went in there with a friend that was a person of color, you sitting in the car like, what's taking them so long to get out? You found out that when they held me up, they needed to see my receipt. They counted every damn thing in my groceries. You're not looking for it. It's likely. Now, I don't know where you live. I don't know where you're from. I don't know your story. But I'm going to tell you, it's likely all around you. You're just not looking for it. You don't see it. It ain't happening to you. So, I can see that you may not see it. That makes sense. I always give the story when people talk about white privilege. I always give the story of how you could have two homeless men that don't have a pot to piss out of or a window to throw it out of. They sleep every night on the steps of closed businesses. One's on one side of the street, he's black. The other's on the other side of the street, he's white. They're both homeless. During the day, they scouring garbage cans, trying to find something to eat. Maybe they do a little panhandling, asking people for money. One's black, one's white. They're doing the same shit on each side of the street. For some reason, the black dude keeps getting loitering tickets. The businesses are telling him, shoe on, you can't lay here. People are putting locks on their garbage cans so he can't scratch. The white gang having no problems. Now, this is a fictional story, but I'm telling you how privilege can exist even though you don't have shit. It ain't got nothing to do with money because everybody, well, I ain't have any privilege. I grew up broke. It ain't got nothing to do with money. Maybe it's just people don't fuck with you all the time. And the guy who's on the side of the street that's homeless, that's white, I don't see any racism around here. If I need a little something to eat, somebody will throw me out some little leftover food or whatever. Maybe somebody give me a nickel or something. Police don't matter. He ain't even seeing what's happening to the dude across the street. He ain't looking for it. So he may tell you, I've been homeless in this neighborhood for years. I ain't never seen no racism around here. He ain't looking for it. He ain't looking for it. So I don't doubt that you ain't seen it, but that don't mean it ain't there. It just might mean you ain't looking for it. It could be all around you. Here's my best way, based on my analysis. Like I said, I can always be wrong on some of this shit, but from what I've seen, if you want to talk to, let's just say, white people that can see racism, they got black friends, or they're in a relationship with one of them, or they're married with one of them, or they got a kid that's half black. Them are the ones that can see it. The ones that are white, hang around nothing but whites, them the ones that are most likely not to see it. But the closer you start getting to people of color, that shit can rub off on you. Suddenly, some people don't necessarily favor you because of it. Maybe the cop is pulling you. These are the people that can see it. Just go talk to anybody. You know somebody that's got a black husband or a black wife. Ask them. Their opinion might be totally different to yours. That's all I'm saying. Will G says this in no way absolves white people for the European slave trade. White people did everything based strictly on race. Well, you don't blame anybody else today for it, dude, do you? I'm not blaming any modern day white person for the slave trade, but I will blame somebody if they're trying to hide or omit the facts of history. You know, I do buy into the notion that the best way not to repeat history is to be forthcoming about it. So if you are a modern day American and you're trying your best to hide history, Civil War ain't about slavery or the pride, Confederate flag is about pride and heritage, that type of shit, which is vehemently false, I'll blame you for that. I can't blame anybody alive today for the slave trade, but I can blame folks for trying to either defend slave traders or downplay the significance of it or the harm they caused. All of that shit, I'll blame you for that. LBJ hated blacks, says Salty Bob. Well, it could be. I mean, I don't even know if Abraham Lincoln liked blacks. He's the one that freed the slaves. I'll tell you this. Let's say I get into an accident and I'm laying in a ditch somewhere and all the cars can't see me, they driving by. I know you, but you hate my ass. Whether it's because I'm black, whether it's because I'm from Chicago, whatever reason. It ain't gotta be nothing to do with race. Maybe I dated your ex or some shit. Whatever. You hate my ass. Everybody's passing me up. You stop the car, you look down, I should leave your motherfucking ass here. But I ain't like that. I'm gonna take you to. I know you hate me, but I'm gonna give you credit for saving my life, whether you hate me or not. Lyndon B. Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act. I don't care if he hated it, but he did something nobody else was gonna fucking do. Even if he hated doing it when he did it. Same thing with Abraham Lincoln. He's quoted as saying, if I could end the Civil War without freeing a black person, I would do it. If I could end the Civil War by freeing every black person, I would do it. He made it clear, I'm only doing this shit to end the war. I don't care why you did it. You did something that benefited me that nobody else was going to do. You deserve credit for that, hatred or not. So bringing up the Lyndon B. Johnson hated black people is irrelevant to me. Give me somebody that liked him. None of the people before did it. So hey, he made a pact with John F. Kennedy, or better yet, John F. Kennedy was on course of working. John F. Kennedy was working with MLK. He was going to give his trajectory was to give blacks civil rights. Kennedy got assassinated. LBJ did not have to honor that. He did it. And as some folks state, and he's known to be quoted for saying, I'll have blacks voting for me for the next 200 years or whatever. So be it. So be it. I forgot to say on the call to the people crying about taking away history, if taking down statues and renaming bases, what does that say if you put Harriet Tubman on the tour? Well, do as I say, not as I do. The same folks who are favorable to renaming bases after Confederate soldiers in Chile, they're not going to be favorable to renaming the $20 bill after Harriet Tubman. It's not going to. It don't work like that. I get what you said. That ain't gonna fly. They okay with history. They ain't okay with that history though, because then you open up the whole gate of discussing why Harriet Tubman became popular to begin with. Most kids probably know that, but they ain't gonna be okay with that. I can guarantee you that the same folks that vote yay to rename military bases back to Confederate soldiers' names that Trump is talking about doing, they would be vehemently against naming the $20, putting Harriet Tubman's face on the $20 bill. It ain't gonna work like that. Real quick in the comments here, I don't know what I'm hitting on there. He has no black people around him. Didn't last time. No, I don't know. I'm not saying anything about Trump from that level, but no, he is not favorable to diversity. On his cabinet. I mean, we talk about DEI. Maybe he doesn't know any black people that are qualified for any position on his cabinet other than housing and urban development. I don't know, but it does. That's what's going to happen on the Trump campaign. You're not going to get a lot of diversity. I think you can kind of expect that going in. I don't think he has a lot of African Americans around him, period. I mean, he's been a successful businessman for a long time. My guess is, in terms of high ranking management positions throughout the Trump Inc., probably ain't been many of them. It probably has not been many. Probably the best way to find out would probably be to ask Michael Cohen, because he's been around Trump for 20 plus years. I bet he would say no. It probably is not very high level management throughout Trump's companies at all. I mean, I don't call it what it is. Maybe he just don't know people of color that are, qualified. I don't know, but I don't think it will be. Anyhow, folks, accurate diversity is 13%. Well, yeah, but I don't think 13% of Trump's cabinet is going to be people of color. I don't think it's going to be 13%. I think it's going to be less than that. As an executive on Wall Street for 20 plus years, challenge your generalization. What? As an executive on Wall Street, you telling me Trump's, some of the senior staff in Trump's companies? Crazy they were guilty. They got off on technicalities. I don't know what you're talking about there on that one. Real quick, I want to make sure I didn't miss a comment. I don't think a lot of black people want to work with him. Nicole, I don't agree with that. I think that if you pay an African American a decent salary, you can find plenty of African Americans that'll work with Trump. Just like we talk about Lyndon B. Johnson hated black people. Fine, but I'm still gonna say I'm gonna give a guy credit because he did for black. If Trump paid me a decent salary, I don't give a damn what my opinion of him is. If all I gotta do is come to work and he's gonna pay me better than the average, if he was paying me a good wage for a job that I couldn't easily find elsewhere, I'd work for him. Unless now, if he started doing things that I really thought were just despicable, maybe. But I would tell you this: If you work in America, you work for somebody despicable. Most corporations in this damn country are doing despicable shit. You're not going to avoid that by avoiding Trump. I mean, look at what happened with the United Healthcare CEO. Everybody that worked for that company know what they're doing. I mean, you got people coming out admitting, I used to be a call center rep, and that was what they were telling us to do was avoid, approving claims. You're going to get that anywhere you work. Walmart, you name it. All of these places got a horrible history, a lot doing inhumane shit and all kinds of stuff. That's everywhere. So yeah, if Trump offered me a gig and it paid well, I'd work for him. So it is what it is. When Fox News, I bring this up all the time. When Fox News invited me out to host the talk show with Tom Sullivan, I went out, and Fox News does a lot of things I don't agree with. But hey, you invite me out to Fox News, I went out there in a heartbeat and did it. I enjoyed it. But the majority of black community voted for Kamala. Well, yeah, they going certainly that. They're going to vote for Kamala Harris when Trump is, some of the things Trump says, the black community think is unfavorable to them. I mean, here's my example, because people always say, well, blacks always vote Democrat because they're brainwashed by the media or whatever bullshit they come up with. Here's my response to that. Do a town hall, take 5,000 blacks, 10,000 blacks, just a decent sample size. I don't care what part of the country you're in. A decent sample size, at least 1,000 or more African Americans. Put them in a room together and tell them, come up with the top 5 most important issues you want addressed out of the next president, out of the next mayor, out of the next governor, out of the next politician. I can tell you one thing. The Republican Party is likely to be on the opposite side of almost all of those issues. That's why the African American community tends to vote liberal. It ain't got nothing to do with the media. Most of the things that the African American community are talking about, the Republican Party, well, that ain't true. That ain't happening. You're just playing victim. You just want free shit. You're just lazy. You don't want to work. That's what they're hearing. That's why they're not voting Republican. Ain't got shit to do with the media. You're on the other side of all their issues. Outside of maybe the economy, which everybody is concerned with, most of the other issues concerning the black community, the Republican Party are not in favor of those issues. You're going to have a hard time getting their vote ever. I mean, if I'm on the wrong side of the Second Amendment or Christianity or abortion rights, then you gonna vote for me? I'm not gonna get your vote. It got nothing to do with the media. You can watch the rallies and hear what's being said. For instance, renaming Confederate, military bases back to. You think the black community favors that? How many members of the black community you think it sounds cool? Yeah, let's rename them after Confederate soldiers. Or like I mentioned, the Harriet Tubman. You think the black community likes that stuff? So yeah, you're on the other side. Police misconduct. Joe Biden came along trying to push the George Floyd bill. The right shot it down. I'm going to tell you, the overwhelming majority of the black community is going to favor that bill. The right did not. And the issues go on and on and on like that. Affirmative action, DEI, all of that stuff you're getting rid of. You think the black community thinks that affirmative action needs to go? So that's why you're not getting that's why the Republican Party don't tend to get the black vote. It ain't got nothing to do with the media. It's the issues. Your issues you favor go against the issues they favor. George Floyd bill, man, that was criminal. Well, Florida Blondie, I'm just telling you. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm simply saying that the African American community did not agree with you. You think the George Floyd bill was criminal. That's fine. You have a right to do that. They have a right to think the opposite. You're going to likely disagree with most of the things that they favor. Like I said, the African American community favors affirmative action. They still think that's necessary. The Republican Party disagrees. And so on and so forth. Just tons of issues are like that. whether it's college tuition, that's something the African American community college tuition forgiveness. The African American community is going to agree with that. The right is not. I mean, I can come up with probably 20 issues just off my head. If I thought and really wrote down, it would probably be 50. But the right is against most issues that the African American community favors. They're against most of that shit. Yes, I still blame Europeans for the slave trade. Think about all the Europeans blame us for. I can't blame a modern day white person for the slave trade, though. I'm not going to deny that some benefit still from it. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, there are farms and property and businesses that have been passed down for several generations. If your family owns a farm that was unobtainable for an African American, then you're still benefiting from it. I mean, it's not most, but there are some white families like that. This farm has been in my family since the 1800s. Well, it's impossible for me to say that. So you have a benefit from that era that you're still enjoying now. You got a nest egg that I could never have gotten. So yeah, there's still some people that are benefiting from it. Not everybody, I get it, but yeah, there are people that benefit from it. Problem is we don't want a 60% tax. You know, this is the mindset. Okay, if you start giving tuition forgiveness and universal health care and shit, you're going to have a 60% tax. I don't think it'll be 60% taxes because there are countries that have this stuff. And when I lived in Australia, for instance, I didn't pay 60% in taxes and they have that stuff there. But I will also, because first of all, the wealthy couldn't keep as much of their money as they can in America. That's the first thing. But one of the things I'll tell you is this. For a lot of us, I'll just use my own personal self. I don't want a 60% tax. Right now, I'm probably around 30. So 60% is a 30% increase. But I'll tell you this, if I could get universal health care and my student loans forgiven, that would be more. That would free up more money in my life than the 30% tax cut I'm getting by going from 60 to 30. I think there's a whole lot of Americans that if you taxed them at 60%, but gave them a whole lot of those social programs that they don't get, they might actually be better off. I think there's a lot of Americans that if you took their taxes down to zero, they could not buy all the shit that they would get if taxes were at 60%. Certainly Americans that may be going through ailments and illnesses and sicknesses, they can't afford medical bills like that. I think there are people who actually would be able to do more with those social issues in place and being taxed at 60% than not having any of that shit and being taxed at zero. Because they're not earning much money anyway. They're not earning much. Europeans still benefit to this day, and they talk about like it was back then. There's a video of an old chair cushioned with slave hair passed down. Why would somebody keep that? That sounds like that's straight out of the Holocaust, where they used to take out teeth and hair and shit and skin. There's a chair that has the hair of slaves. Well, I mean, I guess to some degree it doesn't hurt to cut hair off, but still, I don't know. That seems kind of morbid to me. That seems morbid. Trump was firing, what is it, posters while Melanie was at, Trump was fucking posters. Is that what you saying? While Melanie was at home breast. Oh, porn stars. Yeah, he was. He was hitting Stormy Daniels. He was banging her. Well, in fact, Stormy Daniels claims he brought her in the house. She says that, Trump and Melania sleep in different rooms. And I think it was Stormy. Might have not been Stormy. Might have been the other girl, Karen McDougal. One of them said that Trump brought them in the crib, though. It was like, don't worry about it. She sleeps in that room or some shit like that. Now, here's a great comment. I love these. This come from Nicole. Nicole's a friend of the program. She's often in the comments. I appreciate her input. She says, who cares who he's banging? Who cares who Trump is banging? You know why I love that comment? Because we talked about Monica Lewinsky. Hell, we went back to fucking Willie Brown. All of a sudden it's Trump. Well, we don't care anymore now. No, knowing damn well if a liberal run, everybody there don't screw. Remember, what was the guy's name? Damn it, Edwards, Senator Edwards, when he was running for president, who he banged and cheated on his wife, destroyed his whole political career. He was running for president, John Edwards. All of a sudden it's Trump. Well, we don't care who he banged. All right, Nicole. All right, love you too. But yeah, I mean, look, you can't use this shit on Democrats, and then when it comes up with Trump, well, that happened a long time ago. That was way before he was president. And you walking around talking about the crime bill and Willie Brown, but on Trump, you can't bring up nothing old. Shout out to Trump. It did work. That's probably why he won the election. Because as I often say, that was one of Kamala Harris's downfalls, that she was on the wrong end of double standards. You could use shit against her that would bounce off of Trump, bringing up who she fucked 20 years ago. When Trump got all of these people in this history, and the right, like, I don't care about none of that shit. But let's talk about Willie Brown. All right. Anyway, folks, I do appreciate the 80. Did I get an 80? Wow, some of you folks did actually tap the screen, huh? Appreciate that. Kamala slept her way to the top. Is it wrong to sleep your way to the top? Because we know Trump was essentially running his own episode of Baywatch. I mean, if you're going to say it's wrong to sleep your way to the top, then you got to say it's... And by the way, here's another thing, too. If you want to say that Kamala Harris was some kind of a DEI hire and she slept her way to the top, you really think Trump earned it? I mean, you don't see any advantages Trump received in life at all, huh? One of the main reasons he got to work, one of the main reasons he got into the White House, we want the country to be ran like a business, and he's a successful businessman. I think anybody could have a good chance at being a successful businessman if they had the start he had. He didn't earn that shit either. He just didn't fuck nobody to get there. But if you want to say that Kamala Harris got all this advantage by getting some dick, you're going to ignore dude claiming he started out with $1 million loan from his dad and he was in his 20s. How many of us how many Americans, period, could depend on their dad to loan them $1 million that early? So he did the same thing. He just didn't fuck nobody to get it. He got a bunch of free shit. Handout, socialism, all of that shit y'all complain about. Trump was a beneficiary of that. Not only did he get the money, because I see in the comments, Salty says he lost $1 million. Well, it ain't just $1 million he got though. We could talk about the fact that surely his name recognition helped him out quite a bit. I mean, his dad was a successful real estate mogul in his own right in New York. So surely, his dad was willing to vouch for the kid here or there, or he used his father. I mean, we all would do it. So he had that going for him. I'm not going to pretend like being a white guy in the 60s in New York didn't benefit him. I'm assuming a black Trump would never have been able to do all he did. A lot of banks and businesses would not have dealt with him. He's loaded with privileges. But we're going to talk about Willie Brown, huh? Even if Willie Brown is the reason Kamala Harris got to where she's gotten to, and I don't believe it is, because she was elected in all those damn positions. Willie Brown couldn't appoint her as attorney general, as senator, as district attorney. She got to win that shit in an election. But let's say Willie Brown gave her all of that. Well, she's running against Trump. You think he earned it all himself? He didn't earn it either. I mean, suing his way to glory, not paying. I mean, he did the same shit. You just don't hold him accountable for it. Bill Clinton, I got a bitch underneath the desk, but that's just stress relief. Well, but yeah, but Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky didn't do nothing for Bill Clinton but help him bust. He was already president at the time. I mean, so he didn't get anything out of money. In fact, Monica Lewinsky made millions off of doing that. I mean, she was the original hot tour girl. Monica Lewinsky made a lot of money getting caught up in that shit. So I don't think if she could go back in time, she would undo that. Because there's a lot of interns that just went back to regular day jobs. Monica Lewinsky made a lot of money getting caught up in that scandal. Books, interviews. I mean, she made a ton of money from that. She had an HBO special, I remember back in the day, because people were commenting on the lipstick color she wore. So she sold a bunch of lipstick because they liked the way she looked on the HBO special. So she made a ton of money. Does forget he was in the KKK. Are you talking about Trump's dad? Yeah, I've heard that. I hope the last thing Biden does is put Tubman on the $20 bill. He can't move that quick. That ain't gonna happen. I think you would need Congress to do that too. That ain't gonna happen. And because I think there's things that have to go in place. I think the last thing Biden is gonna do is pardon people. That's gonna piss off the right. Liz Cheney, I think she's going to get pardoned. I really think he's going to pardon Liz Cheney. He ain't going to leave her out there like that. The fact that he gave her a presidential award like that, that shows he is favorable to what she did, and he's showing us some love already. So if he thinks that she deserves an award for her January 6th participation, I don't think he's going to let Trump incarcerate her for it, or even interview her for it. You know, even try to indict her and hold her, because we know the Trump administration is going after Liz Cheney. I feel confident they may go after Dr. Fauci. Steve Bannon talked about they're going after James Comey, maybe Merrick Garland, maybe Jack Smith. I don't know, but yeah, Biden should just, for the sake of unity in this country, pardon them. The right is always talking about we want to save taxpayer money. You know how much money it costs? All of those trials going after all of those folks? That stuff's going to cost a fortune. So Biden can just get up there and say, I saved the country a bunch of money after all. I've pardoned all these folks. We'll see how that goes. But we'll see. But I think Liz Cheney is a shoo-in for a pardon. Anyhow, folks, it is your boy Tim the Handsome Liberal. I got to get up early in the morning for work. I appreciate you guys tuning in as always. I implore you to follow the program on TikTok as usual. Subscribe on YouTube vertical or horizontal. We'll certainly be here tomorrow. But yeah, Liz Cheney, I think she will get the pardon. I really am not a big fan of Trump trying to indicate that New Orleans event was done by an illegal immigrant. He just really bad, really bad. I mean, you got eternity. The event happened. The victims are deceased. So is the assailant. You got eternity to complain about it, to make comments on it, and even demand if there's other participants be brought to justice. You got eternity to do that. He didn't need to rush out there and say that, simply because he heard a car enter the country across the border. Like I've mentioned earlier in the live stream, thousands of Americans go to Mexico every damn day, visit Tijuana, drive in, whatever. A car crossing the border does not equate to illegal immigration. What he said was flat out terrible. But that is him, and he is not likely to apologize for it. It is your boy Tim. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Y'all take care. Turn these things off. There we go. Same thing on my YouTube.